Yo, what's up, StarCraft fans? Welcome to the War Chest Team League Playoffs. I'm Rifkin. Of course, over there is Peg. And it's the War Pigs versus Call an Ambulance, but not for us, once again. An awesome rematch here in the playoffs. How you doing today, Peg?
I'm doing good, man. I am excited to be playing against you and get the rematch. I think I almost fell out of my chair when you shouted with excitement last time we played. I heard, didn't you guys take down Rotterdam's team as well?
Yeah, it's so wild. We went to the ace match and lost to the dumbest stuff, and then we beat the two toughest player teams. Like, we got you with Sarah, obviously, Roddy with Rainer. We 4-0'd Roddy. Nobody saw that coming. Nobody on my team saw that coming. But it got us to the playoffs, and it got us here, and now we fight you guys again.
I mean, that was cool, man. I love that you guys punched up there towards the end because it was looking like Roddy was going to dominate for a moment and just laugh at everybody. So I'm happy you guys brought him down a peg, and I think it's going to be a good match today. But honestly, I am very, very happy. I'm looking at these matchups and I'm going, you know what? This could go either way for sure. But I think it's a little bit favored in my direction in terms of how the players lined up on the maps.
Yeah, I was actually just talking to Pig about this before the break. I'm sure Wardy wants us to start getting into the game. So I'll just say really quick before we go to story time. Pardon me? Oh, the brackets being shown on the stream. Excellent. That's what I was going to get into. There's a lot of games being played today, guys. This is it, though. There's no like extra day for the finals. Everything concludes today. It's 5 best of 5s or something like that. And yeah, it's Call an Ambulance versus the War Pigs. After this, you're going to see Team Roddy with No Brain, No Pain versus Nate's team, the Tank Toppers. Which, again, between Nate's team and my team, we weren't even like guaranteed to get into the playoffs. It was so down to the wire on that final group day. You had like a 4-way tie for like last place. It was insane.
Yeah, it was like this thing where it was like, okay, based on this match, this team could be either in the top 2 or not even in the top 6. You're like, wait, what?
Yeah, the Muslims team was either top 2 or was facing elimination. How do you be in that position?
Damn, man, it's insane. It's close matches. I mean, we've called it the War Chest Ace Match Team League for a reason. It's because the number of times we've had even matches trading back and forwards, and we've seen some cool build orders. I mean, there's been a couple of standout names. Before we get into our match, I just want to say a big shout out to a couple of the players who unfortunately don't get to continue. Players like Estrella, who just have been dominating this entire league, took down a ton of like top 8 GSL players and all the rest. It's a shame some of those guys don't get to come through, but hey, I'm very happy to be taking up that spot, man.
Do you know what's better than a top 8 GSL player?
What?
A top 1 GSL player.
I got him only if it's only if it's a fun grand finals, though, right? Not one that just makes people kind of slowly lose their will to live as they watch him make Zerg look really broken.
I saw so many people with very strong opinions on Twitter and such about those finals, and I'm just like, that's my player y'all are talking about. So yeah, no, it's gonna be great having Rogue. You got Cyril. We both have some serious baddies and goodies and badasses on our teams, but this first one's going to be very interesting. It's Lambo versus Cyril. The countdown has begun, so we're loading into the map, which is Death Aura. And best of all, there's no cross-server shenanigans. This is just straight up Europe versus Europe.
EU versus EU. And it's a good one for me, I think. I think a lot of people would go, you know what? This is a dangerous match for you, Pig. It's going to be Lambo up against Cyril. I think Cyril will be just fine here. Definitely Lambo, a player who knows Cyril inside and out, but I'll let you introduce your player in just a moment up here.
Yeah, I got a really cool color because we both have a shade of pink. So spawning here in the light green. Ladies and gentlemen, he's the biggest brain player on my team. He's the one and only Lambo.
I see Tempo couldn't make it today, but thankfully you're filling in there. Just another step until we see you announcing fighters and boxing matches, no doubt. But, this man down here doesn't need epic sound effects. He doesn't need big rap intros. He simply looks at his opponent and they sense death is near. He is the Finnish phenom, the finisher, the Night King. Just a few of his names, but we know him as Cyril.
Yeah, I like how none of those were original. Great job, Pig. Actually,
just like Serral's builds. That's the whole thing with my teammate, where everyone else is trying to be original and cool and trailblaze, and I'm like, no. Like, Serral's gonna play in the ace match. We don't care. We are the baddies. Like, we're happy to be the bad guys. I got the first draft pick. Serral's just gonna kind of like, zero motion. Yeah, well, I won. I wasn't too happy about, some of the mistakes, but I still obliterated them, so it's fine.
Two things to highlight really quick. One, I love that Wardy made my team go light green due to the color difference, yet the hatchery of Serral still looks light green. Thanks for the lighting on Death Aura. But I asked my players actually to try and give me some words. Now, granted, StarCraft players, Pig, they don't really trash talk very well. And I'm like, Lambo, give me something I can read out on stream. And he says, this is exactly, I asked Lambo for trash talk, and what he said was, I've got nothing but respect for Serral. It's like the opposite of what I was trying to get here.
Welcome to StarCraft. It's like, yeah, it's sometimes we like to spice it up with a bit of banter, a bit of smack talk. More often than not, it's two guys bowing to each other in the dojo, right? It's like, no, I respect you, Sensei.
But the thing is, that's cool. Is there's like that camaraderie, right? Like, these guys, they're fighting here. There's big money on the line, but at the end of the day, Lambo and Serral, they do totally have respect for each other. But actually, I was talking with Pig about this before we got into the show, and of course, because we have a bit of an opening here that I can explain this with, story-wise, Lambo actually accurately has predicted like 95% of every map pick on every team. Like, to be clear, Lambo's the big brains behind the operation on this team. He actually called 100% of the player placements on Pig's team. Now, granted, we picked and could have picked better and whatever, but I think what was great about this was I know Lambo wanted to fight Serral. So this first matchup, for me, I look at this kind of like, well, Serral's the good player. He's probably going to win the best of one. And if I'm being really honest, if there's one player on my team that we had to have eat a loss, Lambo would be a good candidate. But secondly, I don't think Lambo's just going to eat a loss versus Serral. I think he's actually going to put up a fight, because he did take a game off of Serral not too long ago.
Yeah, and he's going to be doing a classic Lambo opening here. Goes for that quick Roach Warren, but these are Serral Zerglings. Serral Zerglings are basically a little mobile Eye of Sauron. It sees everything.
It's ridiculous. Him and Raynor, obviously, like, big talks to the scene, but like what I think a lot of people don't give enough credit to is how good they are at scouting. Like, they don't need much information to read everything correctly.
Yeah, it's just being so active with those little things, and there's always a continual double checking what's happening. I think it's honestly just an ability to keep your finger on the pulse of the game while hitting all your basic mechanics at a previously unknown level. Like in StarCraft 2, people say, oh, yeah, the skill level seems pretty good in 2020, but I don't know if it really would have competed with, my boy MVP in 2012. And I'm like, oh, you guys don't even know. Like, trust me, the mechanical speed needed to play in Legacy of the Void with the income changes and to scout as frequently as these guys do, it is incredible. And another Zergling gets in, sees some roaches coming out there out of Lambo's base, but I think they are just safety roaches. And with the full scout, I think Serral should be okay. He's already up a handful of workers, and as long as he doesn't get too afraid from this opening, I'm feeling pretty good about his position, man.
I am just so jaded going into this, Pig. Like, as you know, and you have yourself cast many games of StarCraft 2, and I keep getting thrown by these best of ones. Everything I predict, it's not about being right or wrong in the game, but it's just like, as far as my calls for an accurate best of one have always been off. Because best of threes are my forte. I get who's going to win in a best of three. I could tell you who's going to win in a best of five. But yeah, best of ones, these are nuts.
It's the preparation format, man. Like, it's not just a GSL match prep. It's even more, detailed than that. That's why we call this Pro League format, because that was the previous format where we saw that a lot. And, both players just going to be going into a Roach War here. Serral has the upgrade advantage and the Roach speed advantage. Lambo took a couple of workers edge for just a moment, but for the majority of this time, Serral has been up on the workers.
Well, there's a change up. Aspire. This actually, I'm not sure if this will catch Serral off guard per se, because I feel like
off guard. Bit of a Freudian slip there, mate.
I mean, I gotta respect the players, right? But yeah, this is something where if Serral A doesn't see it coming, it can be a problem. But also B, I feel like predictable. And look at that Overlord going to like Mach 5 into the main base, or Overseer.
Yeah,
excuse me.
That just broke the sound barrier. There's some sonic booms coming out, and I'm seeing the Spire before it's even halfway done.
Yeah,
that's an easy prep there for Serral.
Yeah, the immediate Hydra Den. You know, he knew this was coming. He just wanted to confirm it.
Oh, he's still going to make a Dropper Lord, interestingly. So he's still thinking about doing a little Roach drop. Definitely something which will have to be something he kind of sneaks around the very edge of the map and slides in the back. When the mutas are on his side of the map, he can't just throw that in, of course. But you know what? Serral's droning. He's adding a Hydra Den. I do like that Lambo's staying flexible. So shout out to your boy there, because he is droning up pretty hard, realizing this has been spotted. I expect 0 Mutalisks.
Oh, well, I was about to be right there with you, but then the cancel because he didn't want... I think this is like mind game territory, right? So the Overlord Overseer comes in. He's making 5 mutas. I actually don't know if he's...
Well, the thing is, he canceled the Hydra Den. He's rebuilding
it immediately. He was just dodging vision from Serral. That's actually so sick.
Serral saw the cancel on it. So, like, this is mind games layered onto mind games, but I think it might be that point where you're so inefficient with it that Serral's in a position anyway where he can just counter anything.
He actually built mutas, though, to commit to this. So he's going to try and sell it, right? He'll pick off an Overlord or 2. Serral's going to, like, reasonably think, oh, there might actually be really mutas still coming out. But Lambo's no fool or no coward, so like he's still going to commit to the tech path he was going for. I don't think his mind games were effective, but this was a really, really big brain way to play this.
He's droned up, which has been his most effective player. That Roach drop needs to just hide for Serral. His Speed Overseer almost luring the mutas into his Dropper Lord, but not quite. And he is going to see that Hydra tech switch. So Serral's got all the info he needs. The only worry I have for Serral is that his worker count's way lower. Lambo's got more money to play with. He's got a much quicker Hive on the way. So Lambo has kind of just skipped out on the units there, playing these mind games. He's cut a few corners, and actually Serral had a much bigger army for a while. Could have taken the fight to him potentially, even still could. But Lambo's kind of gotten away with some freebies here. I think Serral... Oh my God, is Lambo killing his own Overlord? Oh, on the left-hand side, he almost killed his own Overlord.
Yeah, that strange click. But okay, so it's going to potentially just be boil down to Lurker Wars, right? I mean, Lurkers really are the end game unit for ZVZ, I feel. They deal with Ultras so well, they deal with Roaches so well. But it's not as if Lambo won't have his own Lurker Den's completing as we speak. He's getting a little bit of damage here from those Roaches, patiently waiting, denying some mining and killing a couple drones, but nothing devastating here for damage.
I think those Roaches really should have hung out there. He knows there's mutas on the map, so Serral picking up and trying to rotate to a different base, misses out on a few worker kills. And you know what? He's still being annoying. It's something, but nothing massive happening just yet. And Serral's going to try and take a 5th base on the left-hand side. And the real thing I'm worried about is those 10 Lurkers with Seismic Spines. It's about a 50-second advantage on the upgrades for Lambo. That's what he's gotten away with all these cheeky mind games. Serral's in full defense mode right now.
For those who don't know, by the way, Seismic Spines gives Lurkers an extra 2 range off of 5 tech, and it's pretty nasty when you see it in action. Not to mention, they just basically become Zerg siege tanks at that point. But here's where I really like the mutas, right? Okay, he only built 5 of them, and I don't think these were purely for mind games. They've done a lot of cleaning up the scouts, shutting down Overseers, but they can also catch Lurkers that are out of position like this if they're not properly protected by Hydras. I think there's a lot of utility with those 5 mutas to be had in this game.
Oh, Seismic Spines is about to kick in, at which point Lambo's Lurkers can push forwards here. Serral does not have a lot of Ravagers or anything. He's going to try and engage on the Lurkers as they siege forwards. This is an awkward engagement for both sides. Most of Lambo's Lurkers way out to the left, though. And that is good. Every second he buys is important. Serral's Lurkers finish. Ooh, his Seismic Spines is still 30 seconds away. So Lambo's going to try and use this narrow tech advantage, but I think that Roach run by on the north is going to do a lot of damage.
But look what Lambo did. He's left a lot of supply for himself with a lot of bank, and I think this is on purpose. So he could build units to respond to this with. Or at least that's what I'm hoping.
A bit slow on the production, though, so bad macro in terms of Lambo, man. His production's slow. He's also left all of his Lurkers in the open. If Serral realizes he might be able to pounce on those Lurkers and snap them, they are completely unsupported right now. I think Lambo, you know, he's looking into the face of God and he's being blinded by its brilliance right now. Well, he is choking up a little bit under the pressure.
What's really cool is on the other side of the map, on Serral's side of the map, Lambo's using the mutas here to keep that Overseer back. And if there's no detection for his Lurkers are going to be king, but unfortunately not how it plays out. Loses the frontline fight, loses 12 workers back at home. This is not looking good for my boy.
Yeah, and tunneling clause is kicked in now as well. So Serral is going to hide a few of those roaches for later. He's got a 5th and a 6th base up mining. Serral's up a handful of workers, and he's building 6 Vipers. It is efficiency time for the Finnish player, and there is nobody in the world better with their Vipers in this late game than Serral.
Yeah, and 6 of them, man, that's not going to be fun to keep up with. But I think what's really important is in ZVZ, like, unless somebody makes a massive mistake, I don't see this being over in one bad engagement, right? It's really, like, it happens. You walk into the lurkers, you get out of position. Maybe these roaches tunneling claws killed too many workers, but Lambo hopefully will be on top of this. I'm saying hopefully, because I know he built some spine crawlers and stuff back at home, but those roaches are approaching and there's no detection whatsoever for him. Mutas aren't going to quite get the Vipers. Roaches are going to poke a little bit here. This is so precarious, Pig.
Yeah, this is getting weird. Roach counterattacks on both sides of the map. Lambos has to back on out of there for now. Meanwhile, Serral pops up, starting to massacre the roaches there on Lambo's base, and this is it. I mean, you get a bit overeager here, and Serral will strike in from behind. His roach is being very annoying, and there's a big Viper advantage in terms of the energy out for Serral. 6 versus 2 Vipers. I mean, this is going to be really good. These roaches are buying him so much time, and I'd love to see Serral. Yeah, he's gathering his army, and he's pushing across the map. His roaches are just running around, buying time, hiding. Lambo, a lot of his army's caught out on the right-hand side. He's got to get out of there.
I don't know if he can, though. I guess the upside is lurkers take a second or two to burrow, but I want to give a big shout out to Lambo for the spine crawlers, man. Those roaches should have killed so many workers under other circumstances. But granted, they're killing like 7, but that base was completely unprotected except for the spines. So they didn't stop the roaches outright, but they bought them a lot of extra workers.
Yeah, definitely a good bit of insurance, and there's still big, massive, in fact, mineral bank for Lambo, so he's not in danger of that. It's the gas that matters, though. Lurker run by on the right-hand side does go down. Serral's main army is still very big, but Viper's in the middle.
Lambo's actually supply block, hard supply block, too. He lost too many overseers, I guess. Drones continue to die to the north. Those roaches were never properly cleaned up. 18 workers dead. It's pretty rough. And meanwhile, Lambo's trying to focus on the front lines. He doesn't have the attention to split like this, Pig.
Yeah, this is Serral multitasking at his finest. Serral can find a point where you're not all in and you're just kind of trading blows. If he can just take a few trades here and there without worrying about getting killed suddenly, that's where he excels. He's able to pick off. He's setting up lurkers and hydras on the right. He's just killed 20 workers. His main army still looking much scarier than Lambo's as well.
An interesting turn of events from this, though, is Lambo has not replaced workers with workers. He replaced workers with army. So he actually has like 30 army supply up on Serral right now.
Good point there. Actually, not that many lurkers on the map, so army supply is the most important thing. Serral needs to make a couple more lurkers to get some more safety here, but I love these random lurkers he's been leaving on the map. They've actually been slowing down Lambo's advances so much.
Yeah, unfortunately, his Hydra's like dragging the splash damage on top of his own lurkers. Feels bad. Vipers are so essential here. You know, we've talked about them a lot, but let's really go into like abducts, grab those lurkers, get them out of the ground, blinding clouds, right? Like they are so game-changingly good, and watching both players with them is like cool. They both got the tools.
Yeah.
Who can use these better? And Serral's got 2 more to work with. That's kind of a big deal.
Also, Serral, he actually focused the Overseer on the right-hand side. It looked like he was going to lose the 6th base on the right, but he killed the Overseers. Both of his lurkers survived low red hit points. And goodbye Viper efficiency there for Lambo. 6 Vipers versus 1 now. Serral's army's looking solid, man.
How did this cheeky lurker sneak in like this? Secret agent, man.
Abducting all of Lambo's lurkers, and now Lambo's gonna push forward. He realizes he's taken way too much economic damage, and Lambo's gas bank is gone, so he's really got to find more damage. But look at this, Serral is on 2 bases at once.
It's weird to call it like an all-in when you've got like 5 bases, but that's where we're kind of at with Lambo, because he has not been replacing drones. He is very consistently just pumping out more army units, which I like the concept for, but it's not working.
I mean, this is Serral. He's taking advantages everywhere he can. He's picking the right engagements. He's falling back where he needs to, pushing in elsewhere. And that is Serral's unique talent, his ability to pass information 2, 3, 4, 5 locations at once. Serral will pull back at the right time. He'll push forward at the right time, and he'll constantly adapt and adjust. Almost any other player in that scenario, we saw it happen a few times for Lambo. They get caught looking somewhere else. They look back one of their armies has died. You notice Serral, often he would get outnumbered, he'd back off, he'd micro really fantastically while engaging somewhere else where there was a weak point. And that's the one thing, when people say Serral is just so good mechanically, it is that sort of position specifically. Like, he's just absolutely godlike.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have a lot to say in like rebuttal. That was a good win. Tough for Lambo, but like I said, I'd rather have Lambo. Like, if we're going to lose a game to Serral, I'd rather burn Lambo than say Deer or Rogue or Clem. So it's one of those things where it sucks, it feels bad, but it is, of the losses, probably the most acceptable one on my team. So kudos to Lambo for putting up a good fight. Next game coming up, though, we start entering that cross-server mingle territory, because it's going to be a TVT of Clem versus Special.
And this is the match I actually have a lot of my hopes on. If we want to avoid the ace match and win, I think it very much rests on the result of this match. Obviously getting ahead of ourselves there, but I'm saying perfect world for the War Pigs. Unfortunately, though, I just swapped servers from EU to NA, and I got met with the "you've been demoted from Grandmaster League" screen. So I'm hoping this isn't a bad omen. Hopefully that doesn't affect Special at all, and he stays focused.
If you're streaming too much, Pig, you gotta get back on that grind, man.
Got to, man. I think it just took my Terran out as well. let me double check. I think it was. Yeah, it took my Terran. Apparently I haven't played enough Terran games in the last 2 weeks, but that's because I'm too busy cheering on my boys. Special and Dream, man. They're going to bring it through.
That is an omen, though, that your Terran was demoted. I've got to have some faith here. But yeah, this is going to be interesting. Clem's had some very back and forth results with TVT. He beat Innovation, he lost to Hero Marine, but all in all, he's had very consistently good games. I'm hoping, if nothing else, he shows good stuff here. But I just it's nuts, because I feel like so much of my Team League matches, they start off 0-2 and then we go all the way to the ace match, and it's such a coin flip there. So mentally, I'm not prepared for this match, Pig, but I'm very excited.
Well, you know, there's a lot of history between these two guys. In EPT, I get to cast them play pretty regularly, where Clem is like, oh, it's 7 in the morning, I don't want to be playing. And Special's like, oh my god, you're going to force Central US server again. And they're both a little bit upset about the circumstances usually when they face each other. And their games range from just epic clashes, mech versus bio, back and forth, giant cyclone wars, right through to the first two Reapers get the Reaper of the other guy and he just GG's instantly. So I have no idea what to expect.
Yeah, I was gonna say, having experience working with both these guys to other events, I know Special can be a bit of a, I'll say, diva, to stay polite, about servers. And when I saw that this was the matchup, I'm like, there's no way that he's not gonna beg Pig to put like the coin flip on this match. Like, it's 100% gonna be bad for Clem, good for Special, right?
Indeed. I mean, let's be real. It is very minor. I saw some memes about, hey, you know, the audio track for the casters for War Chest Team League is just basically Play talking about the server advantage on repeat for, you know, an entire series.
But for some matches, I really do feel like it is a big deal. TVT maybe not so much, but definitely like if we got Zerg involved or anything like that.
I mean, I think the fact that we're playing online is a big deal. I think the difference between Central and US West, it matters a bit more for some players than others. Definitely there are situations where it points out, but I think it's usually like a 30-40 MS difference at most, and it can be very frustrating. I live in Australia. I know all about the woes of lag, but this man down here, no matter what, I think he's going to be happy and focused. I think it's going to be a very close match. Pink as a domesticated pig, but feral as all hell down here. It's Special.
And to the top right, representing Team Liquid and Cullen Ambulance, but not for us. It is the light green Terran, Clem. And of course, I did ask Clem, hey, Clem, can you give me some smack talk I can read out on stream? It was really good, Pig. Are you ready for this spoonful of sugary spice?
Oh, I'm shaking in my boots. I'm actually... No. What is it?
It's fair to say Clem doesn't speak English as his first language, so maybe there's some misunderstanding here. But he says, and I quote, just say that he practices TVT on Korea server so he has very good practice. End quote. So, yeah, Special, you got some practice over in Korea. Because you need it. Because you're so bad at this matchup. There we go. I saved it.
To be fair, man, with StarCraft players, that's actually kind of it. It's like, it's like, oh man, I don't even feel good today. So like, you know, if you do lose to me, you're kind of terrible. Like, you have more experience, and you've been playing this game for twice as long as me. And you know, I was literally still in the womb as young Clem while you were playing Brood War. And so if I beat you, it's really sad that you haven't even gotten any better than a small child in your whole adult life. You know, maybe it's that sort of thing.
For me, obviously, what I lack in StarCraft 2 skill, I make up for in the smack talk. Like, for me, I'm the type of guy who's like, oh, you see the amount of, like, workers I lost to that Hellion run by? That's the amount of that I give. Like, you know?
All bark, no bite. Yes, I've encountered many people like you in my lifetime, Rifkin.
Oh, that should have been my team name. That would have been such a sick team name.
Oh my god, that actually would have. Hey.
If there's season 2 and I get invited.
Anyways, bark, no bite.
I think Clem and Special is actually an insane matchup. They really are both really good. Like Special, obviously, for years he's been in Korea. Everyone who's in Korea is afraid to fight him. The fact that he comes into this versus Clem in a TVT, I know Special's pretty good at TVT, so this is definitely scary. I'm not gonna doubt Clem though, because while Rogue is the one everyone believes in on my team, I'm of course blind faith Team Clem. And I gotta believe he's bringing that power that he had versus innovation to this match, or at least I'm hoping he is.
Well, it's going to be a bit of a later expand. 2 Reaper, 2 Hellion for Clem. I think he will poke across the map as that second Hellion comes out, but Special's going to outnumber him in that he'll match the Reaper Hellion count, and he'll have an extra Marine as well. Slightly faster starport for Clem, but of course Special's got the much quicker expansion. And I think that is the most important thing. When both players are skipping the scout, playing very straightforward defensive openings, I definitely prefer Special's position, and I've just got my eyes on it. I'm expecting Raven, but recently I've been seeing a fair bit of Banshee in this matchup, and it is actually the Banshee for Special, which especially useful if you're going to go into Battle Mech. And I mean, let's be real, man. What do we see in TVT on this map in the last 6 months? It is a lot of Mass Cyclone fighting Mass Cyclone.
Well, what's interesting about the Banshee is, first off, it's not coming with Cloak, but if it was, Clem does at least have a Raven. Ravens, though, are kind of standard. They're not so crazy in TVT. Having 2 is pretty normal. 3 is kind of maybe a bit cheesy at times, but really, I'm going to keep an eye on that production for Clem, because it's going to be pretty telling on whether he wants to get aggressive or not, depending on how many Ravens he makes.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, it's something where Ravens are really good, but on this map, I enjoy people swapping off a Raven after just one. Because the Raven, as good as it is, in Mech vs. Mech, I find it's just not quite as much utility where the players are focusing on that air battle. And quick third CC for both sides, but yeah, I mean, the Ravens are continuing. 1 for Special, already a second one on the way for Clem. And both sides have so little information. I'm kind of going, hey, when's someone going to actually drop a scan? Clem gets inside Special's base. Doesn't really see too much, but Special's still devoid of any scouting info.
He did force the, like, I don't know what just happened there. So the entire CV line was pulled for a second. So a bit of a course correction there, a bit of income loss. Not the end of the world, but that Reaper did more than it expected to.
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad.
She picks up, of course, 2 SCV kills and gets away. That's the key thing about a Banshee that doesn't have Cloak. You're not really supposed to commit with it. It's going to be a really good tool at helping uproot siege tanks if they're out of position. So I really like not overcommitting with the Banshee, but still, this thing can easily go in, dip in, grab like 1 or 2 SCVs and back up. But
yeah, it's the knock and run. It's the knock and run of TVT harass, right? It's like you definitely don't wait for them to answer the door.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure there's a lot of pranks going on. I think these guys are trying to kill each other for real, but interesting change up out of Clem, because this is a very early double Viking with still being bio. If this is Mech and you go Vikings early, that's not unexpected at all, but a couple of Vikings this quick, I would certainly say is outside the realm of normal. But this also could be in response to the Banshees.
It's going to be bio from Special as well, actually. So bio tank versus bio tank, both of them stopping at 2 Ravens there. It should be a really interesting match, actually. I love seeing bio versus bio on such a big map.
Yeah, I don't want to get this call completely wrong, but so many times, like 3 base setup, the fact that it's slower bio, I'm hoping this is one of those longer TVTs, because I actually really love long TVTs. I'm so bad at playing them, Pig, but I love watching them. And well,
they're incredibly stressful, right? It's fun to watch other people do stressful things. That's why so many people watch StarCraft and don't play it.
True. But I think what I really like about this matchup in particular, TVT, is that this is not a matchup that's super defined by distinct leads. Like, you could be up 30 supply, but as long as your opponent has siege tanks, you can't really push in to win, right? So there's a lot of comeback potential in this matchup, and that's probably why it's my favorite. It's so exciting that way. But
yeah, it's almost like a positional advantage is worth more than a supply advantage a lot of the time, right? And that makes it way more interesting to watch the movement on the map.
I'm going to just like get all my Terran cards revoked here really quick, though, because I got to say this matchup for years has been my favorite mirror matchup, but PvP's been really stealing it lately.
You've been enjoying the madness, the back and forth disruptor wars, the blink DTs, the blink stalkers skirmishing. It's actually been really cool, hasn't it?
Blink DTs have been so 2020. I hate it.
I'm not the biggest fan. There's a point in the late game of PvT where they're feeling a bit unfair right now. So I'm hoping someone just shows them to be bad at some point. But anyway, let's talk about this match because you're about to have your third busted, Clem. Interference Matrix on the front tank. Nice position here from Special. He's going to take out that tank and just inch his way forwards, zoning into range of that third command center.
It's those 2 extra Vikings that make this really scary. Or excuse me, 1 extra. I guess 5 to 4. For Special, he can always win any air fight. Meanwhile, a little bit of harassment from that Banshee from earlier comes into the natural. Oh, Clem getting hit. Big distraction from behind too.
That's awesome. The Banshee is going to go down to those Stim Marines. No, it's not. It survives on literally 1 hit point. That command center is getting bruised and burnt. Clem's going to come out and try to fight this, but I think more than enough. Oh, good focus fire by Clem. Damn it. Takes one of the Vikings down.
And he can repair if he needs to in a pinch. It's a lot to ask for, though, because right now he's repairing the command center, of course. But if he gets rid of the Vikings, then he gets control of the situation. The problem is he's not killing the Vikings, and he doesn't have control of the situation.
Yeah. The tanks. Oh, 2 more tanks getting sieged in range. That orbital is going to start burning down very quickly. And this is such a good bullying position. The Marines and tanks working their way across the map for Clem, but I don't think they're going to be a part of this for a long time.
I was saying, maybe he comes in from behind with these. I could see that maybe working because his Ravens are full energy. He could interference matrix almost all the tanks. Auto turrets too, but he's got to make a decision soon because he's just bleeding. He's hemorrhaging money on this command center. The interference matrix on a special denying one of the Ravens is huge. Marines come from the backside. The tank fire is split. Clem is going to break this.
Yeah, that was a very good break there. A Special does drop the interference matrices, but I actually almost wish he did auto turrets there because that Raven, I guess he did actually shut down 2 more interference matrices. Probably was worth it, but a nice breakout by Clem. Special's up in workers. He's up in economy. The tank count is what scares me right now. And Clem, full YOLO mode, just boosting everything across the map.
The fact that Special's not on his way to 2-2 is what gives me the most hope for Clem to stay alive in this. He was committing a lot to this drop, which has me a little worried, Pig, but he's coming in with a very strong supply because he did just take out a lot of Special's tanks.
Oh, a bit of a crazy drop here. Yeah, indeed. Special's going to jump on top of Clem's Doom drop. And, I mean, Clem doesn't siege up very quickly at all. He was distracted, of course, dealing with that other single dropship. But he's not in the most powerful position either. Special hanging onto his 4th command center as well as the position over his 3rd. Yes, he is down in supply, but economically ahead. I mean, the upgrades are relatively even here. Oh, this is so weird. God.
This is such a risky commitment. He sends in the empty medevac first, so he doesn't lose anything initially. The drop in the back of the base can be incredibly powerful, but the auto turrets have already been dealt with. The SCVs are pulled. This is Clem getting some of that damage back.
Man. Right through the Vikings, absolute Chad mode from Clem.
Right, who Special was like insane. You see like 3 Vikings and you commit? That's crazy.
You know, he had like 8 medevacs. It's one of those things like a lesser being like us would never make that call. I don't think Special thought he would make that call because he had no Marines left in the main. He's going to try to break through. Is Special. He needs to clean this up as efficiently as possible, but man, he's losing too many units in the process.
Man, the Vikings, of course, just wreck tanks if they get to land on them like that. Not something you see too often. Clem, by the way, has a 4th CC on the way. So there is the road to recovery, but I just don't want him to throw away too much to get there. He's already got himself back in the game in a big way, but don't overcommit, Clem.
Yeah, right now, I guess the supply difference is not that massive. He's only down 6 workers is Special, but he had his infrastructure messed with a little bit there. He lost a bit of barracks production. He's rebuilding that now. He does have 2 factories pumping tanks, though. That's the big strong defender's advantage unit. And
There's some serious tech for Clem coming up, by the way. His 2-2 will be finished slightly sooner than Special's, which is actually a pretty big deal for Marine fights, but he's also getting the vehicle weapons, something Special's not. That's going to make his tanks a lot more powerful, a lot more splash damage to spread to those Marines. But also, more notably, he's had that Raven. This was the one that got interference matrix in the first fight. They had to back away and do nothing. So he's got a full energy Raven. Special does not. He's going to probably be able to take out both these tanks. Yep.
Yeah, this is a scary position. He's got to keep that planetary up to Special. It's so important, but his Marines get butchered there. That planetary now with 3 tanks. That is
That
huge.
planetary hits for like 40 damage in a huge arc of splash damage. So if those Marines had stayed there, Clem would have lost everything.
Liberator Harass on the other side does take out a handful of workers. One of them gets cleaned up. The other one gets cleaned up as well. So 2 Liberators go down, mostly just for mining time. Back to 3 bases is Special. He's got a great worker count, but he's definitely just behind in that army value. And this was such a nice push on Clem's third, but it feels like now, ever since that hold, Clem has had such a big unit advantage. Down 20 Marines, no Raven, no Viking control. This is an awkward position as Special.
Yeah, this is big for me too, because like Peg knows, Clem's one of the big boys on my team. I did not want him losing this match. And then, I don't want to speak too soon, but this is looking really good after shutting down that planetary fortress.
Yeah, there's a Raven in the back ready to harass as well. I'm hoping that Special deals with that. His supply is starting to get back up there, but it's survival mode supply. You know, you got a 5th CC on the way for Clem. Special is kind of going, all right, well, as long as I get 1 big maxed army, maybe, well, you know, it's just like, man, if we don't start a 4th command center soon, like there's no economic comeback in this game. It's all about the next couple of fights.
Well, that's where it's difficult, though. We talked about that supply difference not being such a big deal if you've got terrain difference, but that's where Clem's going to put these Liberators forward and try to force Special out of position with those tanks. The Marines dive in, but he loses countless Marines to the tank fire. However, saves both of those tanks.
Yeah, very good hold there by Special. He's thinking about rotating up to the left, but I think Special needs to max out before he forces the issue. There's already extra starports and fusion core on the way, of course, for range Liberator and potentially even battlecruiser transition later on.
That medevac is so low, Pig. This is so risky to go with, but he's going to skirt right outside Clem's vision.
It's the way to do it, man. I think it's a good choice at this point. Once again, his main base is wide open, and there is this scary angle down below the 3rd. And if that command center, the 4th CC is finally building here for Special, but this is getting so crazy.
He catches 2, not 3, but 4 of the tanks out of position at both the Liberators. Clem is so fast. But, here we go. The counterattack begins for Special.
Oh, that's a lot of Marines. That 3rd command center is very exposed. Clem is coming over. He's got a few tanks, though. And I think those tanks are going to turn the tide. Oh, the tanks are a little far back, actually. Goodbye, command center.
Yeah, they have to. He picks off the medevac, though. Has a lot of units inside of it. That one Marine in the main looking for the hero kill. The medevac, huge, like 7 kill.
Ooh, command center in the top goes down. In the midst of this, though, a few Marines got left behind up there, and they were bleeding that down this whole time. Clem's going to counter push, though. Special is not quite there. He moves a tank up, but his Marines not moving to respond just yet.
Special never started his +3 armor.
Yeah, he didn't have the money.
Marine fight.
Oh, I mean, oh, no.
Oh, the deny of +3 weapons in like seconds from the finish. That's big. That is so freaking big. Now he's a whole level of upgrades behind both weapons and armor. Well, it will be armor in a moment, but Clem just got such a huge pick off there. 18 SCVs die, totally worth denying +3 weapons.
Oh, this is so frustrating. Special's making a lot of plays to hang in here right now. He's up in at workers again, but how is he ever going to get out to a 4th base? I mean, he's got some Marines out on the map, but he's still down 20 Marines, down 6 siege tanks. Being up 10 SCVs doesn't help you when you're down 2 bases like this, and it's just an awkward position for Special to be in. He's got to find a way to get Clem off his side of the map.
Clem's inching forward with the tanks. He's losing a lot of his Marine support, though, so I'm getting very worried, as these might just be freebie tanks if he's not cautious. Oh, you were those 2 command centers that died? Apparently, he just built 2 more to replace them. Clem's kind of a just kind of a badass.
He is a rich boy. That's a very rich French boy. Double lib comes in, though. Goodbye, siege tanks. Goodbye.
I like the pickup. I really like the pickup. That saves an extra tank there. But here comes Clem with the full light of his army. He's up like 50 supply. Oh, auto turret rest. I'm like, what were those tanks shooting?
Yeah, Raven's still being a pain in the butt. Oh my, Clem gonna go forward in a bit of a bizarre position here. This tank in the back though for Special on the ramp is doing a lot of big hits there.
But that 3-3 was really showing through with the Marine. I mean, Marine to Marine, mono to mono. Clem's got the better upgrades. He'll win every Marine fight. Tanks are the only variable here.
This is so awkward right now. I mean, Special is just, he's down behind an army. He's been looking for a chance to come back into this, but Clem is choking him out. Clem has just been occupying space outside of his base and forcing these little skirmishes where he takes advantage after advantage. At this point, I believe Special is just too far behind. He's fought like a champ from behind, but Clem's got too much.
That base. He doesn't know about that northern base that is Special, by the way. That'd be the biggest, sickest pickoff right now. He doesn't know that it's there.
Yeah, he's obviously just trying to deny these other bases, but I think his army is naturally going to push down the left anyway, and he's going to find it. And he's already got this giant army on the right that's Special. I mean, he's been leaving so many tanks on his third base as Special, but the armies in the top left are about to clash. Clem has a lot more Marines in general, and as you've been mentioning, much better upgraded.
This is such an awkward drop because it was all tanks, but it gets him in position, I guess. Marines take the front line. Don't love it. Don't love it.
That Liberator is going to be huge here for Special. It's going to come in and get those siege tanks out of there.
Yeah, predicting this, he's already unsieging, trying to pick these up. Nice salvage operation at Clem, but the Marines are giving chase. Oh my god! Yeah, unloading the tanks, I think, is the right call, but he still might lose these. But at the same time, this is all of Special's army yin and yanging while Clem goes through the top. And this planetary has almost all of, like, 29 SCVs up here.
Yeah, I mean, Special at this point, he knows he's so desperate. He's got to do something. So he's going to try to hunt that army down. But this is one of the most annoying games because, like, honestly, it's just been Clem in full mount the entire game. And Special's been trying to do anything to reverse the position and try to get any semblance of control. And Clem just won't give it up. Clem's just been on top of him and slowly picking away at him bit by bit, getting extra expansions, scoring extra points. And he's just too big, too many upgrades. This push, all the Marines go down before the tanks even siege. Clem is pushing into the base on the other side. GG's.
All right, that's the 1-1. That's what we needed to really make this a series. But Pig, I brought a little something just in case Clem won. Are you ready? Are you ready?
I can barely contain myself. Just
in case.
Oh my god.
All right. Next match coming up is unfortunately my player's weakest matchup. It's Deer versus Dream, which, we get to go to Korea for, so hey, no server complaints. But yeah.
No, you know why that's the fact that you had to do that after. So I have to live now with the fact that we dropped at least a map, potentially a series, to the guy who brought a prop for that.
Well,
you may have already won one of the battles here.
Brought a prop? Kind of just had a prop, let's just be honest. But yeah, so anyways, next match, Deer versus Dream, PVT. Deer is not confident in this matchup. I'm just gonna be straight up with everybody. I know that this is not one he's particularly looking forward to, especially with how good of a player Dream is. So I have got my fingers crossed super extra hard for Deer, but the remaining matchup after this is really interesting. I think this is another one like the Clem match. I think this is a very important, possibly pivotal match for whether we go to the ace match or not, because I've got a lot of confidence in Rogue to take on Armani as the follow-up. But if Deer can clutch this, we'll see if Deer can clutch it first off.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about that last series, the last map, sorry, saying, look, if Special, I know he has a pretty good shot at taking out Clem. I was like, if Special beats Clem, I think we got a good shot of avoiding the ace, 3-1ing you guys, right? As it is, at this point, the next two maps really I see as fighting for our life, just to get the ace match, right? Obviously, Armani, I think he can punch up for sure, but against the reigning GSL champion, it's going to be a tough fourth map. So Submarino, man, that's where all of our hopes and dreams are going to be resting upon.
I mean, this is pretty crazy too, because I know that you guys had a really strong start with the group stage. So I think you getting to the playoffs well, it became a bit questionable towards the end, if we're being honest, but you had a lot more of a better seed into this than I did. The fact that we're even here just playing today, I just want to say before we go forward, while it's 1-1, you know, there's no advantage or disadvantage here. I think a lot of my team's just very we're very stoked that we got here. This has been a sick tournament in general. Getting the playoffs is really cool, especially because a lot of people doubted my team. And well, frankly, probably because I was the captain of it, but still 4 amazing players on each side of this. Before we get into the bias, before we get into the Smack Talk Pig, I just want to say thank you for fighting with me not once, but twice in this team league.
Thank you, brother. I mean, I think it's people have even been ragging so much on Fear Dragon's team, which I actually think is an incredible lineup as well. But
it's a great lineup, but we should rag on Fear Dragon for his team 100%.
For the focus on memes, yes. You know, honestly, every team is so strong though. It's reflected in the score lines. Even the teams that got eliminated were all like often a single series of making it to the top.
Well, I had the wrong camera on, so now I can see clearly we're starting on my player. So, ladies and gentlemen, to the top left side of the map, his statement for his opponent was, question mark, I don't understand. Give it up for the green, Protoss Deer.
And his opponent down here in the bottom right-hand side, a player who has been very happy. Usually says, I'll play any map. Just give me any map. Easy, easy. It is Dream.
I really like Dream. Clem was really, during the draft pick, really nagging on me. You got to get Dream. You got to get Dream. And I wanted to get Dream. But that snake order went all the way around. Some Piggly Wiggly took Dream, dude.
That's the way, man. Dream?
I think a lot of people sleep on him, dude. He's a good player.
Oh, he's insane. He's so back in form. Dude, this is the most infuriating meta of TVP. I don't know how up to date you are, but like I have been on the receiving end of this this meta. Big thanks to players like TY putting it out there. It's like every Terran at the moment in career is like, you can't see what I'm doing. I'm gonna wall you out of my base. Now it could be a command center on the high ground. It could be a super cheesy second barracks like we see. Often it's a proxy factory and a starport into a quick Hellion drop. And I've honestly seen most Protoss players just basically toss the coin against this. They're like, I could scout everywhere for proxies, or I could just make Blink Stalkers as normal and just cross my fingers. Often it's somewhere in between the two, but I almost never see a Protoss player actually play 100% safe against this. And they very rarely get early scouting either. So personally, I'm a little surprised that no one has mixed it up and changed the opening. And I think Deer here is probably going to do the same thing and just go straight into a Twilight.
Dream's looking for proxies, but I think like his big read from this should have been like, hey, you built a supply depot that early. Like, you know, you're really trying to push me out of your base. I don't think the scouting to miss is out on the field. The scouting to miss, to me, is so clearly in the base. But he goes back in with a probe, and this is actually going to draw one of the Reapers back home, because otherwise he will kill that SCV building the command center. He is actually killing the SCV building the command center.
Well, the Reapers don't mind showing themselves now. They are going to try and hunt down this Adept. Shade is going to finish. What wins? Three Reapers or 1 Adept? I'll tell you what, Rifkin. You might not be that good at counting, but yeah, 3 Reapers win.
I mean, 1 Reaper can win versus Adept, as we've seen in some cases, because of course they have 1 extra range is kind of ridiculous for the insane micro people like Maru and others can pull off. But losing that Adept for Deer was huge. But he knows to put a shield battery down, puts those back at home. That overcharge ability is 14 seconds of basically invulnerability against moves like this.
Shield battery ain't ready yet. All you need is a couple seconds and those probes are vulnerable, mate.
Oh, but he's going to lose 1 of the Reapers at least by the looks of it? No way. Save it.
Oh, he's going really deep. He's actually going way too deep, his Dream. I'm not sure I agree with this maneuver. Oh, he does get another one. 4. Can he get a 5th?
I wish Deer would have been a little bit more active with the probes. I think you could have shut that down a lot quicker, but regardless, it is shut down. But the beauty of Dream's opening, whoa, swapping to Marauders with custom shells. This is actually such a sick maneuver, because you see Stalkers, Marauders are like the hardest counter to Stalkers. But I was also going to say for Dream, that opening, you know, having that barracks in his main is like the least committed version of that, right? You don't shoot yourself in the foot. You don't lose out crazy economic. Like, he started the command center right away. So I just, as weird as the opening was, it doesn't really put Dream that far behind.
Yeah, this is more like I'm going to make it look kind of scary, do a bit more than normal pressure, but it's kind of like this medium into just a delayed expand. And like, honestly, all you're trying to do is bend the train tracks a bit, right? Like, you're not blowing the train tracks up in terms of the Protoss build order. You just want to slowly, subtly derail him from his normal timings, let him pick up speed, and then at some point he's going to be very unfamiliar with the situation. And that's where you're hoping he's going to make a big old mistake and get his butt kicked. Interestingly, a Marauder with concussive move out, looking for more units on the map. Is the tank going to come? Yes, and a few SCVs. It's a bunker push. 3 barracks bunker tank rally. Ooh, this is a good way to play on this tiny map.
Deer's going to lose anything out on the field. Nothing out here, like on the ground, is going to survive concussive shells. So the hallucinating Phoenix thing shutdown is terrifying. Puts on another shield battery. That's the right call for sure. But I mean, between tanks and Marauders, there's so much bonus damage for some. Oh, gets the Observer too. Oh, cut my guy a break, Dream.
No breaks allowed here, mate. And this is a slow push. Yeah, bunker goes down, tank is there. And he says, come out here and fight. Come and play with my tanks and my Marauders, please. Bit of an overcommitment. There is no need to push in there, Dream. Pull back. Thankfully, there's no damage output for Protoss. Actually, wait. What has he got? 1 Stalker, 4 sentries, Blink, Colossus Bay, Immortal. And nothing that fights.
Immortal. He's got an Immortal. That's the big tide turner, I think, with the shield battery especially. But right now, these force fields are catching Marauders, but they're not going down just yet. There we go. First couple Marauders go down. The tanks are set up, and so are the bunkers. This is not going to be easy to break for Deer. But I think that the beauty of a Disruptor, it does outrange all this, right? Like, you can sit back from very far away with its range and just hit the bunkers.
Yep. But look at that. The Immortal comes forward, tries to take out the bunker. Not going to be able to do it. And the Disruptor is going to be able to add a shot. Oh, missed the tank. Oh, gets an SCV and the tank. That's annoying, but there's still more SCVs here.
Dream's been target firing down these shield batteries, which is pretty important. I do want to note that there is no energy for the overcharge either, which kind of sucks in this situation. But fun fact, for those who don't know, you can cast overcharge on these batteries from the Nexus and the main. So he's got the energy for it, he's just not using it, which is infuriating because I want him to use it so badly, Pig.
Oh, dude, I think a few more SCVs should be coming across, and he is indeed just trickling them over one at a time. And look at that, pylons keep falling here, units keep going down.
That's going to empower both the shield batteries.
Ooh, bunker does actually trap those units a little bit. I'd love to see a tank on the kind of move a little bit further forward here. Deer's doing a really good job of buying time. I'm actually very impressed at how he's just kind of patiently holding on. But 3 full bunkers? Like, I still think there's no actual chance.
The sneaky stalkers that get out of the base are going to cut off reinforcements, and this is big. Well, if he would catch them, he doesn't.
That Nexus is going to start to get low. That shield battery on the bottom is depowered. He could technically power that with the Warp Prism. He's going to try and flank maybe the Siege Tank.
I kind of wish he would and then overcharge it, but he's not, and it's killing his Nexus. He's going for the break.
Oh, Disruptor gets almost blasted down instantly.
I don't know.
Disruptor falls without firing.
Yeah, this was just a bad. This is bad. I've got nothing for a Pig. GG. Oh, dear. Breaking my heart, man. Now we got to put all our hopes on Rogue to clutch it for us to even have a chance to go to that ace.
I really like that build order from Dream. The cheeky build order, and it keeps Dream in his corner. And then Dream's kind of like, oh, let's go Robo Bay and Blink. Cool. Those literally the worst things he could have done against a really fast 3-racks tank push. Of course, he didn't have the information to know that, and that's why this is the problem that Protoss players are having in this matchup. You never know which direction the Terran's going. And yeah, I'm loving the disgustingness, man. Terran players are just being filthy against Protoss. You add a short rush distance. Well played, Dream.
Yeah, you hate to see it when he's your player, but I gotta respect the build out of Dream. He handled that really well in terms of his side, and then Deer did not handle it well in terms of his side. Heartbroken. But maybe I can return the favor. Rogue versus Armani. Armani's a respectable player, no doubt, but this is Rogue he's going up against. I'm just curious, did you guys do any kind of prep for this? Like, you saw Rogue and have like a team discussion, or did you leave it up to Armani to like come up with his own plans for this?
If we were a government in the War Pigs, I'd be more like the Queen. You know, like I walk around with my like little scepter and crown, and I say a motivational speech every now and then. But if I actually tried to get involved with the exact runnings of the build orders and the economy and that sort of stuff, the players would look at me and go like, get out of here, figurehead. Your job is to talk about the games. And that's about it. I'm always like, hey, you know, guys, you want to, tell me what builds you're doing? And they're like, sometimes they share a little bit. There is a bit of replays that get shared around sometimes. But yeah, in this case, they haven't really given anything away. I've basically just been going, have fun and don't be afraid to do silly builds, guys. Like, have fun with it and get out there. So I'm hoping Armani just comes out and does a really dirty cheese.
Yeah, well, that's what's interesting, right? Because I was going to get into, at this point, Rogue's had a lot of his ZVZs shown on stream for this tournament in particular. We've seen him versus many players, really good players, and he's been pretty cheesy. And I feel like Armani's capable of matching him on that, and I'm kind of hoping they both know that, so they play around it. We end up just getting a really ZVZ as a consequence, but I think that for me, I look at these two players. Rogue, clearly best of 3, best of 5s is who we'd assume, but it's best of 1, right? Throwing all that out the window. And I think this is just going to be a battle mechanics, I hope, more than anything else. I would be so heartbroken, whether it was for my guy or for your guy, if this was like a straight up build order loss. You know what I mean?
I think it's interesting because, yeah, I mean, I think honestly, at this point, I'm kind of going voodoo because it's such a favored match for Rogue. I'm like, well, when people win GSLs, they usually just get knocked out of like random tournaments to people the next week and the next couple of days, right? So I'm like, come on, Rogue, like you just won GSL. It's time to just get absolutely bopped here in the silliest fashion possible. So fingers crossed, a bit of the GSL curse carries over, man.
I don't agree with any of that, but okay. Actually, what I do really detest going into this whole best of 5 is so many times in tournaments, rematches always go the other way around, and that's a curse that nobody's been able to break for years of StarCraft 2, DreamHack especially. So I am a little scared, Pig, going into this, that I may have the curse of the rematch more than any other curse to fight against. But we're not done yet. Still fighting, still here, spawning in the bottom left. He is the green Zerg from Jin Air, Green Wings. Give it up for Rogue!
And not intimidated in the slightest. And hells yes, cheesing his heart out in the top right, in the pink, going hard. It is Armani.
And nobody in the chat gave it up for Rogue. Shame on all of you. But yeah, this is... Okay, it's cheesy for sure, but Rogue's not playing greedy. He's not playing into this, right? No blind hatch first, goes spawning pool still. So I'm not super scared for him, but as you know, as a Zerg player, I'm sure scouting is going to be the most important thing more than anything else for Rogue in this situation.
Yeah, this is about as much of a nightmare build order matchup as you could have for Armani. When I was talking about Wild Cheese, I was like, all right, yeah, we could do this one. I was thinking more like a Quickling Bane timing or, surprise Roach Bane attack, but he's going to be going for the fastest, hardest attack possible. This is the one where you even delay your queen. So it's all about your first wave doing massive damage. You're going to go Baneling straight away. You're going to hit as hard and fast as possible. There's almost no follow-up. So if your opponent just by chance happened to say, I'm going to play really safe since I'm the favorite, I'm going to open up pool first 6 Zerglings, you get completely countered by their opening. And I think the Zerglings are even going to get spotted by this Overlord on the left. Does it see them? And
it barely does.
Oh, he goes through the Overlord. Damn it.
Well, that's good. Spine Crawler. Look, oh, this is the hard shutdown. I mean, he'll probably...
Yeah, no, this is actually game. There's no queen started. Like, you can't transition from this as Armani. He needs Rogue to have his, like, his keyboard needs to fail right now. We need, like, I don't know, a power outage or something. Like, if Armani wins this game, I've got to send... I'm literally going to have to do a couple of weeks of streaming to raise money to send him to Hogwarts, because he's definitely a wizard if he wins from this position.
Where are we going with this? This is a wild ride. But, yeah... The Banelings are the most important thing to identify here, because that Spine Crawler needs to finish. And in some cases, you might cancel it if you get cocky, think you've held this. But yeah, Rogue knows what's up. He lets it finish. He'll probably move it down to the low ground here in a second, which is good because it'll take 7 minutes for it to actually move. God, Spine Crawler. Is there anything that takes longer than Spine Crawlers to root, Pig?
Sorry, I'm not allowed to say those jokes on stream on this broadcast.
Maybe?
Zerglings are going to get around the queens. Not bad. The Banelings into the main mineral line. Come on, Banelings. Oh, does take out the Zerglings, but good focus fire by Rogue. Does target down the Banes.
He kept a lot of Zerglings in the back, knowing those Banelings would go off. Rogue just has to not lose too many drones, and he's Gucci. A whole hatchery above Armani, guys. Armani can't quit. He's got to obviously commit. Hey, that rhymed. That was where's Tempo when you need him. But still, this is this is not good for Armani. This was a great defense out of Rogue. And that's lived too, right? Yeah, it did. So the ramp's covered.
Yeah, there's 2 queens out now. Spine's still down there as well. So droning does begin. Armani's going to try and expand. So from here, you basically just want to be, every unit is a hero. These all need to be like Dark Templar Banelings. Like this can't just be your standard inefficient Ling Bane stuff. Armani has to play perfectly from here. I actually don't mind him hunting down those Zerglings a little bit, but he's got to get an expansion up behind this. I'd love to see him put back on gas and rush towards Mutas as well.
I wish we would have seen a little bit more focus fire there on the Banelings. He does take out 2, and the Spinecrawler lives. Another Spinecrawler there at a Rogue, and you can tell that he's really concerned that that Armani hasn't tapped out, right? So the second Spinecrawler is a really expensive investment, if we're being honest. That's just the polite way to call it. But he possibly needed it. Did he cancel it? Oh, he did. Okay, I'm actually very glad that he canceled it.
Yeah, he's got his own Ling Speed on the way as well. And with the hatchery only now just starting for Armani, like Armani's got a long road to recovery. As I said, I think Mutas is the one thing he's going to have to rely on no matter what. Rogue is still Banelingless. He has no roaches, right? He's got 3 queens of spine. He's having to build an extra spine. Oh. There is a path back into this game, but oh man, those sneaky Lings on the other side of the map.
I'm loving it. I know you're not, but I'm loving it because defense from Armani, he's so all in. And that's where the Spinecrawler is going to come in clutch. Now he does Rogue starts building the second Spinecrawler all over again. Good.
If that hatch gets cancelled, that's going to be the problem. If that hatch gets cancelled for Armani, oh, he's actually even just going to go for the base. Okay, Armani's got to pull back right now. Armani's not watching the minimap. His queen gets surrounded.
Oof, by Slowlings, pig. By Slowlings. Feels bad.
You're a slow Zergling, Rifkin.
Got him. You trash talk like a StarCraft player is what you do.
You probably practiced more than me for this match.
Yeah, well, you know, bad-mouthing people is all I'm good at. Ask any social media. Anyways, this means we are going to go to the ace match, which I think is not surprising given how powerful both of our rosters are. I think without even deliberating, everyone can assume what the ace match is probably going to be, but we are going to have to take a break here to deliberate and find out which players we'll be sending out. So stay tuned, guys. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Welcome back, dear War Chest fans. While Pig was eating during the break and slacking off, my team was working really hard to pick a player here for the Ace. And there was a lot of deliberation because we have server pick going into this. And this is actually a really tough one. Just to spoil it really quick for everybody, I'm not going to be that guy who draws this out. It's going to be Clem versus Serral. But for the first time in this team link, I was really feeling Rogue. I had like something in my gut. We have the server advantage. I'm like, let's send Rogue. And everyone on my team agreed except for Rogue. So shows you how terrifying of a player Serral is.
Yeah, man. I mean, if he hasn't got a really well-planned cheese and he is a human, yeah, he knows he's probably going to lose. So, yeah.
I think what's great is I'll see these YouTube comments all the time. I kind of brush them off, but they're like, oh, Serral's not that great. You know, Rogue's a GSO champion. Dark's the best in Korea. Why does everyone give Serral credit? I'm like, look right now. We just had the GSO champion quake in his boots against the Serral pick. When you hear people talk Serral up, yeah, okay, he's had a bad bout recently versus Raynor. He's still like one of the best players in the world, though. But lucky for me, my player's pretty good too. And Clem, it's not that I don't have faith in him. Like I said, it was just something in my gut said Rogue today. I'm very happy to be sending Clem into these Ace finals, though, because Clem did beat Serral the last time. And this is a rematch of the previous Ace between myself and Pig. So not once, but twice have our teams gone the distance full way into game 5.
Yeah, and you know, that last one, Serral went for a bit of an interesting build. He tried to surround Clem's Hellions, and Clem was like the most conservative Hellion player you've ever seen.
Yeah.
And this pack of Lings was like hunting for them, and Serral just could not get the surround on them at all. So he wanted to surround the Hellions and then hit a really hard 1-1 mass Zergling timing on Clem's third base, take out his Marines, SCVs, tank on the low ground, and basically just get a huge advantage from that. Instead, Serral committed to like 60 Zerglings with 1-1 really early, off a pretty weak economy, got nothing done with them, and then he was fighting on the back foot all game long. I don't think he's going to be messing around with anything like that this time. I think Serral knows that he has got to win this map for the team for us to keep our lives up. So I think he's going to hurt your man.
Well, getting into the intros for this Ace match. Spawning here to the bottom left. It's not about us versus them. It's about Serral versus Clem.
Well, I think there needs to be a lot of ferals spammed out there to help this man. If you want to see him win and go through to the next round, if you want to see the War Pigs continue their reign of death and destruction, up here in the top right, representing Ents as well as the War Pigs in the pink, it's Serral.
You know, Pig, I know this is on YouTube. I want to bring a little bit of flavor of Twitch to this, all right? Guys in the chat, if you're rooting for Serral, type 1. And if you're rooting for Clem, type 2. Let's see what the chat's looking like, 1s versus 2s. Who are you guys really cheering for in this one? I love, by the way, that Serral is looking for... What are you, the worst? He's looking for proxies, but I really don't think Clem's the type of player to do this. And my fear is that both of them are going to be really over-predicting what the other will do in this kind of very high-stakes situation. I mean, there's literally thousands of dollars on the difference of winning versus losing this single game.
Definitely a massive difference. And best of one, very unforgiving. So you've got to really walk a tightrope here, not play too overly safe against your opponent. At the same time, you don't want to get caught out by a cheeky attack. So I think scouting is going to be at a premium. It's going to be the most just important thing to keep track of what your opponent is up to. And I'm actually expecting Clem to play a rather straightforward style this game. I wouldn't be surprised to see Hellion Banshee.
I think what's really key about this, because I mean, I don't feel like we need to explain this to anybody who's watching this. You are getting the most premium of premium StarCraft. So I assume you know a little bit about the players, but just in case you guys don't, like Clem and Serral seriously are matched the mechanics and like reaction timings and skill. They're just so above the rest out there, right? I don't think anyone has a clear advantage going into this. Maybe Clem.
Well, Clem, he's shown he can take down Serral and Raynor, like in big best of 5 series recently, right? Like I wouldn't say he's beating them more than 50% of the time by any means, but there have been times where he comes out and he like smashes a best of 5 against a Raynor, occasionally against a Serral. Not very often, but you know, he's definitely shown he can go toe to toe.
Right, and that for me is exactly where this goes to. I think we're gonna get a really nice juicy game out of it. Like, if this is over in like under 10 minutes, not only am I gonna feel sad, the viewers are gonna straight up be robbed, because like these guys are too good to die that early against one another.
You know, now you're just getting me worried, Graham. Seriously, dude. Like, the more you say this, I'm like, oh, we're gonna jinx it, aren't we? Like, we're gonna see an armory go down. It's gonna be like a battle cruiser hell battle in or something, and Serral's just gonna bop it. Or, ooh, get out of here! Tryhard Reaper Micro, get out of here!
Pig, only tier 3 subs are allowed to use my real name. Thank you very much.
Well, I'm in your diamond tier of your Patreon page, so I thought I was allowed. Is that not?
Oh boy, we're gonna get into some bad territory here. Okay, Reaper died. That sucks, because as you had just pointed out, scouting's huge in this matchup, for both players. So Clem losing that Reaper is gonna really suck. He's gonna have a lot less power to poke at the front line with. You can see the Hellions go in and dip out. They don't really accomplish much. But the fact that he's got a Liberator coming up behind this should get him into the main where the.
I mean, there's an armory coming down, so it's gonna be a Hellbat potential. I really want to see another Queen power up here. Serral's a little bit light on Queens. They're the most important unit against Hellbats. Yeah.
There's a lot of 2s in the chat, by the way, Peg. I hate to break it to you.
What can I say? I mean, we live in a godforsaken era of people who just want to see the hot new thing. They don't care about...
Dog! That Overlord was so close to getting out of range at 1 HP. Like, that was one shot of difference before it was gone. But yeah, he's on the starport pushing without a tech lab. No one's building a medevac this early. You know that it's going to be a Liberator. So the Spore Crawlers will come down very appropriately so out of Serral. And I like the angle on the Spore Crawlers too, actually.
There's still not that many Queens, and it's going to be 8 Hellbats in a second here. Just Zergling. No spine. I mean, the Liberator in the main will get shut down pretty quickly. The drone's being pulled behind the third base. Good spready on the Queens at the third. He's got to keep pulling those. Yeah, lovely spready. Good micro from Serral. And he's going to just, pull those Queens around. Lure the Hellbats. Hey, guess what, Hellbats? Chase the Queen. Chase the one Queen. Don't actually kill a single thing.
Hopefully you, unlike Serral, don't get too tunnel vision on this one action, because this Liberator has denied mining for the entire duration of this fight. The amount of money Serral has lost through this engagement is so, like, we're getting close to like 1,000 minerals easily, just from not mining during that entire duration. This Liberator may not have gotten a lot of kills, but it did a lot of damage.
Lost mining time, definitely not what you want to have happen, but honestly, 8 Hellbats, it's a big commitment. That's not free. The upgrades are still on time here for Serral. I don't think he's, oh my god, he's going to win the game automatically now or anything, but, you know, he avoided critical damage.
He would?
He didn't lose a single Queen, and that's really important. He lost very few actual drones. He's got that kind of decent lead in the economy, and I think from here, it's actually reasonably even as far as the Zerg vs Terran setup goes. The 4th base starting right on 6 minutes, though, so chances to still explode ahead economically for Serral.
That's kind of the Zerg MO of this game, though, right? Get that economic lead so you can start throwing bodies at the enemy. And of course, for Terran, the idea is, well, you're never going to match that, so you just have to play super cost efficiently around it. And I love that dynamic and hate that dynamic at the same time. I feel like that's what causes a fair bit of upset fans when it comes to talking about Zerg.
Well, it's if they get too much of a lead, it looks silly, right? If they get too much of a lead.
To see 100 Banelings than it is to see the 3,000 minerals the Terran's ahead by, right?
Well, that worker advantage is starting to get mighty large right now. A 5th base and a macro hatch about to go down. This move out has been spotted. Serral doesn't have any Banelings yet, though. Baneling speed needs to start up, and it goes immediately. Baneling speed comes in. This is a funky little push from Clem. I would call that a ballsy push. It's like, I got a few Marines in a tank. Please be afraid of me.
So this Liberator is so baller, by the way. Finally goes down, but that thing killed like another 2 drones on top of all the passive damage that's done this game, I guess you could say. Usually you don't see it. Like you said earlier, that Liberator should have been cleaned up right away. I was expecting it to be cleaned up right away. That got so much value.
Well, this Ling run by really not taking advantage. I think it could have got in and killed a bunch of SCVs. Finally, Serral goes into the mineral line of the 3rd base.
Friendly fire is going to be a real son of a for Clem. He doesn't skip any to it, though. A lot of this
lots
dead in one more shot.
Lots wounded. Hopefully he gets him on the follow-up. +2 melee starts. Carapace has not kicked in just yet, and Serral's creep spread is not that massive just yet. Oh, I love the delay on these barracks on the third base. Banelings take out the depots, and barracks does get cancelled there.
What?
This is awesome. Horus!
Oh, Horus!
No,
Horus! He's the new Emil!
Oh,
Luckily,
no.
he's a good guy. He left immediately, realizing, okay, cool. So nobody getting really hung up here. Engagement still tough on creep. You know, Clem's got to do a lot of work here. You can't let Serral have this much territory to engage with. But the time it takes to clear the creep, he's distracted. He's not looking at the Ling run by. He's not looking for the Spire. So I hope Clem doesn't focus too much on one location, and these Lings are going to find the depot down.
Ling's going in the ball. They're getting a nice wrap around. The Siege Tank's going to go down in the wall.
Oh, he's attacking. He's attacking.
This is so insane, both sides, man. I think Serral's bought enough time here on the front. He's got to get the drones out of there. He's not going to be able to bust out with this first wave. There's such a good spread on those Marines.
Oh, yeah. Without the Mutas to take advantage of that spread, there's not many left over, but there's enough. That tank on the high ground, too, still protection. He drags back. I mean, as long as he focuses down the Banelings, this is a good trade for Clem. Look at that
This is so annoying.
stutter step.
Get rid of those tanks. Oh, thank the Lord. The tanks are finally gone. And with that, I think Serral can maybe start to stabilize. His Lings aren't up there and helping, though. These Queens.
It's a battle of heals. It's like 8 medevacs versus like 5 Queens and full transfuses. But the Marines push through. Transfuse it before you translose it, Serral.
Oh, 2 medevacs go down there, though. That may have been an overextension for Clem. I'm not quite sure. Time for Serral to run by. Clem's just going to keep rallying across the map here, and Serral is not quite set up for it. He does have an upgrade advantage on his 2-2, but only a few seconds, sorry.
Oh, he's getting hit from behind, too. The Banelings are a lot better this time around. There's no tanks to fall back to.
I don't know, though. This is still so close. You can't drone right now. Serral just needs to hit the Ling Bane production, and he needs to have a 5th base somewhere going up in the north side of the map. And I really think he needs to keep doing run-bys. He's doing little Ling pokes, but I mean, Clem here is just being so ambitious with this moving forward. I think Serral, if he can get a handful of Mutas out, he needs to just shut this down. Clem is being way too aggressive.
I also think Serral's playing a little bit scared. This one siege tank, he could have easily surrounded that. I don't think he realized how little the numbers were.
Yeah. These little Ling run-bys aren't finding anything. He's going to send a Baneling run-by around to hit the 3rd mineral line. But Clem's got a 4th base almost finished up here. And the problem is that Serral can't find room to get to the next stage.
And that Baneling run-by, by the way, won't be that hot. It's going to have to take out the depots, right? Catches some Marines, actually. So kind of hot at the end of the day. That was Clem's reinforcement line. No more reinforcements. No more front line. Oh, Clem, you got to get it together, man.
The creep spread is the one thing that Serral has not been able to get out as far as he'd like, and especially after losing Queens earlier in this game, he has been struggling, and that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate because, I mean, Clem's not going to let up. Clem is the guy who will also, he will get overly aggressive.
Yeah, and he's got to pick, oh man, you can see Clem's like a little bit complacent there. He almost move commanded into a bunch of Banelings pig. I'm losing my over here. This is like the most I've ever been invested in a StarCraft 2 match in years.
I think now with the Mutas out, the control is finally there. Serral can heave a sigh of relief. He's navigated past the scariest part of the game. And this is a Terran who is just really relying on that aggression. This is not Clem sitting back on 80 workers. It's a 60 SDV Terran who wanted to put Serral in the dirt early. He's completely skipped missile turrets, and now he's going to pay the price for that. These Mutas going to do some drive-bys, picking off SCVs in the bases. Nice play by Serral, who's up to 81 workers behind this.
In fair play to Clem, though, he does have +3 weapons coming up. That's a pretty nice tech to, lead to have, but also noting that, unfortunately, with the way things have been going, he has not been playing that kind of cost-efficient Terran we were talking about before. Also, you kind of forget Liberators actually do damage once in a while in anti-air mode. He almost kills all the Mutas, but they can just
I think that was almost really bad for Serral, but it ends up being okay for Serral, and goodbye barracks on the low ground, a bunch of depots. Yeah, Serral is back in control of this game. Infestation pits on the way. The creep is going everywhere across this map. Serral is getting so big right now. He's even got the rich gas mining. Clem's going to push out with what? With what? A handful of Marines. You can't just win with one unit, you basic Terran players.
I mean, he is up in supply when it comes to army going into this fight. But my thing is, that's a lot in medevacs, not a lot in tanks.
Look at the Ling run by.
Edition.
Yeah, I mean, Serral's just buying time on the front. His Ling run by gets in on the production, and that's going to be...
This is brutal.
Yeah. That's going to be a lot of SCVs falling in that base. Clem does react pretty quickly. At the same time, the Ling Bane Muta unstaged.
Oh, Clem was looking at the wrong spot. The Ling Rumbite did so much more damage to the front line than I think even Cyril anticipated. Clem falling apart here at the seams. GG. Oh,
that is what happens. You can't take him down twice. He snuck the map last time, not this time, man. The naughty finger. Clem, I mean, that was a scary moment pushing that fourth base. I tell you, Cyril's pretty stressed out. I am sure of that. But I'm sure he's also got a good bit of relief in his chest after that one. We barely survived. Well, GG's, man.
Speaking of relief, it is sad that my team goes down. But I am also a little grateful because it's still 4:25 a.m. where I live, which means I can go back to sleep.
Welcome to my world, Rifkin.
Well, guys, I am sadly out. There's no double elimination or anything like that. It was an absolute pleasure being part of this. And Pig, I couldn't have lost to a better team. GG's. I'll just leave it there because anything else is salty.
Well, you may have lost the match, but I think you've won a lot of people's hearts with the case and the just in case that you brought. I'm gonna, I mean, if I lost this match, I don't think I'd ever live that one down, but at least I've got a little bit of dignity left after looking inside that briefcase. But GG, well played, mate. I mean, we had some great matches. You took down some amazing teams. I think this has been one of the closest team leagues ever, so I'm hoping we get a repeat season next year.
Yeah, I really, Blizzard, if you're listening, please do season 2. This is the most I've ever felt invested in StarCraft in like the 8 years I've been streaming. It's been so fun. Thank you guys for having us on. Wardy probably wants us to start sending us out though, because we've got more matches coming. Next up is Roddy versus Nate, the Tank Toppers versus Big Brain No Pain. I'll see you guys later.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the StarCraft 2 War Chest Team League. I'm Nathanius, joined by Rotterdam, as we make our way into the second playoff match. Kevin, it's 4 in the morning. I'm feeling pretty good. I'm pretty excited for what should be a fantastic series. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I had a very exhausting day yesterday. Actually, hang out with one of your players for a bit. He gave me a beating, kind of beat me without his glasses on. Good old Big Gabriel. But you know what, Gabe? Or you know what, Nate? I corrupted him a little bit. I saw him walking around with a curlich late at night. So I think at least one of the players of your team, I don't have to worry about it. But yeah, I'm doing good. I'm really excited for today. Just fun, man. Like that first clan war we just saw, or the team battle, already really fun. At one point, I started to believe a little bit in Clem, but then I was like, nah, you can never ever dub Jonas Atala unless he goes up against my ace, maybe down the line. But I'm feeling it. I'm ready. I mean, regular season was fun, but it was all for nothing if it ends here. So I'm pumped. I'm a little nervous. I'm ready to be ultra biased, and I'm ready to get my revenge on you, Nate, because I remember what you did to us in the regular season. None of that anymore.
I just want to thank you, Kevin, because as good as your team is, especially that win against you, really helped pull us up over everybody else to stay in it. Especially considering that we didn't even play on the last day of the league, but it is really cool. I think that I could score maybe a little bit of revenge here, because I was hoping that you guys were going to be able to keep Rifkin out so that we could get in a little bit earlier, not have to stay up and watch as many of the games to know that we were through. But I'm really excited for this. The first match that we have lined up is honestly, it's looking like it's going to be a banger, and there's not going to be any extra ping. There's not going to be any lag questions for this one. This should just be, perhaps a clown fiesta, as they used to say in the day, Kevin.
I know. SOS gives me some Zest vibes every now and then, where it's like, they don't look like the cleanest, most flawless Protoses out there, but they're obviously damn good at winning games. But I'm feeling pretty good about this overall. I think the lineups this time look a lot better for us than last time. When we went up against each other in the regular season, I was like, okay, I can actually see this going really bad. Hopefully it didn't. Then it did end up going really bad, and you took us down 3-1. But, regular season is just the regular season. You know how it goes with all those American sports. Every now and then in the regular season, we see the day out. I give my stars some rest for the playoffs, because that is all that matters. TVP, you and me, first match. Let's get it on. I'm so ready.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm super stoked. We got Bunny versus SOS loading into Death Aura. I'm like staring at that loading bar, and it gets that 70% in StarCraft. And you're like, please, let's go, let's get it done. We are loaded in, we're ready to go, and the tank toppers are ready to kick some ass. In the bottom right, we got the teal tank top toss. He is SOS.
In my eyes, you're already down 0-1. He's playing under a barcode. What is that? Oh my goodness. In the top left side, look at the main base of our Korean Terran player. My Korean spirit animal, as I like to call him. No brain, no pain, but a very orange bunny.
Well, I'm not going to argue with you on the barcode aspect, Kevin. Although I will say he is one of the small handful of players that would at least have a legitimate reason to use one, if not for the fact that he has an easily identifiable clan tag that negates that. So, yeah, I don't know about that one.
Now, in the regular season, we had a TVT for Bunny when we went up against you guys, and he didn't look that great in that one. That was on Death Aura as well, but Bunny kind of got bopped by Hero Marine. Didn't really look like one of his finer games of the season, but he has said many times in our Discord, Roddy, give me Protoss. Please give me Protoss. And then obviously, Raynor and Solar are very important. They have a lot to say about the maps. Drogo is a real team player. He's like, I'll play whatever you guys don't want to play, whatever makes you guys happy. But this should be a little bit better. Now, of course, I think a lot of fans will look at this and be like, well, Roddy, might be a TVP, but I still think SOS is the favorite here. I understand people would feel that way, but I truly believe that Bunny knows how to win in this specific matchup. I think he's one hell of a TVP player in general. I think it's going to get scrappy, Nate. It's going to get feisty, but I've got a good feeling about my boy.
You say that, but SOS, there's two things that I've noticed between all of his games in this tournament, and it's the big one has been the base trades, and the other one has been against the Terran players. It's been getting into some crazy games, using lots of Dark Templar, ninja bases, and for all the comments that people have said over the years about base trading Terran, I don't believe that applies to SOS. Like, he has been an instrument of chaos, so to speak, throughout this league, and I think has, you know, win or lose, given some of the most wild, entertaining games. So Bunny's gonna need to really be on top of his game. Going for this one base opener, I think, is quite interesting. It's gonna be very difficult if his initial Widow Mine, or I don't know if this is gonna be like a one mine with like 6 Marine drop or something like that, but this doesn't really give you a whole lot of options for moving out of this. It seems like he's expecting almost an Oracle with that Widow Mine position that he has, but it's gonna take a while before he could even go for something like a drop if that's what his plan is.
Yeah, I gotta admit, I'm not a fan of these kind of builds, actually, the one that Bunny is busting out here. I talk a lot with the boys, but I don't really talk about strategy. You know, I'm not gonna tell Bunny to play a certain way, because Bunny's gonna be like, get the hell out of here, Roddy. What do you really know compared to me? And I'm like, you know what, Bunny? Good point. I should not tell you how to play. So it is going to be an armory opening, so it's a 1-base cloaked mine. Now, maybe I like that a little bit better, because I do see the Twilight Council already, but this is an excellent hallucinated Phoenix Scout by SOS. He's not only going to see the mines, he's going to see the armory as well. So I'm expecting the Robo to go down almost immediately. Maybe this still has some potential, but please, it's so important for Bunny that he gets these mines in the mineral lines immediately, because if he doesn't get one in both mineral lines, I really don't think this opening is that good, because he's still a 1-base Terran, Nate. What a Thor? What are we? What is
Nani? I got nothing for that. Okay, well, you know, honestly, if you told me, like, Nate, I'm still asleep right now and this is just my dream and I'm about to wake up in like 20 minutes at 3 in the morning to cast, maybe, but
this is big.
Thor.
This is still very big, though, because that Robo isn't even done yet. And now we already have 2 mines in the natural probes. Can't really go back yet. Second mine is going to fire, so now at least SOS can mine from it a little bit. Get those mines into the main base. Wow, he had... Okay, he's got 2. One of them didn't fire yet inside of the medevac. Bunny is now moving to the other side of the map with a Marine Thor army. And he's putting a lot of boys as well. So you can repair that Thor for days. And SOS has no idea that this is happening. The Widow Mine's going down into the main base. What a bizarre build by our boy Bunny.
Bizarre is definitely a good way to put it. Yeah, he's flying a Thor across the map at 4 minutes and 50 seconds. I mean, he doesn't have a whole lot of units. He's adding more stalkers. He does have blink. He does have the shield battery.
We need to kill that battery.
Aaron flooding in, but
we need to kill that battery. Kill that battery. Mate, please kill the battery. If he doesn't kill the battery, okay, he's gonna go for the pylon instead. Whatever he does, he needs to kill it. He's going to unpower it. Please kill that pylon or anything. Now he's just gonna fight the units. I guess there is no overcharge available. I'm not exactly sure what's happening. All right, well, I'm starting to believe in Big Daddy Thor over here, even though, of course, Bunny is ultra all in. There is blink, of course, for these stalkers, and there is one more safety shield battery. A force field could go down as well. Nate, what is this build? Oh, no! Oh, my goodness.
Well, this is absolutely wild. He is desperately trying to get the Immortal out, but there's just so much, there was so much meat with this type of attack between all the SCVs, the Marines, and that Thor with its high hit point pool. He needs to clear out the workers before he can actually kill the Thor with the repair capacity there. And as you were calling out earlier, Kev, I was wondering where the hell the shield battery overcharge is. There it is, finally coming up, but Thor DPS is nothing to scoff at. As long as he has money, the SCVs are going to be able to repair a lot.
Look at that battery overcharge go, even though the SCV is still kind of going strong. Now all the probes are being pulled as well. SOS knows that all he needs to do is just clean this up. The Immortal goes down. What a snipe. And now there is a medevac as well with some more micro potential. I think Bunny is actually getting it done with a Thor rush, even though he's still super all in and the SCVs are becoming very annoying. Please, oh my god, the Thor is so low. No, the medevac is so low.
That's illegal. There's another Thor. Go away. Okay, well, there's not a bunch of SCVs to repair at this time. I think you get the probes inside the base, let that Thor chew on a gateway. And I think, honestly, the thing I'm most happy about is he still got a 10-worker lead, and he never killed the natural expansion. So for everything that he did, that attack was definitely keyed in on winning the game right in that single moment. But pretty much all he can do is, yeah, pull more SCVs, because that Thor, as strong as it can be, the Stalkers will happily bully it all day if he doesn't get everything else up to snuff. And if he ever gets the money to build another Immortal, I don't see any way that Bunny's going to be able to crack him here.
No, and now there is, of course, another overcharge available as well. If it's not available yet, it will be available soon. The forward Blink, SOS ultra confident. He's going to dive on top of this door as well. And sure, a couple stalkers go down, but it doesn't matter. GG gets called. Ay, ay, ay.
I want whatever coffee Bunny had for breakfast, man. What the That's, I feel like some people are going to be scratching their heads about some Thor rushes that might be happening on the ladder this week. I'm not 100% sure. I definitely was sweating it though when he got into the main base. I didn't see the energy for the overcharge on the shield battery, and all I could think to myself was, not like this, not with a Thor rush on one base.
I mean, that Immortal survived for so long. It got so many additional shots off. Perfect use, actually. I mean, at first I thought he should have really overcharged in the natural, but SOS is like, nope, we're gonna save that for the main. Every second that goes by is, of course, a good one for SOS because he's on 2 bases, has the double chrono available as well, had a worker lead. I mean, really cool build by Bunny, and it does make me sad that all the mines got picked off, because it does really feel that if this just lines up a little bit better, and at least there is still one more mine active that you have to worry about as well, then that mine shot could potentially be big. I mean, cool build, just didn't work out. Well done, Nate. Well done to SOS. Congrats.
Thank you, Kevin. And I'll always give a tip of the hat to creative strategies that come out of Terran players. I think there's definitely a world where if SOS did any sort of aggressive build, it would be pretty easy for like those early mines to get a catch. And if he grabs a proxied Oracle or something like that, all of a sudden there's no way he's going to have detection for all of the mines back at his base, and then I can see this snowballing in a real ugly way. But I'm feeling pretty good about the next map we're going into. Nice little rematch, but we did get server preference for this one, so we've got it on US West. Maru going up against Petit Drogo, and his result wasn't too shabby the last 2 times that these players went head to head. Kev.
No, last time, I mean, it wasn't a total disaster. It just didn't really work out for Drogo. He couldn't really buy the time that he needed. Of course, this is going to be a difficult one for us. It always is going to be. Your first round pick, Maru, going up against Drogo. Now, I do not think that Maru is the god he was when he won those 4 GSLs in a row, but he's still Maru. And even a Maru out of shape is still one of the best players in the world. And I'm not even sure if he's like completely out of shape. I don't know. It's going to be tough for us. There's no other way to spin it. Oh man, I'm a bit hurt.
Have 2 really good players left.
Of course. Even if we would somehow fall 0-2 here, which is possible, it's within the realm of possibilities. Then I don't think we are out by any means. That Thor rush. It would have been so cool if Bunny would have pulled it off. But hey, those are...
I wouldn't even have been mad about that. That would have been awesome.
I mean, those are the kind of builds we do want to see, right? Like, it's playoffs, it's a best of 1, and that's the kind of stuff that we want to see players bust out. Clearly a build that he prepared, and it got pretty close. At one point, I started to believe it, but maybe the Marines were a bit too far forward. I would have preferred the Thor to always be in the front, rather than the Marines, because then the Marines started going down, and then even probes are going to be hard to pick off at that point.
Yeah, certainly had the opportunity to roll into a lot of momentum if you have a 400 health unit inside your opponent's main that they cannot kill because of mass repair. But we're loaded into game number 2, leading the series in the top right, the teal tank top Terran. He is Maru.
And in the bottom left side, we're looking at the main base of the French Protoss, normally representing Team Raise Your Edge. Today, he's all no pain, no brain. It is Drogo. Well, the other way around. Somebody yesterday came up to me when I was at the opening of one of the new locations that Take TV is going to run some cool events in the future. Somebody's like, Roddy, what happened on that final day? It seems like your boys went all no brain, no brain, all the pain. I was like, yeah, that's a pretty good way to sum it up. I mean, it's starting to feel a little bit rough because we have now technically lost 8 out of the 9 last maps we have played in this War Chest Team League. But it's all good. Regular season is done. This is going to be a difficult one, but I will still believe. I truly believe that my boys can win it all today. This wasn't the start I was hoping for. But Nate, maybe Drogo can step up when it matters the most. Nobody's going to remember those regular season defeats if he defeats Maru here in the playoffs.
Those are the truest words ever spoken, Kev. It's time for the playoffs. Everybody's back to a 0-0 record, and it's all about who can step up in these last moments. These games have been absolutely crazy, and I'm not gonna say that Maru can't be beaten, because I think he might actually still have some trauma emotionally from the map he played against Estrella last week. After Supernova teed it off for everybody else, like, all right, just one more person get the dub this time, and everything's gonna be okay. We can at least force the ace, and we couldn't make it happen. So the volatility is definitely there. I think it's a fair criticism that people have brought against the team, but I think it's still valuable enough to have these players that can break out these X Factor moves. And Maru did promise us he'd get a bit more serious if we made it into the playoffs. So I don't think it's going to be necessarily off the table to see him as an ace match option. And I'm really excited about this match because of that. Everybody was getting super amped up about this, and I tried to make that reminder. I'm like, guys, at this point, every single match that you win is going to be a pretty significant increase in the amount of prize pool as well that players are going to be getting.
Yeah, this playoffs is definitely where I feel like players like Maru and Rogue are suddenly a little nicer to have on your team. Even though Rogue didn't play the ace match in the previous match we just saw, but I always feel like whenever you pick those superstars that have pretty much won it all, it's like in the regular season, I'm not sure how much you can really rely on them. In the playoffs, they should always be there because that's kind of what they live for. Now, Drogo does pick up a SCV with his first Adept, and that's a pretty decent start. I don't think he actually ever shaded on top of the ramp. Now, there wasn't that much to see there. He saw it a bit earlier, but I think he's expecting a factory follow-up, and that is indeed the case.
Yeah, it's got to be... it's hard for me to imagine a world where, like, Maru's like, I'm going to start breaking out super crazy weird builds. I think he has really tried to force a lot of games to, like, a more standard place in the mid-game throughout this tournament. I think, like, that game I mentioned against Estrella kind of drilled that home despite all the damage he took. Like, his goal was, I'm going to still take this game long. I just want to get to a place where I can be in a good macro position. And he wasn't able to make it happen there, but I expect him to take this in a cool, methodical...
Sorry, mate.
He got out. Okay, jailbreak.
No, he will never get out here. This is a dead Reaper if I've ever seen one.
He got all the info that he possibly could, at least. Not anything to scout, but...
You know what I'm seeing so far? I'm seeing a hat trick in kills. Okay, Drogo picks up the SCV, picks up the Heli, and he picks up the Reaper. What more could I possibly wish for? He knows what he's going up against. Hasn't dropped a single worker yet. Going up to 3 bases now. Maru also going up to 3 bases. I actually kind of like to see that. So it's not one of these devastating 2-base pushes that can end the game immediately. I'm kind of feeling this start for Drogo. So far, he's playing a very clean game. I'm a bit surprised to see how quickly he's taking all the gases in the natural. I wouldn't have minded maybe some double upgrades, and you know what? I guess he just wants to get tech units out ASAP.
I think that makes a lot of sense, though. You know, Maru's, if he's known for anything, for the most part, it's either the aggression or the micro. Both kind of go hand in hand. So, yeah, the Robotics Bay and the Forge startup. I was kind of expecting him to play a little bit more on the tech side because... that was definitely one of the things that helped Estrella lock down that game against Maru. I think everybody probably took a look at that game, studying him at least in this league for any PVT series that he might play. So I like that. I similarly agree with you on Maru playing a little bit more of a greedy economic style. Give himself all the tools that he needs. Don't get caught off guard by some slightly faster than normal Colossus or Disruptor timing and find himself on the back foot without the ability to get the tech out that he needs. I trust him in a macro game for many obvious reasons. So I don't think there's any reason to push the envelope past where it needs to be until he feels like he can really start laying it on Drogo.
Of course, I mean, you can never count Maru out, and Maru obviously doesn't have like the worst start ever here. But I actually think if this was, let's say, Drogo against any European Terran that's like not Clem, I'd be like, well, I actually I feel this start.
If this was Hero Marine playing right now and Drogo got this start off on him, I'd be like, okay, yeah, no, he's in a good spot for sure. He got the third base, at 420. Like, he's got a really good economic position. And Maru's going to scan the natural, not seeing the Colossus come out.
No, but he did see all the gases up and running, and I think that's a bit of a tell, right? Because if you scan Zest's natural here, he still has no gases there. And then you know he's got 14 gateways and double forge. And a little bit of a Zest bank, of course. Now, Drogo has his stocks in a good position as well. He's trying to be annoying. It's kind of difficult, of course, to get these pickups here. We are playing on the American West server, so it's a little bit better for Maru than it is for Drogo. But at least Drogo knows exactly what's going on. It is so nice to delay this push a little bit, though. Even if you don't get any kills, who cares? These are very valuable seconds that Drogo is winning because he's got a Templar Archives going at home. He's actually gonna maybe just run into that middle line, get maybe a couple SCVs and then recall the Stalkers home. I wouldn't hate it. Just don't lose him against the tank and Marauders.
Well, he's going to try and get the siege tank, so the Marauders are going to be allowed to blow up quite a few of Drogo's Stalkers on the other side of the map. I don't know that that's necessarily worth the whole siege tank there. Cav Stalkers are not going to be cheap to replace. Drogo, feel free to feed us as many of those as you'd like.
Oh, he wipes in one High Templar, though. We could potentially get a feedback on the Raven. Can we get the feedback? Drogo knows where the army is. He's forcing the siege very far away. Interference Matrix does land. Feedback is a little bit too late. Drogo, just disengage, please. Get away with those... What? Okay, why are you staying around so long? What?
Well, everything that's not the Colossi dies in a painful flurry of bullets and grenades flying through the air. As the two Colossi do come back from that interference matrix, they can at least fall back onto the shield battery. But Kevin, just with the amount of damage that he's done on this army and the fact that he got his third base secured while also delaying a possible fourth from Drogo, I'm feeling a whole lot better about this position for Maru now.
Yeah, both exchanges were incredibly good for Maru indeed. On the top side of the map, 4 Stalkers for a tank. You'll take that. And then this fight went very well. Drogo, why are you so eager to fight? You don't have any Zealots, you don't have an Archon. Now he's going to have to micro his absolute heart out with these Colossus, and he is at least keeping them alive for now. But he is losing so much in the process. Why is Drogo so eager to fight?
Yeah, definitely losing on the losing side of these trades. The Colossi have the potential to deal with a lot of bio, but the siege tanks provide a great anchor. And like you said, he's kind of been bleeding out his forces on his way to try and make what looks like is going to be a big push. But now he's down about 20-30 supply.
Yep, well, the unit's lost resource stab doesn't lie there. Drogo has now lost 2,400 resources more in this game. Oh, like that fight could have been so sick if he would have just put that single High Templar that was only there for the feedback. Maybe walk that forward alone, try to land the feedback on the Raven, or I don't know if he had a Prism there already or not, but then drop that High Templar out. But now he took the fight after basically oh my goodness, loses the Prism 2 with a couple units inside of it. But he took the fight without either of his Colossi really being able to contribute anything there, because both of them were being affected by the interference matrix, and he still kind of stood around. I all of a sudden hate this incredibly much, Nate.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to see what appears to be a pretty in-shape Maru from the looks of this game so far. Obviously playing very well with the help of the server advantage. I'm not going to pretend that isn't a thing, but he's looking very good in every department that I could try to measure him in right now. Big army, big push at this third. I don't even know that he necessarily has to attack this. He's got a 4th command center. He could try to expand. He could try to take the big game, but there may be an opportunity for him to try to close it out here as well. Vikings are going to go forward to poke. There's not any Stalker presence to defend them, so the bio is just going to try and kite back behind it.
Okay, this is actually a really good fight for Drogo. He keeps all of his Colossi alive, picks up the Vikings there as well. He used Battery Overcharge and walked one of his Colossi back to it so it could get healed again, and it never really was in any danger of dying. Of course, this is still just a 3-base Drogo against a 4-base Maru pretty much at this point, but maybe if we can get a Prism... No, he's going to re-expand, so Drogo's actually just going to go to the other side of the map, but Nate, he has no way to reinforce his army.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest problem right now for Drogo. There's no Warp Prism on the map. There's nary a gateway in sight of the 3rd or 4th base for Maru to try and throw a bunch of Zealots in after. So he does have one wave that's arriving to join the army right now. However, all of it together to be able to completely shut this down, I'm not 100% sure that's going to be possible. Planetary's not done yet, though, so he does have a little bit of a limited space to move the bio around the Colossi if he does have to fight.
Alright, Drogo tried to go for a fancy blink there, snipe a Viking or two, but that didn't really work. A lot of units are clumped up. This is a good moment for the Colossi to get a couple swipes off. I really wouldn't hate it. Yeah, maybe with a Guardian Shield, this is kind of when you want to fight, even though there is so little to buffer for it. Imagine a Prism being able to wipe in 5 or 6 Zealots here. That really would change this battle. But at this point, Drogo is just losing all of his valuable units, and he gets thrown back into the Stone Age, where all he's left with is like 7 Zealots.
Yeah, Maru pulled the SCVs off of that 4th base, realizing, I think, that there wasn't a Prism and there were no Zealots in the army, really. So he's like, okay, We'll let the SCVs soak up the Archon and Colossi hits while the Vikings and the Marines get up on top of everything else. And resetting that tech helps in a big, big way. Don't know if your boy got his storm research done, but he does have ghosts already prepared. EMPs are going to land on Drogo's forces to take that energy out and get the tank toppers up 2-0.
All right. Congratulations to Maru. Maru obviously did what Maru had to do there, and that is get the important W for your team. I didn't hate the start of Drogo, but I felt it all started to go wrong when he made that one move with the 5 Stalkers. I think if he was there 2 seconds earlier, he could have maybe blinked into the middle line. You get 4 or 5 SCVs, you recall at home. Those Stalkers will help out in the initial defense. But then losing 4 out of 5 Stalkers for just a single siege tank. And then that fight at the bottom, that was honestly, I think, the game-deciding fight already, where the idea was very obvious. He wants to feed back the Raven, and then he can actually get a pretty decent fight there. Instead, what happens is that he feedbacks the Raven after double interference matrix goes down, and then my initial thought is just, run! Like, get out of there! But then the Stalkers are just like, what up, Bio? And they're standing there, I'm like, no! Like, don't what up the Bio over here! Like, get out! And I think that's kind of where it all went downhill for Drogo.
Yeah, it's very hard, especially with, as you pointed out, the interference matrix, getting both of those down was so important. And getting the early High Templar is not cheap either, Kev, right? Like, you're going for that feedback, and that feedback would make it worth it, but not being able to deny those 2 interference matrix. You spent one of your warp pins in 150 gas, and he wasn't really at a place where he was going to be going for storm or having time to get the energy up. So that brings us to, I think, what gives us a pretty interesting place. I would like one more upset from my boy Supernova. If I could get something, you know what I mean? A little help. I'm excited. I'm excited for this. Very stressful game, no matter what happens here for the Zerg.
Yes, I mean 2-0 is one hell of a start for you. At this point, you basically have 3 match points, but I still have my first 2 picks to go. Reynor, of course, was my first round draft pick. Solar was my second round draft pick, and I generally couldn't believe that he was still available by the time I could pick again, because this was like picks 15, 16, I think at this point. So a rough start, but I'm going to shake it up, Nate. We have lost 9 out of the last 10 matches I've casted in this Team League. I want it to end, and it should end here. Even though Submarine is a tricky map, but I still absolutely believe in the boys. No brain, no pain. Let's get it on. Solar Reynor for the W from way behind. I will never give up, Nate.
And I don't think that you should. Those are definitely 2 incredible players that I think we're going to have a hell of a mountain to climb if we want to win this one without going to an ace match, Kev. In the top left, we have the teal tank top Terran. He is Supernova.
And in the bottom right side, obviously a match where this young man is favored, but there is some pressure on his shoulders now as well, because if he loses, it will be all over for us, which would be an absolute shame after we had such a damn strong start to the regular season. Bottom right side, hailing from Korea, our Zerg player. No brain, no pain, Solar. Like, I should be incredibly confident for this match, and I kind of am, but at the same time, I really hate this, because it's like tournament live on the line. And Nate, I planned for a long day. I was talking to Gabe yesterday. I was like, Gabe, normally I'd stick around and I could drive home in the morning, but I can't. I've got a long day tomorrow. I've got to cast 3 best of 5s. And he looks at me, he's like, hey, you only have 1 best of 5. And I'm like, no, Gabriel. But
I think that's, all competitive parts of this aside, I don't know how much you guys have had of this, but I know a couple of the other captains have mentioned it, and I've definitely experienced it. It's like the team is sort of banded together, over the course of the few weeks with the banter and the memes and the discussions around the maps. And when we were talking about the maps that we were going to play, pretty much entirely, I guess now it doesn't matter. But I strategized the way that we were going to pick the players around the expectation that you would try not to get baited again, like in the last match. So I'm like, there's no way he's going to send Reynor out first, because it's too obvious that I would send Supernova out or something. So I'm like, we'll try to put Supernova in the later half with Hero Marine, and we'll just see if Maru and SOS can crush through whoever the first 2 players that get thrown out were. But But this map was supposed to be played on by Maru, I believe, or it was Hero Marine, and there was like quite a bit of discussion about who was going to play Submarine, because I think it might actually be one of the maps that none of the players on my team have just been a super big fan of. But Supernova was like, you know what? I'll take this one if nobody wants it. No problem at all. I can play any of the maps. So shout out to him for stepping up, because there was a bit of debate on who should come out here. And he just kind of said, look, you guys can all play all the maps that you want, and I'm going to make this a little bit easier for everybody else. So I'm excited to see if he's got anything cool that he's going to be able to bust out here too.
Yeah, well, for me and the prep that we had with the boys, and when it came to discussing on who's going to come out on what map, it was very simple. We wanted to avoid one Doom scenario only, and that is make damn sure Supernova doesn't play Raynor. So we did a lot of debates, and we made 100% sure that didn't happen. And of course, you can never be 100% sure, but we did quite a bit of theory crafting about which players could come out on which map, and eventually we're like, well, guys, as long as we make sure that doesn't happen again, I generally think that we are going to be fine. Because even though Supernova is a good player, and he did take out Neep, so you can't take anything for granted, I generally believe that anybody on my team would have been able to defeat Supernova, and I generally believe that Raynor will defeat whoever the hell he's playing. So, Solar just lost a drone, by the way. Well done there by Supernova. So I was like, if we can just avoid that, worst comes to worst, we'll always get to an ace match. And with an ace match, I have two amazing Zerg players to send out. So that was kind of our idea getting into this team battle.
Yeah, I think that's a perfectly logical way to take it. I won't lie, my initial draft for the lineup did have Supernova playing last, and I was like, maybe shouldn't accommodate everybody's requests all the time, but perhaps a lesson to be learned if we ever run one of these team leagues again. Marine's going to shoot the Overlord. What's the Overlord going to scout? Mech? Big surprise. I don't know why you're sending Overlord in. Is it Battlecruisers or is it Banshees, I guess? It's what flavor of ice cream? It's not really a question of whether you're getting dessert when you're against Supernova.
Well, there is an armory going up as well. Of course, Submarine is a bit of a tricky map. Solar did play a pretty awesome TVZ earlier on this map. I think that was against Special, where it was like, some of these Terran bushes can be hard to deal with. Of course, completely different scenario because it was bio. And then Solar is like, no, guys, don't worry, hold my Soju. And runs to the other side of the map and doesn't even fight the army and just walks into the natural and wins. So I was like, all right, Solar, I think I'm starting to feel this Solar on Submarine thing. Now, it is important that he gets a couple units out. He played it safe with the Roach Warren. That's quite a few roaches.
He's getting pretty... I mean, he stopped at 39 drones. This attack with the Hellbats, I think, is scary, but if he doesn't actually kill a lot with this, there's definitely a big possibility that he could try to bring this back towards the other side, because he's kept the Zerglings alive too.
Solar, I wouldn't have minded a little bit of a concave there, a little bit of micro on a couple of those queens and roaches. In the end, Solar does keep the majority of his units alive. That one low HP queen will stay alive. He already sniped the Banshee as an Overseer showed up in the middle of it as well.
Counter. He's gonna try to kill him.
Which I think is a little risky, and you can say a bit unnecessary, but then I also look at what Supernova has, and I see 2 Hellions, and I'm like, you know what, Nate? Maybe it's okay.
I think with Repair at home, losing these 2 Hellions is actually really, really big.
Yeah.
As I was about to say, with Repair at home and Banshees, the Hellbats themselves can actually fight pretty well. Just the Hellions, I wouldn't say so, but...
Repair is good, Nate, but you know what's better? Transfuse, baby. Let's get it on. 1 queen, super low HP. Please don't lose that queen, because we don't want to make this any closer than it has to be. I mean, obviously, this is a massive commitment by Solar. He's down 10 workers, but he's got one hell of an army. Nate, I don't know about you, but I don't see any bunkers.
No, well, this unfortunately we don't have that bug anymore where Hellbats could go inside of bunkers. That was only for half the patch, I believe. And the bigger problem, of course, is that your boy brought the queens over. Really, really excellent use of that defensive unit, Kevin. I have to say, bringing it inside my base to defend my workers from my own resources. I do appreciate that a lot. 3 Banshees are going to find themselves riding the struggle bus, attempting to deflect this.
Please get the links in.
Around.
Yeah, those Banshees have been doing some decent work on the Queens. Obviously, the Drop Lord micro is cool. Now we get all the Swarm units in the main base, and all we need to do really is snipe those Banshees. One of them got picked up already. The other 2 are incredibly low on HP. Nate, finally, there is some brain and less pain for me.
Well executed attack. I think Supernova definitely fell into a trap there. Went for his Hellbat in. And Solar was just looking at that like, you know what? It looks like he's probably going to try to attack me. I'm going to let him do that and just counter all in. And it worked very well. I like the Banshees for deflecting the early roaches, but he you know, very deliberately got that Overlord speed, not just to scout, but also to bring that big counter attack. And well done on the part of Solar there. Now we get to who I'm gonna pray for all of the power in the world. If every person out there, you know, raise your hands up and channel some energy to our boy, the largest of Gabriels out there, for another big upset in ZVT. I need you to do it now. This is the time. Start now. There's like a minute and a half delay. Just start channeling now.
When I left yesterday, Nate, in Germany, and I was ready to hop into my car and make a nice little drive home at midnight till 3 a.m., I saw lots of energy for Gabe, but that energy was mixed. So I fingers crossed that he actually made it a 5 a.m. night. I don't know anything about it, but that's what I'm hoping for. But even if you...
Are you bringing my boy out? Are you bringing my boy out for a cheeky one the night before his team league match? You son of a...
It wasn't me. That is all Gabriel. Gabriel can't help himself. This man lives for the cheeky ones, the European Pro Tour Weekly and kebabs. That's just kind of the life of Gabriel. I can't stop it. Pillars of Gold is a map that I feel pretty good about when I think of ZVT. I think of Raynor. I think of a lot of quick units running around the map. Think of counterattacks. I am always a bit worried because Hero Marine did defeat Cero a couple weeks ago in this very same competition. But
Kevin, I'll give you a little bit. I'll give you a little bit of extra hope on that one though, because we have seen, I think Gabriel has played a couple of games now on Golden Wall, and we had a lot of practice on that map. I think that map had some pretty advantageous things for the build that he was doing. So I will say Pillars of Gold, the only reason I was hesitant to send Hero Marine out on here, he actually wanted to play this map. That's why he switched with Supernova instead of Submarine. But I'm like, I personally don't think of this as a very good map for Terran versus Zerg, with the way how open that third base is and how prone guys like Raynor specifically are to the big Ling counter attacks. It's very hard to keep units from getting inside your base on this map. It's very hard to get that third completely locked down. So I'm hoping that Gabe had something very special planned for this map and the possibility that he'd be playing against Raynor. So I'm just gonna say fingers crossed, and I'm nervous. I'm shaking in my boots here. This is a big, big map. Because honestly, this could have just ended up being a rematch if Hero Marine loses here anyway. We'll see.
Well, Raynor was the last undefeated player left in this tournament. He was 9-0 at one point, but then he got cheesed by Rogue. Rogue did him dirty with some 16 drone Link floods. So no longer is Raynor undefeated, but I still think he's got the best record overall in this league. I'm obviously feeling pretty good about it. Sent him a little message. I was like, go get him, mate, please. And he's like, as always, Captain, don't you worry. I was like, let's go. Raynor has been actually very invested in the team league. He really wants to shine. I mean, the kid has been doing absolutely fantastic over the last 3-4 months, right? He won DreamHack Europe Masters Summer. That's not the right way to say it, but it's a very long name. And then, of course,
he won.
He won a big tournament, beat Sarah in the final. Then he played a Chinese tournament, beat Sarah in the final again. So Raynor's on the run. But he's like, you know what? Winning individual competitions is fun. Winning a team league, that also sounds pretty fun to this kid. But if we want to do it, Nate, we need one thing and one thing only here, and that's the W.
Amen to that, brother. Here we are, loaded into map number 4 of our playoff round of 6 here at the wonderful War Chest Team League in the Northeast. The teal tank top Terran representing Mouse Sports. He is Hero Marine.
And in the bottom left side, we're looking at the main base of my ace, the player with the best record in this entire War Chest Team League. Normally, he represents Clash. Right now, he's no brain, no pain, lots of Raynor.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. This has been a hell of a match so far, and I do feel like Cosmic Will is bending us towards that ace with the way that the lineups ended up shaking, and I have to admit, definitely some nerves on both sides. I'm gonna withhold some of my braggings until Hero Marine. If Hero Marine gets up like 60 supply, maybe I'll get a little bit cocky. It remains to be seen just yet. But obviously Raynor is, as you said, I mean, he's a stud. He's a stud, Kev. He's absolutely one of, if not the best non-Korean player right now. I think a lot of people would argue that he's number one at the moment, especially with multiple recent victories over guys like Serral. And he doesn't have quite the same vulnerability. As you pointed out, the only guy he lost to was that, I mean, you know, obviously we all know Rogue is just like a cheeser, right? Like, obviously, win big tournaments, Kipo, Kapu, Kapow, but not. I can't say that Reynor feels too bad losing to Rogue of all guys. If you're gonna lose to somebody, he's not the worst option.
No, but that's the thing. He actually does. Because in Reynor's mind, Reynor actually does not think he should be losing to Rogue. And I'm with him. I actually don't think he should be losing to Rogue. Sure, Rogue won the GSL Codes, and that's nice and all. But that tournament doesn't include the other two best players in the world that are Reynor and Serral. I actually think, like, I would pick... If they would play right now at an offline event, I'd pick Reynor over Rogue. Kevin, I genuinely mean that.
Kevin, this is why I love you.
Yeah, I'm biased, but let me be biased.
I'm all for it. Well, actually, yeah. I agree with you. I
genuinely believe it. I am biased, but
people who would love to argue with you about that.
Oh, of course. I know, and they can argue all day. We'll see Katowice 2021, Nate. You know, it's still a couple months away. But I can't wait. Hopefully, we can then all fly around the world again. That'd be beautiful.
If I have one wish for StarCraft, it's that at the very least we can all hang out again for that event. Oh, yep. That would be a hell of a StarCraft tournament comeback for everybody, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, we have 6-7 months to go. I mean, Katowice is always an absolute spectacle already. I just love the format of the tournament. I do generally feel that almost always the best player actually ends up winning Katowice. That's just not a tournament that you win by a lucky run, right? The groups are stacked. The open qualifiers offline are stacked. And then, of course, the playoffs are just insane. So Katowice definitely is.
The morning buffet is stacked.
Yes, Nate. All of it is. Anyway, let's talk about this game a little bit. Pillars of Gold. I don't know if you agree with this or not, but I'm always a bit happy when I see Terran players spawn on the top side of the map. I obviously think of Hero Marine as a bio player, and I have the weird obsession that I generally believe that spawning in the bottom side is better for bio players than it is spawning on the top side, because I think it's easier to micro your Marines to the bottom of the screen. Some people think this is absolute nonsense. Some people are like, you might be onto something. But at least I feel good when I see the spawning positions in this map, Nick.
No, you make a really good point. There is an advantage to this specific spawn in that the add-ons are tucked in the event that, like, Hero Marine was going to get attacked early on, or really at any point. Like, at least those are going to be a little bit safer. But the way that StarCraft 2's camera works, you do see more towards the top of the screen. That's why all those overlays that were at the top of the screen always made the game look weird, because actually blocks out a lot of the vision. You see more as the screen goes towards the top with the way that the camera is angled. So if your opponent is above you, you can actually see more of their armies than if you're looking down on the screen towards them, because of, like, the mini map, unit selection, the interface, and, you know, people spectating. Obviously, our observer interface cuts a lot of that out, but for players, you know, the bottom third of the screen is mostly unusable, vision-wise at least.
Gabe in general is a rock. He doesn't really get moved by many things. Yesterday we played a couple of games on a very unusual setup, I'd say, and I was just like, man, this is so difficult for me to play on. He's like, oh yeah, I can pretty much play perfect everywhere. I was like, well, Gabe, that's one hell of a skill to have. I definitely.
You said, Gabe, here, have another. Good luck with your match tomorrow. Cheers to the tank toppers, huh? Is that what you were saying? You damn traitor.
No, nothing like that. But Gabe is a very confident man, but he's also humble when he has to be. And he did say, like, I'll probably be the underdog. As Reynor is going to go for a little surround and grabs a couple of the Hellions before this attack even really kicks in. He did just make 8 more drones. Nate, is my boy Reynor pushing his luck here a little bit?
Well, he does have a pretty large amount of units. I mean, 2 sets with the Hellions is going to be really nice. He has the Overseer to deal with the Hellbats. Now, the lack of the Banelings does give me some hope, but he's going to have a very short window before he actually needs to deal with those. But I think with the Banshees being kept back, he can't really target fire those down.
Oh.
The Hellbats, though.
No, I actually love...
Of course, a lot more larvae to get spent.
I actually love those 2 Banelings, mate. 2 Banelings, like, basically blew up 3 Hellbats. At that point, they were left with 1 HP. So far, I'm absolutely loving this defense. The only thing that's kind of bad is that Reynor lost track of the Banshees for a split second. Can he get one of them? Oh, Queen.
So what the hell is this matrix dodging crap your drones are pulling? He, like, turns 3 drones into spores at once to avoid getting one shot by Banshees. It's just disgusting, Kevin.
This was actually a beautiful hold. I was generally worried when he made those 8 more drones. I'm like, that's actually quite a few Hellions that could morph into Hellbats. Then we've got the Cloak Banshees as well. But the focus fire from the Queens on the Banshees gave me a good feeling immediately. I was like, all right, now it's just kind of Hellbats left because the Banshees have to disengage and Hellbats are not that quick. So they really won't be super threatening in the next 5 to 10 seconds. I think overall a beautiful hold by Reynor. He was up 20 workers after that was all settled, and he's got to be feeling pretty good about all of this.
Yeah, well, I mean, the expectation, at least from my part now, is that Reynor's going to build 1 trillion Zerglings and get 1 billion Banelings and maybe 1 million Mutalisks to fly over and force the eventual spreading of the creep while Hero Marine is on the defensive. And then, as we all know the way it goes, and then you step onto the creep and then all the speed Banelings become pretty difficult to deal with. Rotterdam. So I do hope that Hero Marine can get some pressure done with these Banshees. Tried spreading them around. I think the one on the bottom right already got taken out. The 2 on the top left get pushed back without too much difficulty by Reynor as well. And now the Mutas are going to come out. So not too much more time for air presence on the part of Gabe.
Only a single drone went down, while there were 10 Hellions and 2 Cloak Banshees. I mean, that's got to be something that makes you feel very good if you are Reynor. Now, of course, it forced out quite a few units, but if you're at like 70 drones, you don't really mind making a couple of Lings and Banes. They are not that expensive. Now, Combat Shield does finish up for Hero Marine here, who's going to try his luck and at least push back the creep a little bit. But that's quite a few Zerg units out there, Nate.
Yeah, I mean, he's got so many Lings outside of that 4th base. At the same time, a Baneling drop gets 5 SCVs. Thankfully, only 5 SCVs. The Hellbat and the Mineral Line kind of debated the AI a little bit, but this is the scary thing about playing Reynor, is he's going to use those light units, those cheap expendable units, lots of them, very effectively. You're always going to see it's just almost like I like to say just like a stupid amount of Zerglings. Like, how could you possibly try to overwhelm this guy when he's got 80 Lings and 40 Banes sitting on creep? But there is this is the moment where he's trying to get a lot of Mutalisks out. So while he's defending this harass, there's going to be a little bit less on the ground than maybe usual for Reynor.
Yep, only 7 Banelings does scare me a little bit, but he already has a flank set up to potentially jump on this army from multiple directions. At one point I was like, can this get scary? But that Muta count is actually way higher than I anticipated, so Reynor can obviously pick up some reinforcements as well, and he's gonna push Hero Marine back one more time. I actually think he might dive on something here. Even though off creep, it's always a bit hard to really find the right engagement. Please be careful with your Mutalisk as he loses one of them.
Give me some Lings too. He's got the multiple packs of Marines moving around the map. I'm feeling a little bit of that energy coming out of Gabe now. I like to see that. Unfortunately, the reactor for his all of his tanks.
He's sorry, Nate.
His barracks blocked all of his tanks. He's all been stuck inside his base the whole time.
I noticed that, but Reynor just flew all of his Mutas over a bunch of Marines from Hero Marine, and he lost 6 Mutas there, I believe. But hey, if you lose 6 Mutas, but you get these tanks that were stuck in the main base for so long, maybe I don't feel all that bad anymore. Come on, kill it, please. Oh, he does lose a lot of Zerglings, but
stay locked in the base longer, please. I noticed that happened to Special again, by the way. Today, he had 2 siege tanks stuck in production for like 3 minutes in the tab.
Hero Marine's army is actually massive at this point. 127 army supply. Now, obviously, losing those tanks does make his army a little bit harder to really get super aggressive. We had a couple of Banelings trying to connect with Marines. I'm pretty worried, Nate, because your boy is still up 30 army supply, and the Baneling count isn't as high as I would like to see it.
I would still feel a lot better if he had those siege tanks from earlier. Kevin, the Marines, as strong as they can be, as long as 1 or 2 of those Banelings do land, I get real nervous. But the Banshees actually contributed quite a bit to taking out some of those ground forces, and a reinforcing siege tank is going to come help. I think throwing away as many of the Mutalisks as he did earlier, like you were talking about, really put a bit of a pin in some of the defensive capabilities he was always going to have for this push. Baneling's continuing to try to move forward, but good splits by Gabe. He's still got the push alive. He's still got the dream alive, Roddy.
Yeah, but I mean, the Mutas are really picking up a lot of reinforcements in the center. Eventually, these tanks are going to feel very exposed. Now, that Liberator in the mix does need to be taken care of, as a couple of Marines are getting on top of the drones, but I'm starting to feel better and better about this. Look at these Mutas in the center of the map, just picking up all the reinforcements. Now it's just a couple of Marines and 2 siege tanks left. I think this is a hold for my boy.
Very well done hold indeed. Picking up the reinforcements was always going to be probably the best thing he could have done there. If 1 or 2 more waves of bio actually made it to that spot, then I'm starting to feel like, oh my god, are we going to have another massive upset against an S-class player in StarCraft from Hero Marine here? More Banelings are going to get added. He does get on top of the Mutalisk by that 4th base, though. I will take that, Kev. That Muta count has definitely become a thorn in the side of Hero Marine.
Yep, 17 mutas out right now, making it so hard for Hero Marine to really keep up the pressure, because he needs to take care of these mutas. Does find 1 or 2 in the center, but it's just 28 Marines. Reynor, why are we building Baneling drones right now? I would really prefer just a few more units, because I have the feeling that Hero Marine has absolutely no ambitions of going up to 4 bases. He did start +3 attack, but that's about the only late game sign he's really giving us. Other than that, it's the Marine Printer going brrr right now for Hero Marine. So just get as many Banelings as you can possibly get your hands on, Reynor, and we should be fine. No, stop building drones.
That is what he's doing. There's some drones being mixed in there, but he's got 20 Banelings going up to 28 and has about 60, 70 Zerglings to back them up. The Mutas are coming in to try and get but he's going to bleed 1 or 2 out instead.
Like, I know that this game looks incredibly good for Reynor. So for the people who are like, what are you worried about, Roddy? Well, obviously it's tournament life on the line for no brain, no pain. And I don't want things to end here. Obviously, every second that goes by is better and better for Reynor, because he does have a bigger economy. Now, he does not have Hive Tech on the way or anything, but he is maxed out at this point. And there's a decent amount of creep, so it's going to be hard for Hero Marine to really push into Reynor. At this point, Nate, I'm feeling pretty good. We've got 36 Banelings in the mix as well, coming in from multiple angles. Look at Reynor go. Nate, I know you're a hype guy. Take it away from me.
Well, Kevin, I don't have too much more hype to throw at you this time. Unfortunately, with all the siege tanks dead, I think if there's one thing we've learned about TVZ, it's that the Marine Printer on its own does not win games in this matchup anymore. You need a lot of support to deal with those Banelings and Mutas, and he did not have it. Reynor ties it up, brings us to the ace match, and oh boy, what do we do? What to do? Questions.
Well, I guess we all need to do a little bit of debating, Nate, what is going to happen now. I'm happy. I mean, the ace match Team League is back. The first match of the round of 6 went to the ace match. The second one also going to the ace match here. And how beautiful is it? The first one included Serral. The second one, well, Nate, I'm not gonna give away my ace, but I don't know if it would really be a shocker either. No. I can pretend to build up suspense, but I don't know if that's really necessary. Anyway, do you know if we have a little break or not?
We definitely do have a break. We're going to jump to that while we sort out things for the ace match, pick our players, and get everything set up. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching the StarCraft 2 War Chest Team League.
We are back at the War Chest Team League. I thought you were going to take it, Nate, but it's all good. So I heard there is a feisty discussion going on currently.
Yes, we're in a heated debate over the pick. We finally managed to get all 4 players talking quite quickly with each other, and there's a lot of Korean involved. So we're currently hashing things out as they were.
All right, well, we have already decided our ace player, but I'm not going to say it before you have officially submitted your ace player to Wardy. So I guess that means that we just have a little moment. Guys, hopefully you're all enjoying the War Chest Team League. If you guys missed the first match we had earlier, it was a fun battle between Colin Ambulance and not for us, and the Warpix, but in the end the Warpix came out victorious, with Sarrel getting a pretty close victory over Clem in that deciding match. That obviously means the War Chest, or actually the Warpix, War Chest, Warpix, a lot of war over here. We'll move on to the semi-finals, where we'll have an all-Australian battle between Maynard's team, the Dread Knights, and Piggy's team, the Warpix. That's going to be, of course, one hell of a match, and the matchups actually have been announced for that already. So while we are waiting for Nate and his team to figure out who they're going to send out to be a sacrificial lamb for potentially one of my boys to pad their stats a little more, we have the matches of the first semi-final. It's Cure versus Armani, Parting versus Special, Time versus Sarrel, and Ragnarok versus Dream. I can see that going to an ace match. I don't know about you, Nate. I know you're busy with your team right now, but if you guys ask me, I can actually see that going to an ace match as well. But we'll see. Well, Nate, it seems like there's a severe lack of confidence over there. The tank toppers. Are you guys sure you're wearing tank tops and not winter coats? Because this isn't much of tank top behavior.
Well, no, I'll tell you what, the tank tops are nice because it's like, as I said, very heated discussion. We spent the last 6 minutes talking about how good Raynor is and how nobody thinks they can beat him. So currently,
well, Nate,
the current thing is us just trying to be like, hey, we do need somebody to say that they're willing to play this match right now. So that's we're trying to figure out.
If I were you, Nate, I truly believe in the power of a wild card, of some crazy strategies. Like, I mean, obviously, I don't want to involve myself in the team discussion right now, but if I were you guys, I'd send out Supernova. You know, a couple battle cruisers, and to be honest, he put up a good fight in the regular season against Raynor. So why not go for it one more time?
All right, I'm making my last entry over here in our conversation. I'm not trying to hold up the schedule or anything or drag this out any longer, but I'll make my final ask for him, or we're gonna get we're gonna just have to throw out whoever will resist the least, I guess, to being picked.
In before Nathanius himself comes out, guys. All 4 members of my team are too terrified. Nate will come out, build a whole bunch of turrets. The SCVs are safe, but wow. I never really thought that fear would be this much of a factor into the playoffs. You know what? I am always a man who spots like patterns and trends within like leagues and ongoing competitions. And it's really funny because I felt that No Brain, No Pain was honestly cruising in the regular season. I felt that almost everything other than that little slip up we had against you guys was going according to plan. But then when Solar lost to Euthermal, just everything went downhill from that point. We suddenly lost 7 out of the last 8 matches in the regular season. Then we lost the first 2 matches today. So we were on a massive slide skid. But then it was Solar's time again. Then Solar turned it around. What Solar started himself 3 team battles ago. He then turned around. And ever since Solar turned it around, now Raynor turned it around. I believe we're back where we're supposed to be, and that is in the winning column. And I don't really see us stopping anytime soon. I hope. I mean, in before this speech gets clipped and we do end up losing the ace match. But I don't think about these things, guys. I do not. Of course, the winner of this series will move on to the second semifinals, where Benny and the boys are waiting. Ben likes to talk a lot about how close he is with his boys, how they are such a tight-knit. When I look at our beautiful Wikipedia page and everybody has awesome team logos, I kind of feel that Benny and the boys are about as close as the word creativity is to his team logo. Spoiler alert, he's the only one who doesn't have a team logo. It's the Wings of Liberty default StarCraft 2 icon. Well done, Ben. Maybe a little less hanging out with the boys and maybe a little more into trying to participate into, the fun aspect of this league.
Ben, it's not like Ben doesn't have lots of people that like him and follow him too as well. Like, all I had to do is be like, yeah, guys, I have no artistic skills at all. And someone's like, oh, I'll put a siege tank with a tank top next to it for you. And I was like, oh, thanks. That's actually a pretty sick logo. And a really cool guy just hooked it up out of nowhere. I'm like, StarCraft fans are passionate, man. I'm like, oh, if you ask for help, somebody will come. I'm sure of it.
Well, but that would require you to make a movement or make a motion, take some initiative. And that's not one of Ben's strong points. Benjamin is a simple man who likes to wake up, play some ladder games, and then wait until they bring some food to his desk. And that's kind of the life of Benjamin Baker and his tight connection with the rest of the boys out there. Coming for you, Ben. I'm coming for you.
I do apologize for this delay. We've had quite a discussion about this. Just to clear it up, if we pick one of our Korean players, Kevin you guys do have the server preference. You guys will have Central. Mm-hmm. So we've there's been a very extensive amount of back and forth on playing versus Zerg with the latency question mark. But I think based on the previous results as well, we were not 100% sure to try and just send Gabe straight back out immediately, but we're going to be forced into our pick within like a minute, I think, now. So we'll have something for you guys soon. No matter, regardless of who it is, it'll be something.
Yeah, I don't know if this is possible, Wardy, but both Wardy and I do enjoy the occasional poker game. And sometimes when poker players take a little too much time, you can be like, clock! Well, I have a lot of respect for everyone in this league, but if I could, I'm certainly
not trying to drag time out.
I know, Nate. I'm just teasing you. I'm just teasing, and I know it's hard for you as well because what do you do, right? If you're the captain and all 4 of your members are literally shaking in their boots right now, I just felt a trembling in the ground, and I think that's Hero Marine making his building shake so hard in Cologne that I can actually feel it over here in Zuidland, a couple 100 kilometers down the line. I mean, it'd be even more terrifying if it was one of the boys in Korea being this terrified, but who could have ever thought that picking an ace player would be this difficult, guys?
Apparently. All right, well, we got our last message in here in Korean. I don't know what that is. Okay, I think we do have our player set. All right,
submit it. Make it official, Nate.
I was making sure there's nobody else typing in there for any other upsetting messages after that, but I do believe our ace player is going to be Maru for this for this match, my good friend.
Aye. All right, well, our ace player, I already submitted it to Wardy a couple minutes ago, of course, is indeed going to be Raynor. Now, for the people at home, it's like, why is this being played on Central? Is Wardy favoring Raynor? It's like, no. They actually had the server preference in the regular team match, the first 4 matches. There was only 1 match cross-server. That was Drogo versus Maru. Nate won the coin flip, so that game was played on US West, which is better for the Korean players than it is for the Europeans. But that obviously meant that if it would go to the ace match, we would have the server preference to keep things fair. And fair it is, I think.
Yeah, sure. Well, we're gonna get a TVZ played with about 200 MS, and you know what? The conversation we had a very big back and forth, and I'm not gonna whine too much about that, but I'm gonna say we had a very long back and forth about whether or not it was even possible to beat Raynor. I think we got about 200 messages in over the course of the 7-minute delay that we caused over whether or not anybody wanted to do it, and Mara's like, well, it's gonna be really laggy. Central's gonna be rough. And then Hero Marine's like, well, I just lost. And he's like, I'm not going to beat him on this map, especially Everdream. So SOS is like, can Protoss even win versus Zerg? And I'm like, well, okay.
So I actually, I wouldn't have been surprised if it was SOS in the end who would have said, I'll just go, because SOS is still SOS. He's one hell of a wild card. He's a crazy player with a lot of insane strategies. And SOS might not win the super standard straight up game against Raynor. SOS is anything but standard, so I actually would have been pretty terrified. I'm obviously still terrified, like, okay, it took you guys a little while, obviously none of your players was really feeling this, but it's still just the best of 1, and we are still looking at, without a doubt, one of the greatest StarCraft 2 players of all time on your team. So I still think this is anybody's match.
At the end of the day, we all ended up saying the same thing. Supernova, Hero Marine, and SOS and I all at the same time. We're like, look, we believe in you. We think that there's no best player we could possibly send against Reynor. And we're like, no one's going to hold it against you. If we lose, this is the last game of the tournament, so we might as well leave it all out on the field. And I've said this before, but, you know, Maru, between stuff with his shoulder and how late some of the matches have been, I know this is a lot earlier than we've been playing our previous games, so I was like, Maru, look, I'm gonna call in, you know, what you said. Like, if you really need us, you're not gonna say no. We need you for the playoffs. This is it. This is the last chance for the tank toppers, and this is gonna be the moment where we need you to step up and be the big boy for us. And here he is. Let's see if he can make a miracle happen.
I mean, miracle. I feel like you're making it sound like right now it's about Nathanius versus Reynor. This is freaking Maru, you guys are standing there, putting yourself in this massive underdog role. Sure, my boy's on fire. He has the best record in the league, and we have server advantage. But let's not make it seem that there is no way in hell that this Korean player called Maru would ever somehow steal a little best of one here. Get out of here with this like fake underdog role that you're trying to put yourself in. Take it away and intro.
That was the role the team had all season. All right. Appearing in the Northeast, possibly here for the finale match for the Tank Toppers in the War Chest Team League. He is the Teal Tank Top Terran. He is Maru.
And in the bottom left side, we're looking at the main base of our Italian stallion, normally representing Clash today. No brain, no pain. In orange, it's Reynor. Reynor actively scouting with overlords.
He's looking for it.
Yeah, of course. I had a little message to him as well. I don't really try to mess too much with like the mindset or the plans that we have, but I was like, I always think there is a chance he's going to do something very aggressive, either tier 1 or tier 2. And he replied, of course, don't worry, I'm aware of it. And I was like, okay. Because, you know, we know how Maru can be if he doesn't feel like truly playing a match. It took you guys a little while to get to this pick. Then I always think there is a chance that he just does something wild and crazy and tries to pick up the quick and dirty win. But so far, Nate, it's actually looking pretty standard.
Yeah, I like this. I like this, though. Bring it out. Leave it all out on the field. Going for this Reaper expand. And Everdream is an interesting map. I was surprised. I think it's just because it's like a big, long map that I know Hero Marine was like, this is a really hard one to win like the macro game versus the Zerg player on. And neither of these two guys are really going to be leaning on like mech heavy strategies. Although between you and me, I wouldn't mind to see that out of Maru considering the latency. I also think that players who you make really good use of, like particularly Hellions against Reynor, can get a lot of value. Weirdly enough, like Supernova did in his map versus Reynor in the last time that we played in that early game when he kind of got into a good spot.
Yeah.
Because, you know, Raynor's a guy that likes to use a lot of Zerglings.
Well, that game he went a little overboard with Zerglings against Mech.
Like, was it over 1,000 lings died?
Yeah.
20 minutes.
And then he wrote after the game, he was just laughing in the Discord. He's like, ha ha ha, did I get you a little scared there, Captain? I was like, yes, mate. Like, was that really necessary? He was like, I was just testing your faith in me. I was like, oh my God.
Well, he doesn't lose the Reaper there. So a decent, good control sign there. I do like to see that. And
Ooh.
I'm not going to lie, I like this really fast third command center.
Yeah.
Maru. He's feeling a little bit greedy, wants to inflate that bank account, possibly in a similar fashion to the way that he would if he wins this map, Rotterdam.
No, I'm incredibly biased here, and I, of course, truly want my boys to win. I want to advance to the semifinals so bad, but I absolutely love this. We are worried about aggression, we're worried about a crazy cheese, and instead Maru is doing the other extreme, where he's just opening up with the quickest possible 3 CCs. Then, of course, he can still hit a very dedicated timing attack down the line. But I think this is really smart. Kudos to Maru. I love the build that he's going for, actually.
Yeah, getting the Hellions out, Starport. Gas is going to come after. He takes one of the refineries in the natural too. One of the things that we were talking about in the Discord before we got into this game, there were people. We actually did manage to get into a mini breakdown session of how Reynor plays during all of that. When people are like, well, how do we play this map for him? It's like, what is he going to do? And I think it was like Gabe or someone was like, well, he's like, you know, it's not going to lean as much on roaches. It's going to be a lot of lings. So SOS is like, greedy? I don't know. I guess Maru kind of like took that to heart. He's like, all right, well, get the Reaper Scout, kind of be active on the map, see if anything wild or crazy is coming, and try to take advantage of a lack of roach-based aggression that would be coming early on. And we can see that there isn't anything like that. He won't really be able to punish Maru for the opening that he did in this game. So at the very least, Maru's going to be able to seamlessly get that third command center set up, make the move into the bio play that he does seem to want to go for, but he's still going to have a decent Hellion map presence outside of Rainer's base.
I am happy to see that Reiner did decide to invest in Overlord speed, though, because imagine if that wasn't Overlord speed and Viking pops, Viking snipes the Overlord, and then Reiner right now might be kind of in a limbo spot, right? Where he's like, do I make Zerglings? Do I get a safety Baneling nest a little earlier than I should be? What is possibly happening? At this point, at least he knows that it was the triple command center opening. It is still very important, and he keeps track of all the Hellions that are out on the map right now. Nate, there's only 16 Zerglings is a reasonable amount. The Hellions are going to reveal themselves on creep for the first time. Reiner needs to bring his queens in the right position. He's building extra Zerglings, but I'm a little bit worried because this is quite a few Hellions.
Yeah, I think one of the classic Terran moves in this type of situation is trying to play for the ramp position and cut off where the Lings are, but he really does not want to throw the Hellions away. Pretty conservative play there out of Maru. Steps forward, threatens the position, and then pulls back almost just as fast. And I do think that that is a big sign that he's thinking about the later stages of the game. I think the Liberator just sieged on the third base. Did not get any kills, and the fourth is going to start in the northwest for Rainer. But I think what he's planning on is making sure to use those Hellions for something else down the line, like Hellbats to join a big bio push, which has become a little bit more of a common thing to see out of Korean Terran meta lately in TVZ.
Like, I love the pre-splitting that Reiner always does with the Zerglings, so he can kind of collapse on the Hellions from multiple angles, but I was definitely a bit worried that he didn't have that many Lings on top of his main base ramp, and if those Lings would have been fried in one shot, that 8 Hellions drive into the main, then suddenly the Queens are quite far out of position, and I feel like we could have been looking at a scenario where he loses 12 to 15 drones, and that would have truly scared me. Now, in this situation, I didn't mind it all that much. 9 Lings went down for what, like 2 Hellions? I mean, that's about as even of a trade as you're ever going to see. Rainer double expanding at this point. This is kind of like right now the calm before the storm, right? We know that the Maru aggression is coming. That triple CC has been up and running for quite some time. Stim is done, medevacs are out. This is where Rainer truly needs to be bulletproof.
Yeah, this is where things are going to get scary, possibly for Maru as well. We do have Lings waiting on his side of the map, possibly to try and run in and backstab once this attack starts. If he runs straight into the Queens right now, there's a chance he could kill them before the Lings show up to help with this. So he's going to grab one of them and then make his way over to that fourth base. There's not really anything here to kill other than the hatch itself. And the Lings and Banes have showed up to help push that back. Liberator in the natural expansion at the same time. Maru trying to hit multiple places at the same time.
Rainer's got a lot of Zerglings positioned outside of the natural of Maru. I feel like Rainer is waiting for Maru to move those forces and potentially still have that depot lower. This would pretty much be the moment. Imagine if those Zerglings run into the natural right now, as Maru is sending more and more units forward. Obviously wants to be pretty serious about putting on some aggression at this fourth base. That's a lot of Lings, Nate. They have 1-1 upgrades already. This is it. Oh no, I think they got refilled. No, they didn't yet. Rainer, send in those Lings, please. This is the moment. You've got a sixth sense.
Rainer. Tunnel vision. Be scared.
No, he's
Maru.
He's going. Is Maru paying attention? He will. No, there's a hole in the wall. Oh my goodness. There is a hole in the wall. The Rainer Zerglings are surrounding all the Marines of Maru here. Of course, at the same time, Maru does have an intimidating push on the left side, but Rainer has a backup expand. These Lings should be able to get quite a few kills.
Looks like he's gonna kill at least 12 SCVs, maybe. Yeah, exactly.
Made the army.
Gonna try and catch the tanks, retreating off creep. Now this is off creep. Some ability for him to try and run away from this and split the Marines off creep. We're still able to see a little bit of that, but not quite enough for Maru. Needs to save some of these units, and he will. One medevac of the Marines gets picked up, but like you said, he already had a backup fourth base, and he did get over to that third as well, dislodging the SCVs from that expansion. There's still a cheeky Ling running around the natural mineral line getting kills.
Yep, and he's morphing it into a Baneling. Imagine if it actually completes. I mean, Maru's got a lot of depots here, but none of those depots is a bunker, so even all those Zerglings and Banelings are a bit intimidating to deal with. Does Maru spot the Baneling? He does. He sends one Marine, but I think the Baneling could potentially connect. Oh, clump him up. No, okay. Well, I got one or something.
Oh, God. Now resets that counter that was running earlier. I'm like, no, didn't just kill an extra 20. Still has 60 workers, but I mean, the hardest part about playing versus Raynor and Serral, like at least from the Terran perspective of like watching and observing these games, is it is just always so hard to get stuff done because these guys are so good at pushing their creep forward, and they always have like 100 Zerglings. You can't clear this with just 2 medevacs of Marines. You need a whole army to actually deal with what's just going to be sitting at the edge of your base the entire time. And he's making the move into Widow Mines now, has the second factory, it looks like, as well, trying to get that 4th base. But I don't know, man. Raynor could go for a killing blow at some point soon. I'm still nervous watching this.
Well, I mean, he's going Lurkers is what he was showing us as well. So then I don't think he's going to go for a killing blow. But what can happen is a lot of those SCVs in the natural were already bruised. And there is a +2 bailing drop right now heading into the natural of Maru. There's no turret there. There's just no anti-air whatsoever. Raynor is heading towards Lurkers. But at this point, I actually think Lings and Banes will be more than fine for quite some time. And I also want to point out, by the way, that Maru's natural is still not a wall-off. He did not fix that wall-off. Let's see what the bailing drop can get done. Yes! Boom. -60.
Well. Yeah, 56 SCVs. Terran's still okay, right? Kappa, I think. Is that the
I would like
Mule's forehead.
I definitely would not mind another Zergling run by into the natural, because that is still not a wall-off.
Well, don't tell Raynor that, okay?
I'm sure he saw. I mean, Zerglings were coming in from 2 angles, not just across the depot, but also from the south side of the most, southern depot. Now, Maru does have 3-3 upgrades on the way, and 3-3 bio in the hands of Maru does always scare me a little bit. He's setting up multiple drops at this point, but it does feel that Raynor's got a lot of map vision. Don't lose the Hydra then, though. That's not a building you want to lose.
Ooh, nice. It's going to make it a little more difficult to raise that lurker count. He does still have 4 Hydralisks already on the field that he can transform, so not the end of the world, but he's trying to hit a few different positions at once. Sees the lurkers with the drop in the northwest too, so he should have 100% confirmation that they are on the field, ready to rock and roll, while these Marine drops continue to try and poke as much as possible. Still have that cheeky behind the natural too. If he ever goes for a Nidus, that's something I'm always scared about with these guys.
This does scare me a little bit, because obviously Raynor doesn't have Mudas, and Maru with dropships is going to be very annoying. Maru wants to get the spawning pool there, does not get the pool, obviously because the Hydra then got sniped. There is very little anti-air actually at this point. 4 Hydras. We do have 9 Queens, as we also had a Widow Mine drop, multiple Widow Mine drops actually. Yeah, Maru is definitely finding some momentum in this game, Nate.
Yeah, a couple of good moves right there. Really nice to see those mine drops shaving off at least a decent number of lings. Delaying the Hydralisk Den, at least the Hydralisk upgrade. I think the Hydra Den is really nice.
Sorry, mate, but there's still Widow Mines at the 4th central base from Raynor at the rich Vespian gas. And they get some big shots off as well. So these mines actually getting a combined 20 kills. Maru is definitely back in this game, but Raynor is heading towards his dream composition of Lurkers and Vipers, but a lot of links going down to those Widow Mines right now. I feel like the momentum has shifted a little bit.
Well, Raynor's still got a lot of money. I'm not going to start counting my chickens yet, Rotterdam, but I do like to see this, though. Maru finally able to get a little bit of that rhythm going, a couple of punches landing, trading some blows. Did a really good job of defending his 4th base, by the way, too. Cleaned up a ton of lings while he was trying to bait mine shots over the bio, but really good retargeting micro by Maru, even with the latency, not letting those Widow Mines blow up on his own forces. As Raynor eats a few of the mine shots over there. Another big one clears out. I think almost like half the Zerglings with that move out on the southeast.
Yeah, that was a solid 26 links or even more going down. But at least, I mean, Lurkers with all the upgrades that they need are going to try to get a little aggressive right now. We have a couple Vipers in the mix. Blinding Clouds are great, but I don't mind Abduct's Hydra in these scenarios. Just reducing the tank count 1 by 1. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
I think he wanted to take out the missile turret there first. Needs to scan, gets one of the Lurkers. That is nice, but there the Abducts come. I think 2 of the tanks.
Yep, 2 tanks go down, 1 more Lurker does fall. Raynor is trying to be more aggressive now towards the left side. There's 1 Widow Mine there that is going to fire at the Overseer, which still gets quite a few Zerglings. The Ghost count is climbing. EMP whiff there, got very close to connecting, but didn't really connect all the way. And now at this point, that SCV line is very exposed, but only 6 SCVs going down so far.
I think the problem here is that the lurkers are kind of cutting off a bit of where that choke point is. Now, the Lings have to run up the ramp to be able to help save them, but the Ghost, snipe canceled, not able to actually shoot at that lurker. So the third base still dislodged in an endless torrent of Zerglings on that minimap running over to the base of Maru. And it looks like just for a moment, he's bought himself a brief reprieve, but oh, those attacks are so scary. Reynor is still very, very rich, and Maru at 140 supply with no bank, while 35 more Banelings are being added to the equation, is still terrifying.
I mean, I love almost everything in this game at this point for Reynor, but I would like to see him keep being aggressive. Maru with 3 goals, that's completely okay to me, but I don't want to see Maru with 10 or 12 goals, because I know what a mastery he is in controlling those units in the late game, especially if they get some safety coverage from tanks or liberators. Maru wants to go up to 5 bases. I think Reynor's going to do whatever he possibly can to prevent that. This seems like a weird attack, but the Zerglings are very powerful. They do get on top of the tanks. A couple of blinding clouds being used as well, but 2 of those tanks still going strong. But once again, 22 SCVs do go down, and the Banelings are looking for cloaked ghosts, and they can't find them.
Good control there by Maru. Cloaks them, splits them perfectly so that the Banelings can't all hit him, and he's going to hit a few snipes on, I think, the Vipers or the Lurkers were those on the retreat coming out of that position. So he is definitely doing his best to not go down without a fight, but man, this is still like Reynor's just, how do you ever get it? How do you ever attack the Zerg in this situation, right? Like, he's just constantly on the defensive now, and it doesn't seem like it's going to get any easier anytime soon for the Terran.
Nope. Only 3 tanks are left as well, and they're all kind of on the high ground, which means these lurkers can get closer and closer towards that planetary fortress. These ghosts don't have that much energy because they've been cloaked for a long time, so not too many snipes available. Reynor's gonna go for it. He's gonna trap these units. A couple of Banelings coming in the mix as well. Banelings will blow up the SCVs. The planetary fortress goes down, and Maru is once again back to 4 bases.
Yeah, this is a really hard spot to be in. Does not help. The ghosts have not really been able to get in position. You need to have units that can buffer for the ghosts, because that lurker attack range is the same as the snipe range. So you can't just pick them off for free like in the old days. You need to have a unit that can get in the way of the lurker to keep him from canceling the ghost snipe attack.
Yeah, army supplies are still somewhat close. Of course, Reynor pretty much has the entire map consumed. He's got a lot of vision. He's got an absolutely ridiculous economy. We didn't even really talk about that because we just assumed he's rich. Well, he's 104 drones rich at the moment. More Zergling run-bys trying to pick up a few more SCVs. And I think Reynor knows whatever happens, happens. Don't let Maru get up to 5 bases. 4 is the most we're ever going to give him, as he's now going to dive on the last remaining planetary fortress. A couple of abductions land on the coast. A full surround on the planetary. Can the lurker shots get the job done?
Hold the door! Hold the door! Okay, he's got the lurkers at the front. Whew!
Maru stays alive and actually has a bigger army at this point. Like, obviously Maru's not winning this game.
I don't know how I still don't know how he steps out onto creep. I guess right there was the biggest moment, but he's making another 30 Lings, 30 Banelings. Oof.
I think at this point Maru is thinking of surviving and then eventually secure that base, but that ghost count has been climbing. Don't forget that already 9 ghosts went down, but Maru still has 10 ghosts out on the map. As we had a little bit of a spike there, maybe one of our observers. I still get worried when I see this amount of ghosts, because I've seen Maru win these kind of games before. We only have 3 lurkers left though, so it's not all about the lurkers at this point for Reynor, but I mean, I don't know if Zerglings and Banelings will really get the job done, because there's still a lot of Widow Mines in the mix as well. These Mind States should get some good shots.
Yeah, that's a big amount of units crashing in though to the base of Maru. A ton of Banelings just coming over everything, hitting with the lurkers behind the mineral line of the planetary as well. Reynor's taking all the bases in the southeast. He's got the northwest base too. Oh man, like Maru still keeps a large portion of that army alive, but I get more nervous with every passing second, Kev.
Yeah, I mean, Maru has lost, at this point, 96 SCVs in this game. Wow, Nate, you just decided to give up, didn't you?
My game bugged out, so I figured I'd leave before it hung up during a fight. I was waiting for a little
okay, no
to drop out there.
No worries, I just tease you. Well, is there still a way for you to kind of watch the game there, right?
No, I just watched it before.
Okay, cool.
We have the program.
Oh my goodness, Reynor was taking the hatchery actually underneath the planetary.
He's taking Maru's bases. You see, he canceled and restarted that hatch like 3 times. Now he's just going to crash into the planetary.
Banelings!
He's not here to defend it. That's pretty much all of Maru's income is really that base now. Even that planetary base on the right is starting to run out of money. It's just there's so many wide open angles for Reynor to get those big splits and flanks too.
Life is good when you can see 70 to 75% of the map, and that's pretty much the position that Reynor is in right now. It seems like Maru has officially given up on trying to get his dream army out, and he's like, this is it. This is the army that's gonna have to do it for me. It's 12 Ghosts. But Reynor is morphing 41 Banelings. And Nate, I think Reynor is gonna make us roll into these semifinals, because Banelings coming in from every angle should be able to always get the job done here.
Yeah, well, I think if there's one thing we know is the Banelings are definitely very strong units right now, and putting so many of them in there, there was no way Maru was going to be able to defend that push without having a full maxed out army. GG, well played, and congratulations, Kevin. Congratulations, Roddy. Your boy did it. Very well done. And an intense, exciting game to cap things off for the Tank Toppers.
I am incredibly happy that I picked Reynor in the first round of my draft pick. The boy has delivered over and over and over again. 11-1 right now in this entire league. But Nate, hats off to you. You guys punished us in the regular season with some really cool seedings that did not work out for me, but worked out brilliantly for you team, for your team. And then, of course, today you took a 2-0 lead as well. I was pumped for today. I was hyped for today, and I never gave up. But you definitely had me worried. You had us on the ropes. One hell of a match. GG, matey.
That's hell of a match, and that does it for our team. So I just want to say a big thank you to Blizzard for putting this on. Big thank you for Wardy for helping to put everything together, managing and running everything. He is Master Hand and Crazy Hand, or whatever the other one is, pulling all of the strings right now. And just big shouts to you guys, and Oli Moly as well, helping coordinate with the Korean players. Thank you guys so much, and hopefully we get something as cool as this again in StarCraft, Kev. I wish you the best of luck with your matches down the line.
Thank you very much, matey. I'm very excited for them, and I couldn't have said any of that better myself. But I don't really have a goodbye speech yet, so that's why I didn't want to.
You've got to keep fighting. You've got to keep fighting. You've got to go win. And I think that's going to take us to a break while everybody gets ready for whatever the next match is going to be, ladies and
gentlemen. Well, yeah, we can take another look at that, because we already touched up on that, but at that point you were kind of caught up in selecting your ace player. But next up is our first semi-finals. Everything is being played today, guys, both semis and the grand finals as well. The next one up is that Australian encounter between Piggy's team and Maynard's team. The Dread Knights will take on the War Pigs. And the matchups, Nate, I think they look really exciting. I don't know if anything stands out for you, but take it away.
Because I got up at 3 in the morning to cast this doesn't mean I'm not staying up until it's all over, baby. there's some good StarCraft to come. I can't wait to see, honestly, just more partying games. I've had such a good time watching everything he's busted out. And also Dream from Pig's team, I think, versus Ragnarok is going to be a hell of a series there.
If I look at these lineups of our first semifinals, I really have an ace match feeling. If I have to make quick predictions, I think that Cure wins. Then I think Parting wins. But then I also think Sorrow and Dream wins, which would means that they're all...
Sorrow, Dream, I think.
Yeah, that would make sense. But Parting against Special...
Sorrow versus Parting will be a great final match.
Yes. I mean, well, that's coming up after the next break, guys. We hope you're having fun. Semi-finals, the Dread Knights vs War Pigs, and Benny and the boys, with their lack of creativity for team logos, will take on No Brain, No Pain. Stay tuned, we'll be right back with much more StarCraft 2.
G'day, StarCraft fans. Welcome back to the War Chest Team League. I am Maynard, and with me is my good friend Pig. But of course, tonight, we are enemies. We are only satisfied with first place, and Pig stands in the way of that dream. Your boys, Serral, etc., they are definitely a force to be reckoned with. But I got to say, Pig, I like these lineups. How do you feel about our matches this evening?
I think there's a good chance we're going to see an ace match, is what I think. I was hoping. I was like, man, maybe we could have had them a little bit different. I was hoping we could get a bit of a glory punch and just knock you guys straight out. But that's happened once. Once in this entire tournament, my team has made it not to the ace match. So, for us, it's basically a foregone conclusion. But who knows? Maybe this is that point where after us being incapable of winning 4 matches in a row, very rarely 3 in a row, maybe now this is the moment. All the upsets are going to happen. I'm channeling my energy.
I think if a 3-0 is going to happen, it actually goes our way. But we'll get there when we get there. Your boy is in the far right. Why don't you take it away?
He plays for the Africa Freaks, but he is at heart a war pig. He is in the pink and the right. It's Armani.
And on the far left, from the greatest part of the Dragon Phoenix and its gaming division, but more importantly, bleeding red for the Dread Knights, he is Cure.
Indeed. When someone asks me if I would like some Terran players to cheer for, Q is often on that list, but even though he's an online hero, I don't know, man. I think this is the one matchup where Armani's had a rough run of games, but I feel here, this moment, on this weird travesty of the map that probably favors the Terran, most people would say, we're going to find something. Armani's going to dig. I mean, there's nothing to lose here for Armani. It's a hard map. It's a really hard opponent. I think Armani's gonna dig deep, man. I believe. I'm channeling my energy to my boy.
Well, I'm channeling a lot of energy for my boy as well. So we'll see if our anime-style Kamehameha laser battle ends up going one way or the other. I would have the red beam in this case, and you would have, I guess, the pink beam for the War Pigs. Now that I'm looking at the colors of our team, staying on brand here.
That's my favorite sort of battle. I really love it when something that involves action.
Kamehameha laser beam battle.
Yeah, I love it when StarCraft went in that direction as well, where it's like, oh, well, because we got void magic, we're going to stand here and shoot the laser beams at each other. I was like, oh, cool. I could not think of anything more exciting than watching this. Oof.
When StarCraft 2 came out, I got to say, if someone asked me, would there be a Goku DBZ-style Kamehameha laser beam battle in this campaign, and would it happen more than once? I would have said no. I was like, no, I don't think so. I think this is a sci-fi sort of space opera game. But sure enough, at least twice in the campaign of StarCraft 2, yes, there was a Kamehameha laser beam battle. So yeah, shout out to Blizzard for not only the War Chest League, but that incredible story.
Oh man, as much as I rag on the campaign of StarCraft 2, I can't wait to get back on and actually play those new campaign challenges, the achievements. I am a bit of an achievement hunter.
As much as I rag on the campaign, it really is top notch. I do love the part where Raynor gets locked into prison and he has his gun with him. That's certainly a something that always makes me smile. The campaign always makes me smile, Pig. So I'm definitely looking forward to getting that Stone Announcer as well, which all you guys should do out there. It's first campaign, at least it's free. Go check that out. Well, we actually have a starport and a third CC going down there for Cure, so the build is pretty clear. Going to get a little bit greedy. Does he float that to the gold base? It looks like that might be the case here.
Yeah, I mean, Armani's already paid a little bit of Reaper tax with 3 Lings going down, has a quick third base, and I mean, this is the big question in this matchup. It's like, okay, so if we let the Terran just take a quick third command center and then land that on the gold, how do we kill them within 1 minute? Because if we don't do that, we're in big trouble. Like that gold-based mining with this quick of a third CC, it gets out of control way too fast. So, I mean, we saw, I think it was, I'm trying to remember if it was like versus Uthermal. I think Armani just kind of got in with a big Ravager Ling on this map when he was trying to go for that. But I don't know. Banshees are going to be good for safety.
All right. Yeah, Cure's obviously we're on Korea here, and Cure definitely the only time he really likes playing this matchup is if he has the lower ping. He hasn't been super confident against Zerg lately, but definitely has gotten some scalps in this tournament and online as well in this matchup very recently. It actually took a little bit for Cure to get his stride in the War Chest Team League. He lost his first few matches, but started to hit back against some of the bigger names, which is great. You know, better time than any. We did finish on top of the ladder, of course, but you know, top of the ladder in the regular round of robin is nice, but top of the whole tournament, that's what we're looking for here. We do have the double engineering, not the double engineering, the double Evo Bay going down here for Armani. So this seems to be what Zergs are liking a bit more these days, going for the upgrades nice and early.
Yeah, it's going to be a big upgrade lead, but definitely very straightforward play for Armani. Wants to go into the honorable macro game. He's seen the third command center with just a single slow overlord sacrifice, which is a very good start. Has a lot of drones getting up on that third base very early. I mean, this is about as much of a textbook economic opening as you can get. And I was saying, man, you got to worry about that gold base landing quickly. But Armani's macro looks very confident. He hasn't really taken any damage. His spores are down, not super quick, but as quick as they're needed, right? And I really like that. Just delay the spores to the last moment, get out a lot of queens, keep droning, hit the upgrades. The lair is not poorly timed. It's a good setup for a straightforward middling Bane game for Armani.
Yeah, I think Armani, like with these Evo chambers and just like droning like a madman, this insane creep spread, he's just like, you know what? My race is pretty good. And if I get to the later stages of the game and I cover this map in 80% creep, there's a large chance that I win it. You know, I think that's what Armani is going for here. Cure, of course, looking to try and hit some kind of timing with Stim. Also has got Cloak for these Banshees, so 2 Banshees together will one-shot drones. So they're always a threat to a mineral line, but Armani seems to be keeping on top of the Banshees, at least for now. Bit of creep denial here from Cure on top of that gold base, but still some active tumors around there and plenty of energy on these queens to replenish that creep.
I'm actually literally only watching this game from Armani's camera, by the way, because I'm just channeling my energy to him right now. I'm like, come on, let's do this. He's looking really tight, man. He didn't actually see the gold was landed there, but I think he's got a good idea that is what you're expecting. It's going to go quick spire. I've got to see that Baneling speed. Of course, the Banshee's being a bit annoying, but come on, Bane speed. Please start up. Start the Bane speed.
Yeah, Bane speed is super late. I'm with you on that. That actually seems like a mistake almost from Armani. I mean, he has the money for it. Why would you not get it?
These Banshees, get out of the base! Leave!
Yeah, I mean, he might pluck one here. Doesn't have a spawn on the edge of the main. That queen, pew, down it goes. Gets that one Banshee. I mean, look, the Spire is fantastic. Obviously, being able to amass mutas is a good skill to have. We've been seeing it to great success, you know, online and also in the studio at GSL. But I gotta say, trying to hold a stem push with slow Banes, that's tough. Speed starts now for Armani. Cure does have that army supply advantage, and it's time for the Terran to get across the map. There's those first few medevacs.
Ling Runbai wants to come in, doesn't show itself yet, which is good. He's got to wait for Cure to move out before he goes in with those Zerglings. I mean, these big Ling Runbai is such a staple at the moment, because if you let the Terran move over and choose when and where the fights happen, it's a nightmare to deal with. And muted production now starting up. That's where the control is going to come in for Armani. But that supply count is scaring the heck out of me. I mean, the Zerglings come in and do absolutely nothing. Ooh, that's a lot of Terran on the map.
And Armani is aware of this drop to the south side, which Cure is just using very conservatively here, just to clean up creep and guarantee, you know, creep tumor damage and getting an overlord, not really going for the heart of the main base or anything like that. Now he's dropping on in. Armani does have Lings and Banelings in position. Baneling speed still not quite done. He target fires a few of those Banes down. Gets out of dodge, doesn't lose a single Marine. Good trades here from Cure so far. Just cutting into the army supply of Armani, and more importantly, the Baneling count of Armani more and more. As the game goes forward for now. The 2-2 upgrades from the Zerg are definitely much further along, so it's still scary. It's kind of hard at this point because I'm always like, you know, when I look at battles, the math in my mind always assumes the Terran's up an upgrade at this point. But, you know, with those really fast Evo chambers, that's definitely not the case. So these battles might look a little bit different than we expect.
Well, I hope so, because there's 7 reactors. There's 7 reactors, Maynard. He's going to have 3 Marines for every Zergling. There is an obscene amount of Terran. Oh, man. That's too many units. I don't know if 2 upgrades is enough. I think 2 upgrades is nice, but I don't think there's enough actual fighting units.
Yeah, I think you might be right. That's normally with these 8 racks plays, you have to not really be able to afford those last couple add-ons. But with this gold base, Cure is just pumping up Marines. These are Marine Factory, 15 Marines at once. 2 upgrades just about to finish for Armani. He might try and use this upgrade timing and collapse in there, but it feels like it might be an inefficient trade. He has to bring the mutas in as well, straight through the middle to grab those tanks. He's trying to find an angle, but Breed is rethinking those Lings and Banes on the north side there.
Oh, I don't think this is a good enough angle. He's going around the dead zone in the top.
The reinforcement!
Oh my god. That is just way too much Terran, man. The gold base. Gold base is just disgusting there.
My boy Cure on the precipice here. Banelings crash on in, looking for those connections, but it is too little. Cure on top of the first few Baneling cocoons there. Now, obviously, a 20 Baneling wave is pretty substantial, but considering he still has tanks, he's got a pre-split of Marines. They're looking a little clumped up at the back there, but Cure's a better Terran in the main, so I'll accept it. Let's get into that natural. Let's close this one out.
I mean, the map is broken. Does make just a lot of the basic units. 1A Marines for the victory. It's about exactly what we expected. Armani, of course, took one for the team here. Fell on the knife. That is the most unfair map in the pool.
Yeah, the map that completely becomes Zerg favored after the 10-minute mark if they don't take a terrible fight. GG! Cure! Winning game number 1 there for the boys. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate that. Because I got to say, Pig, as we get into the second map, lining it up here, I think the only way the Dread Knights win this match is to avoid that ace match that I think like Roddy mentioned it, you mentioned it, I mentioned it. I feel like the ace match is likely. And we really needed to not go there because not only is that ace match going to have Serral in it. Oh, you don't know if it's going to have Serral, man. Yeah, okay. You know, it won't have Serral, and I will also find a briefcase with $1 million out my front porch when I go have my morning coffee. Of course, it's going to be Serral in the ace match, but it also means we won the coin toss. So that means we get the favorable server for time Serral when that happens in the third map, but that means the ace will be on Central. And no one on the entire planet wants to play Serral on Central. So we really need to avoid the ace for the most part because it seems unlikely that we win at that point. So that's the plan here for the Dread Knights we're not going to do that long-winded James Bond thing where we let you sit there and tell you our whole plan while a laser slowly goes up between your legs. We're actually just going to shoot you in the head. I think that's the plan here. You know, we're going to actually do what every James Bond villain should have done since the 60s. Put you down like a rabid beast. That's the plan here because you are a bit of a rabid beast, those war pigs. Very, very scary.
Yeah. Feral, some have called us over the years, and we have infected a few of our victims with rabies in the past and that sort of thing. But I think your hands are going to get a bit shaky there. I mean, you're going, oh, it's fine. It's parting versus special in the next match. We're favored there. You forget. I don't know if Parting's had his soju today, and his hands are a bit shaky on that mouse. He's going to be blinking stalkers into tanks and bunkers, man. I don't think today was the day where he should have quit drinking.
Well, just laughing at the lobby chat there for a second. Parting definitely feeling confident here against Special. He has a certain way that he likes to treat his opponents. It's a little R-rated, but he
usually can't get read out. Yeah.
Yeah, it usually can't get read out, but let's put it this way. He's looking to try and make Special feel uncomfortable in this game, at least partway through it, or if not immediately. So let's get straight into it, guys. In the top right, our boy up in this game so far. Looking to try and get that 2-0 advantage for the Dread Knights. He is Parting.
And his opponent down here in the left. He's had a rough bunch of maps in the last few series, and I know he wants redemption for this. He wants to come back, and if he can win this match, it's going to be huge for his team. Representing the War Pigs, it's Special.
That was a very early probe, instantly across the map here from Parting. Special, I think, just caught the end of with his SCV there. Parting just trying to get that early scout off, make sure that everything's happening, or rather, nothing's going out of the ordinary here in Terrantown, and seeing a lack of barracks here for now. I mean, Special can't afford that second one, so Parting's going to know that he's being proxied.
Interestingly, Special not opting for the current Terran vs Protoss meta of wall your base off and then just don't let them scout what you're doing at all. He might have been thinking about it where he was going to proxy one racks out on the map and then wall off with another one at home, or wall off with one at home, proxy one. But he does go for the double gas nonetheless, and that probe of Parting is looking around. I mean, I keep talking about this kind of odd, crazy meta where Terrans are doing these all-ins. I think Parting generally is one of the better players at just really getting a read on what's going on. And his early game unit micro is impeccable. So I kind of don't want to see Special just go for some silly 1-1-1 all in. I'd like to see him macro out of this with some sort of creative pressure.
Parting's doing everything you want to do against a proxy so far, getting a Zealot going, Cybercore before the Nexus as well, forward pylon. I mean, this is all exactly what you want against the Proxy Reaper. He confirms that the factory is at home for Special as well. So that's obviously critical information for Protoss. If the factory is not here at this point, then you know it's even more all-in than just a Proxy Reaper, which isn't really all-in at all. It's just a, you know, it doesn't even cost you a whole lot of money here as a Terran because you can just float it back home. In fact, that Reaper's coming home to get rid of this probe, which has been a bit of a pain in the ass for Special so far. And this is giving Parting more time, honestly, to get that tier 1.5 gateway unit up.
Yeah, Zealot's going to try and bypass the map and be annoying. And since Special is going for that low ground command center, oh no.
My boy.
Like this.
Hell yeah.
Please build a Hellion. Please build a Hellion. Don't make a tech lab. Please make a Hellion. Reactor. Get out of here.
A reactor
he's rallied his second Reaper
down.
home. Actually,
okay.
He's prepared. Right. Oh, thankfully. If that Reaper wasn't at home, that Zealot could be a massive nuisance.
Very lucky there of Special. Well, I mean, obviously with the Zealot, you're not going to chase down that Reaper as long as Special's looking and he doesn't, you know, have his life flash before his eyes or something like that, which Parting could deliver him later on in this game. Not just yet. Things are looking pretty... okay, Stalker and Zealot together could absolutely bust this natural. There's no bunker here.
Well... Okay, Hellion start up. He's just Special's got to pull back really quickly. His barracks should see this, and he's got to. Yeah, his Reapers are actually going to look to flank from behind. I think he might need to pull a few SCVs as well. No, he did. He wants to come in from behind. He's got to wait for the Hellions though.
Yeah. I mean, having the natural delayed here sucks, but if Special can kill all these gateway units, that's obviously fantastic for him. With the Reapers and Hellions together, he might just be able to. The Zealot definitely tanking greatly for the Stalkers. A third one arriving, though. Uh-oh.
Shit. This is not good, man. This is not good. The command center on the low ground. This is no tech lab, no Cyclone or anything here to help deal with this. No tank. 2 more Hellions come out. That will give Special a bit more numbers. The Reapers have done a bit of healing as well. But the Stalker micro is so good always for Parting. Horus!
Horus! There he is. Our boy.
Wasn't that one of the demons in Dark Souls? It's a Horus demon,
I don't know. I don't... Was it called a Horus demon? I didn't think it was called a Horus demon.
Maybe I'm thinking of Taurus. I don't know.
I think, yeah, Taurus demon. Yeah, no, there you go. I'm the Dark Souls guy. I finished that game so many times, and I had a blank. I'm like, does he mean the Capra demon? And I'm like, oh, okay, Taurus. Yeah, no, yeah. Second boss. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, it looks like Horus is having some lag. He had a couple spikes earlier, like on Friday and tonight as well. So poor guy's having the.
We've all been there as well.
Yeah,
sometimes your local internet company they just choose to, you know, providing good service means lowering your expectations and raising their rates at the same time for some companies, unfortunately.
Yeah, look, we're Australians, so we know this feel. Some of us connect to the internet through a router, some of us connect to the internet through a stale ham sandwich. Horus, unfortunately, is a later.
Yeah, he's our brother from another mother. And Lag, we are born and united. Special's about to get on top of these Stalkers and stack up some splash damage. This is going to be a very close fight. Oh, 2 Reapers deep in the red. But, good micro here from Special. Another Stalker, though, is arriving. I think Special has just enough to overwhelm, but it's so close.
Yeah, a bit of a trade there for both players, definitely. You know, Parting's obviously lost more gas with 2 Stalkers, 50 gas each going down. Special, though, with a couple 100 mineral units, can definitely swing things over into Parting's favor. He's going to have to get that Herd Stalker back. And we started stepping with both of them here. Really wish he pulled that other one back, let this healthier one take the brunt. But, of course, they will not outpace these Hellions. So Parting needs to make a choice. Like, do I try and go for recall here? But now it's a little bit too late. That Stalker will just die during the recall. So he's just trying to pick off that last Hellion, which he might get, and he does. I mean, that was definitely trades on both sides. Slightly better for Special, I would say.
Yeah, in the end, taking out that many valuable Stalkers is good, but this slows everything down. It makes the game a bit messier. Hellion's going to have a little bit of a poke. The Reaper will get a scout, and oh my lord, can you believe it? Parting has 4 gateways, Blink, and a War Prism. I never would have thought, Maynard.
Crazy. I can't believe it.
Wow.
I feel like Special's doing the right thing though against the 4-gate Blink, which I'm devastated to announce. Is I really like you know, Cloak Banshee and having tanks and that sort of thing against this. Like, you know, usually obviously there is an Observer, but you're going for a Prism here first. The Stalkers need to be at home, as does the Observer, to stop the Banshees from killing your probes. Oh, but Parting does catch one of the Banshees rather in the middle of the map, which is very good information for him. That means he knows it's there. Starts another Observer, and he's going to be keeping that at home for sure.
Yeah, I think the Banshees are going to do a good job of just a stopgap of dealing with this for now. Oh my god, that's a lot of Stalkers.
Oh, that Banshee was flirting with the devil there, and I think he just got his number.
I think Special, if he doesn't see just tank right now, we might just lose right here. The Hellions are doing a good job. The Banshees are going to go hit the mineral line. Parting is like, oh, 2 Banshees coming? No worries. I'm going to make everything in your base, all my units, I'm going to build them there, and yeah, I'm going to throw everything in that bunker. Not well placed.
Yeah, this bunker's in a weird spot. Gets gunned down very quickly there. Tank's got, of course, Parting to rethink this attack. The Banshee showing up in the main base. He does have a shield battery, but the Banshees will bypass the shield battery, one-shotting a lot of these probes. And Parting saw this Banshee, and he really seems unprepared for it, but I don't think he cares. He wants to go for the big ol' attack. Another spike!
It's me. I think it's me.
Oh, no. Piggly Wiggly.
I believe it's me. I don't know.
It is, yeah.
Battle.net's been having weird issues.
It is. Yeah, we got to count down for the pigster here.
All right, testing. Can you hear me, mate?
Yeah, no, you're fine on the Discord call side of things. Like, we got you on webcam, got you on call, everything's fine. It's just that okay. Yeah, we'll put StarCraft on the Discord here so that you can still watch the game. But yeah, we're gonna have to boot you, mate. Sorry about that. Ooh. Vehicle of esports, etc. Technology. All right.
Game paused.
So you should be able to watch the stream in-game here. We've got the big blink forward there from Parting. Picks off one of the tanks. Another one still in the main base doing a lot of damage. He did lose a couple Stalkers there on the backside to the Banshee and the Marines combined. Special getting another bunker up, a little bit better placed here, a little bit deeper and a little bit more conservative. Are you able to see the game, my friend? Can you see?
No, I cannot, and I was in crazy lag town for a minute there, so
okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can hear you, but I'll be back in just a second.
Okay, well then I'll go for the solo here for now. It looks like Special is actually holding all right. Parting Stalker attack doing a fair bit of damage. He took a lot of probes damage back on his side of the map. He lost 10 probes during this attack. Obviously, Special is losing SCVs as well. And we do have Parting just continuing to amass the Stalkers. Still breaking probes back at home. So while this is definitely plan A, it looks like he's heading towards plan B. Should be seeing something else from Parting very shortly, as he is not able to break Special. I feel like, especially with these Ravens, that he's going to be able to pick off that Observer. The Banshee's returning into the natural, where Parting sees it with the Observer, but nothing. Okay, does have 3 Stalkers there. Is going to be able to pick off one of the Banshees here. Still has Blink, still has the Observer, so the other Banshee will die. It gets 5 more probes before it does. The 2 Banshees obviously is an expensive investment, so it's really been trades on both sides of the fence here. With with Special having, I would say, a slightly better one in minerals, but in gas less so. And we are seeing that transition from Parting, which we did expect. He's trying to chase down this Banshee, but not quite finding it. Piggly, how are you going with that connection?
Hopefully I'll be able to rejoin you soon. For now, I am sending my energy into the void.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the game is continuing. At the moment, 51 SCVs, 46 probes, so not a high econ for either player, because they've both been taking a lot of damage from the, the blink attack from Parting, and the Banshee's doing a fair bit of damage on the other side of the map. The Banshee's got 15 probes in total, but Parting is switching over into High Templar and going straight into Storm. So while Special continues to amass his bio, he is continuing to make tanks as well. He's got himself Stim and Combat Shield on the way, +1, as your old Terrans do at this point in the game. You can probably picture it in your brain at this point in the game. With the Terrans surviving the initial blink, he's going to go for that +1 attack timing with some tanks, throwing in Marauders as well. And Parting is dumping a bunch of gateways while his third's about 3/4 of the way done. So he's really, really looking forward to trying to keep Special sort of contained a little bit, not have him comfortable on his side of the map, and slow him down to try and before he gets over the other side of the map. He's getting charged as well. Storm nearly done. He actually has a Prism going through the middle map right now with some High Templar, which are amassing energy. and he's looking to try and aggressively storm the bio of Special. Really doesn't want that third to happen. Oh, big storm on the bio. Obviously, the tank's getting some shots off, but all the High Templar survive and get an insane bit of storm damage there on the bio of the front line. Medevac healing up a few other boys with the SCVs going for the mass repair on the third party, going for a big whooping on the front line. All the High Templar are unloaded, being turned into Archons, and he's making a bunch of Zealots. Obviously, the Zealots don't have charge just yet, as we can see. I don't think Pig can see it just yet, but he's going for the recall right now. Parting happy to delay the third with what he has, and a little bit worried about this drop of 7 or so Marines on the other side of the map, which haven't got any probes just yet. He's got a lot of Stalkers, so I don't see the drop doing too much. It'd probably just have to leave here for Special. Oh, it's stuck. Special's Medevac did not find the safe dead space. Medevac got picked off. 7 Marines in tow did go down. Didn't pick off another probe. Didn't really do any damage. So the recall from Parting means that he doesn't keep his chokehold on the third base, but does at least stop Special from doing any damage to his side of the map. Special's starting 2 Ghost Academies right now, Pig. And
radius of the sun, man. You got to get that twice as fast. Double the radius. Honestly, I wish those tanks were a bit further back, a bit more protected. At this point in the game, you just got to survive as Special. And I understand he wants to have the tanks cover the whole area, but I think they're a bit too exposed. Charge Zealots and Archons very scary right now. As this wall off gets up, that's going to help a lot. Those depots and turrets are going to be very nice. Special, he's got to survive and he's got to avoid that single High Templar.
Wow, this blink forward from Parting, going for the tanks here. The Archon's well positioned to attack into that bio ball, so definitely like the right unit was there doing the right thing, but you know, definitely not a crackable position right now for Parting. He needs a lot more charge lots here. He's only on the single forge, so he's just looking for attack upgrades. Starts his second forge now along with the robotics base, so we are seeing a bit of a tech shift here from the Protoss after going tier 3 Templar.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see exactly how that plays out. I think Special, you know, just in survival mode, stabilization mode, and that's the right thing to be doing. The thing is, Parting's shifting gears. That's what worries me. I really wanted to see Parting get a bit too focused on trying to break Special, but he's adding extra forge. He's adding the Robo Bay. So we're going to see disruptors, double upgrades, DTs, and I'll tell you, I actually feel like Terran has looked kind of favored in the early mid-game of TVP recently. But then there's this point where like 7 Disruptors and 32 Blink Dark Templar get on the map, and I go, oh no, this looks really hard. How do you win this?
I think Parting might actually go immediately into Disruptors here. Yes, he does double robotics facility Disruptor production, because, you know, as much as it's nice to have, like, you know, 3 Colossi up and just going for it, it's nice to have in fights for sure. That was a Prism with a High Templar, and I think so. Actually, it might have just been a Zealot. I didn't really.
No, it was the Storm Dropper. Yeah, it was the Storm Dropper.
Yeah, so that's a tasty Prism to pick off.
Yeah, nice pick off, an important one. You know, he's not quite into the DT Shrine. It's just starting. The Disruptors are just coming out. Special's got a good economy. So he's still up in supply right now. He's got a scary army, and I do think this is the right moment to be out on the map, but losing even a Medevac there. Little things like that. Good moves from Parting. Because right now, I think Special, he's got to put some more pressure on and start, dictating the pace of the game a little bit more. He can't let Parting grow up to that 80-90 probe count.
Speaking of dictating, we do have the Big Daddy's Disruptors down here for Special, and he is aware of them. He scans, he sees the Ghosts now sort of being, you know, quote-unquote countered by the Disruptor. Parting wants to pick this fight. EMPs go down on the army, soften up the Archon for sure, and Special does manage to make that Disruptor Nova whiff. A Widow Mine in the back of the mineral line here. Strangely enough, not killing that many probes. And a couple more do go down elsewhere. Oh no, the High Templar. One gets picked off, but the other one survives by the skin of its teeth, gets a storm and a feedback off.
That was a good storm. Looked like that was going to go very well for Special, but he does pull back to heal, which is good. And I like that he's put some pressure on here with his mobile units. He's got those buildings going up at home. His +2 attack, +2 armor on the way. Lots of Bio Viking Ghost out on the map. But no big mobile siege units to deal with the Disruptors. So it's very much a mobile threatening game. But the moment the Disruptors start flying out lots of shots, there's not much Special can do. He can't really stand his ground and fight unless he's got an amazing flank already set up.
Speaking of which, High Templar trying to do exactly that. Feedback on the Ghost as well, denying the EMP. The Widowmine does pick off one High Templar, and he forces the tanks to siege. The Disruptors kind of caught on the ramp a little bit, but actually get a good Nova off there, picking off a few Terran units. The last one not as good. And Parting's on charge lot warp-in duties, continuing to amass Disruptors 2 at a time. He's got 5 already. And when you have 7 Disruptors, I feel like you can just launch them and over it and over and over again. And a charge lot run by into the natural.
Oh, quick reaction. Okay, I was really worried that this would come just when he was getting stormed on the front or something like that. And, I mean, Parting tries to take advantage. Oh, get out of here with those disruptors. Oh, big Widow Mines and tank shots, though. Answer, they do take out a bunch of the disruptors. That was almost a disaster for Special. It turns out not terrible, but I do want to see him get those tanks out of there.
It was almost a disaster for both players here. The Disruptors going downtown trying to pick up these Widow Mines actually do catch one there. Special actually doesn't have Drilling Claws, so his ability to get away from the Disruptor Novas is not really there. And if he can get more Ghost pickoffs, actually good target fire there on the Ghost from Parting. The Zealots getting on top of the tanks, which are left exposed. And getting rid of these tanks is a big win for the Protoss.
Yeah, overstayed his welcome a little bit there, did Special. As I said, I really wanted to see him get those tanks out of there. I think the fact that he survived the previous fight was a blessing. But now Parting is looking too big. That 5th base is up. The Disruptor count is big. The DT Shrine is out. It's only a matter of time until things like DT Blink start coming in. Yeah, Special still has an economy. He's got a bit of play here, but I think he really needs like a wave of big harassment or a run by to catch Parting out of position. Special needs something to buy him a few minutes of time. He needs a little bit of breathing room to recover.
And we got minefield clearing duties here on their Stalkers with the Observers as well. Liberators over here, but good map awareness from Parting. He's going to kill at least one of these Liberators. Nice pick off there. 300 resources down the toilet for Special. And this Liberator's just going to siege itself in the middle of nowhere just so it doesn't get F2'd around. Could also be a little bit annoying later. Parting has to respect it. But he is definitely taking this game by the short hairs. He's warming up his forearms and his palm muscles, Pig. He's got that he's got that clamp that you keep squeezing to just work on those forearm muscles. Get that grip nice and powerful.
Well, getting ready to try and dance with this Terran army. This Terran army is small. I can't afford to. Even a Marauder or two. Because now Parting has position, and this is where things get terrible for Special. All those tanks went down. You've got nothing to anchor your position. Yes, the Planetary Fortress will help, but even that's not going to be enough. This push forward really is just an attempt to get those disruptors in range, to land some big splashing shots. Special's doing some nice spreads, some nice dodges. He's trying to mass repair. I don't know if it's going to be enough.
He's doing a nice job splitting against the Disruptors, but he does not keep the Planetary alive, and that was the goal there of Parting. All things considered, he wanted that Planetary dead. He wants to chokehold this Terran into an uncalled position. He's also stopping the command center at the 6 o'clock location as well with more gateway units. A boosted medevac there from Special. It's actually the DTs parking it under that orbital there. Widowmine's definitely getting a bit of probe damage, but not enough, I feel like, to make a difference. Parting is ahead in every single regard.
Yeah, a whole lot of disruptors just going to throw out their shots. When you're outnumbered like this and you're pinned back, there's nothing you can do there. That's rough.
I actually felt like that was pretty smooth. That went down well. That was like a buttery, sort of a very palatable whiskey. You don't need any water in that. That is just an easy to ingest game for me personally, Pig, being on match point here. Now, obviously, we've seen this happen before, not once, not twice, not thrice, but probably, I feel like 8 times in the War Chest Team League, where a team's been up 2-0, then the star player comes out, then all of a sudden the other team's got a map, and then the last map comes out, and then all of a sudden that goes the other way, and then we have what is called a reverse sweep. Obviously, that is devastatingly bad for the Dread Knights, and devastatingly good for you, and we're trying, this is the game plan here. Avoid the ace match. We're playing ring around the ace match right now. We don't want that to happen. Obviously, Time not favored against Serral. He's going to be playing on the preferred server, but Serral is Serral. He's the God King, the God Emperor of StarCraft 2, along with Raynor, of course. They are basically arm wrestling over that position at the moment. And he's definitely not favored. I've seen him take some big scalps in this matchup. He defeated Dark in the Lima League. He 3-0'd Ragnarok, his teammate, in the grand finals of that particular Lima League. He actually nearly beat Sue. I feel like that was actually a little bit of a throw when he was playing against Cats on Golden Wall. I feel like he actually really had that game in the bag, and unfortunately, Sue was just a comeback monster, and Time kept having his army pulled back over and over and over again. I think if he can play an incredibly good game, Time and Serral could actually be a lot closer than we expect. And actually, now that I'm remembering here, Time and Serral was actually the marquee match, I feel, from the Asus ROG, that best of 5 back in 2019. Yeah. That was an amazing match.
About 1 year ago now, it was a really good match. I think we saw Time being very kind of Clem style in nature. He wanted to go stabby, attack, 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 micro focus down banelings at every opportunity. And he does have the server advantage here, but we keep talking about server advantage. It's really not that big. It's like 150 to versus 180 ping. I think it's going to be very hard. Yeah, I mean, you take what you can, but I think honestly, that style does suffer a little bit more. And Serral, this is a player who can play any style. It's Everdream. I think he comes in here as a big favorite. And honestly, this is not the way I wanted the start of this match to go. But it's actually kind of what I expected. I was like, look, maybe one of the first 2 matches we win. But honestly, you guys are favored in them. These next 2, though, this is all War Pigs. We're going to the ace match.
Damn it. I wish I didn't agree with you, but it does really feel like it, doesn't it? Obviously, my boy Rutro Raggy has got some builds up his sleeve. He could potentially try and clinch that 4th match there and get the 3-1, which obviously all we want's that 3, baby. We just want that 3 next to the Dread Knights at the end of the day. If it has to happen in the 4th match, if it has to happen in the ace match, as long as it happens. But ace match is dangerous territory. Well, we are going to get amongst it, friends. We are being magically whisked away first class, all expenses paid to Everdream here. And, oh boy, in the top right here, my Terran player in the red, bleeding red for the Dread Knights, China's #1 player, he is Time!
And about to teach him why the name of the mountain is named after him in the corners of this map. That's right, that's Mount Serral down there, and this here is Serral himself!
I always call top right the top right mountain. This is like one of those, for all you Wings of Liberty nerds from way back in the day, this is a 20,000, this is a 2010 meme here. But you know how there was Xel'Naga Caverns, where one was the Artosis Common Knowledge hallway and the other one was the Tasteless Secret hallway? On Xel'Naga Caverns. To me, top right is Mount Serral and bottom left is Mount Raina. I always call top right Mount Serral because I feel like you get to see the cliff face a little bit more. Whereas you know, everyone obviously is super aware of Serral since 2018, but it took a little bit for the community to wake up to Raina, which is why I call the darker mountain in the bottom left Mount Raina. Also, I think Italian has got a bit more of a tan, you know, not quite as pasty white as Serral, the Night King himself, as he was back in the day. But I actually feel like that's BM to call him the Night King now because of how lame that character ended up being.
Yeah, I mean, I still say Night King from the books, man. Like, you know, like
Night King in the books is legit.
Exclude the final season of the show, and you're right. You know, just pretend.
That's right.
There are certain things where we can share a sort of, you know, society amnesia, which will actually lead to I think a healthier mindset for all of us. And it wasn't, you know, there's some ups and downs for many different things, but some things I think I'd rather they were cancelled and unfinished. Like, I wish they did the last season. I can't believe they cancelled that.
Look, as far as I'm concerned, there's only one Matrix movie. The second and third one never existed. Also,
man.
There definitely hasn't been the last 8 Star Wars movies. So, you know, I love this bubble, man. This, you know, ignorance is bliss. You know, it feels nice. I wake up happy every day.
Jar Jar Binks was just a fan fiction character, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, that's right. The 4chan came up with Jar Jar Binks. It's an unknown fact for a lot of people out there. We are seeing, of course, a pretty standard build here from both players. Forced to cancel so far with that Reaper, which is, you know, technically damaged, but not a whole lot.
No tax, right? Yeah, no direct tax in terms of like Zerglings or drones or anything like that. But the Spore Trick, it is something. I have seen players out there who go, haha, I did 6 Spore Crawler tricks, didn't lose any drones. Look how good my defense was. And I'm like, okay, that actually costs you a ton of money. That's actually insane. You'd be better off building 6 Zerglings than having to do that many Spore Crawler tricks. That's actually really bad. I mean, obviously it's better to do the Spore Trick than lose the drone, but you'd rather do neither.
Correct, yeah. There's still Zergs out there at the surprisingly high level Zergs that still do double extracted cancels and stuff like that, or at least single extracted cancels at the start of the game, which is also mind-boggling.
Don't be hating on my boy Mio Micah, mate.
Mio, congratulations for your runs, I guess, the ANZ champs. We are seeing the Reaper Hellion Force of Time. Actually, he's leaving those 4 Hellions at home and just relying on the Reaper. Interesting. Normally, you at least send 2 Hellions across the map for a little bit of a looky-loo. And I'm also finding it interesting that Serral's not going for Overlord speed here. Something that Raina did against Maru, just for safety.
I think there are times when it's good to do it, but I think if you do Overlord speed every game, like there are ways to take advantage of such a safe Zerg. And the thing is, with your Zerglings running in at the right time, using a slow Overlord sacrifice, usually you can see literally everything. And right now, Serral comes in, he sees everything in Time's base with an Overlord. It goes through, 2 Marines do take it out, but you know what? He's got all the information he needs, and that's it. Doesn't need to spend 100 minerals and 100 gas. Has a very quick lair on the way. And a Baneling Nest. So that tells me I think he's thinking maybe battle cruisers will be coming and he wants to get a quick Spire to go straight up into those Mutas.
Yeah, obviously Spire and Mutas are the flavor of the week right now, flavor of the month for the meta of ZVT. Time has been doing this a little bit in this matchup to varying degrees of success. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's mixed results. It's the Raven thing with the Hellions, where you push back creep without scanning. You know, we used to see it a lot more back in the day. Time really likes this. Nearly gets a queen there, but Serral does save it.
The Raven can pay off in a big way, but I just as often see it get taken out by queens when they're not looking. I think this really is a unit where if a Terran can use the same care Protoss players give to their oracles, where they just keep it alive all game and recycle it over and over, then it can be very good. Banshee comes back in, but still only 1 kill. And really not finding big damage at all. A very quick Bane speed, following it up with double Evo chambers. So Serral wants control more than anything in this match. I was talking about a quick Spire before. After seeing the Banshee and then the Raven, he's not even thinking about that. He's just going to go double upgrades, and I wouldn't be surprised if he actually goes Hydra.
Oh, that's a kill! He actually killed the 4th there. That's a bit of a blunder from Serral for sure. That's 300 minerals and a drone down the toilet. Kept the Raven alive, but yeah, didn't expect the Hellions to burn that hatchery down.
Yeah, that's nasty. That's not meant to happen at all, mate. This Cloakless Banshee actually doing a lot for itself. Finally, revenge for the queens. Get the hell away from my babies.
Well, nice little edge there from Time. Obviously, the Changeling Marine there sees the movement of these Hellions. The Queen's looking to try and pick off that Raven. It's continuing to get some value out of this Raven Hellion force. Obviously, these are scans that he's not using, and he is pushing back a fair bit of that creep, but still so many creep Queens here in the middle of the map, and Serral even using that lair tech to poop creep in the middle of the map to make creep spread a little bit easier for him. Smart stuff from the Finnish Phenom.
That's a really good way to get that creep out quickly, or in this case, replace it quickly. And he's got to get that creep on that north of the map, because that's where the fights end up happening. Now, Bane Speed's already finished at this point, and I love that. Yeah, morphing 12 Banelings before the push even moves out. So if Serral, I think he's a little lacking in map vision right now, but his Zerglings are going to go forward. He's going to spot this push, and I'd love to see him jump on it before it sets up.
No, you're absolutely right. This is the whole reason he went for Lair here wasn't to go quick Spire. I mean, he is getting it now straight into Baneling speed, so that he has those speed Banes. You don't really need that many Banelings to clear up a ground army when they have speed, even off creep, and he has so many already in production here.
It's got a big flank coming in from behind. It's going to just slam this home from the right-hand side.
No.
I think it's actually time to go. Serral's got to jump on this before the reinforce gets here, because those Hellions are coming in now.
The Banelings actually got sent over to the right side. Good target fire from the tank in the middle of the pack of those Banelings, but still just not enough Terran units. Oh, Auto Turret actually assisting a bit here. Time does clear through quite a few of the Banes. He killed 6 right there, and a few of them did detonate on the tank and also on the Hellions to the top right. And Time is still trying to make this happen with his 1-1 upgrades.
Yeah, the Hellions did all go down, as did the tanks. Another tank is going to arrive soon, though. So I think Serral needs to be, flanking around a little bit, looking to cut off the reinforced counterattack, that sort of thing, because this tank is going to become problematic. He's looking to go in here. Is Serral Queens? Oh, his Ling Bane actually gets caught here.
Yeah, flank getting caught there from Time. Going to use the tank to try and pick up those Banelings. Good target fire, loses 1 Marine, but still a healthy looking push. Time trying to make magic happen here at this 4th base. That's a lot of Zerg. Serral's being painfully patient.
Yeah, 73 drones versus 64. Serral's got 2-2 on the way, but he's only on Ling Bane production right now. Nothing else. No more technical units. His flanks keep getting in caught. They keep going in too early. Not quite syncing it up. Here is Serral, and these trades are nasty.
He's actually losing all of his Banelings here, and the Marines are continuing to find trades. He's lost a lot of the Banes, he's lost a lot of the Lings. The Queens have also been going down. He's killed 2 Queens so far on the front line. The Raven finally gets picked off. Time mismicroing a little bit there, but finding decent trades in this game. He's been trading a lot better than Serral in this game so far.
Serral's got to run by. If he just sits here and tries to defend front on, I don't think so. I think he's lost a bit too much creep spread. The trades have been really bad. whilst he has a bigger economy and he's getting a 5th in the middle of the map, I think he's got to cut off this reinforce because Time is getting away with no defenses at home. It's a one-dimensional focus. It's a one-directional focus as well. And Serral, he's got faster upgrades, but he does not have the advantage with that for another minute or two.
He's looking for that flank, but Time's already piecing out. See you later. Lifts up that tank, finds a different angle. There's a lot of creep spread through the middle of the map here, so Time's just going to start working on that, I feel. He does have a decent-ish economy. He's heading towards his upgrades, but his upgrades are definitely behind the Zergs right now. This game is not over, but he's been doing a great job so far. Serral is looking like that run-by. No, he's coming in from the north side, not going for the run-by after all.
Oh, the upgrade advantage is going to start to really pay off in a moment here. That tank, get out of here, Siege tank. Gosh.
Finds the Marines, lifts them up in the medevacs and gets them out of there.
Oh, no, full medevac.
That medevac had 10 supply of Marines in there. Hurts.
Good night. Yeah, and Serral's in position to deal with this drop on the top as well. Nice. Serral doesn't lose a single drone and is all over this. And finally, Serral's got control. 12 mutas pop out. 2-2 upgrades versus 1-1 for the next minute of this game. This is where Serral has navigated the scary part. The map is going to get covered in creep, and these drops are going to get shut down. They're going to get just slammed.
Yeah, and Time's even missed macroed a little bit here. He missed his +2 armor upgrade. He could definitely afford it, but you know, maybe just focusing a little bit too much on the attack, on the drops, and the micro, and saving his units, trying to trade as well as he can. Has missed that upgrade, so that's obviously brutal. Means that the Lings and the Banelings don't take quite as much to chop through those Marines. He's going to try and drop for the main base here. Serral starting to overtake the mineral line. Now it's time for the Mutt-Mutts to shine. The Flappy Birds getting into the third base. Now swinging over into the natural, looking for SCVs. Drilling claws on the Widowmines, though. Time trying to get a good cluster of mutas here. Might get a good, actually a really nice connection there on this mutas, but of course they are mutas, so that if they're not dead, they will just regenerate and come back.
Lib's coming in. Oh, Time doing the try-hard 3-directional harass. Come on! Get out of here. Serral's too quick for that. He's not going to fall for your silly tricks.
He might lose his spawning. Actually, Time's not target firing anything here, so he's not going to lose anything except for some Lings. Drop from Time does do damage, but you know, not questionable as far as critical damage being. He's got some Widowmines here in the middle of the map. Time's looking for a juicy Widowmine connection on the Ling Bane. I mean, Serral's army is still Ling Bane muta. Bio and Widowmines is what you want against this. The mutas trying to pick up that medevac. They do get it.
Yeah, mutas are going to take out the Widowmines as well. Nice micro here. Serral's got Lings going into the third. They're not going to find too much. Just going to get a few SCVs potentially, but no, quick reaction from Time.
Oh, God. Siege tanks, please.
Siege tank.
Oh! Goddamn tanks.
Maynard, did I miss Neuroparasite getting upgraded? What did I just see?
Shut up, pig. Back in your corner. Oh, Time. Yeah, he's missing that armor upgrade completely. There it is. +2 finally starts. Probably some choice words coming out from Time there as he slaps himself on the wrist. But keep those wrists healthy, my friend. You still got a game to play. I mean, supplies are very close. Serral's obviously approaching max, so he's starting to amass a good bank here. Oh, does pick off a muta. Nice pick off there from Time.
I'd like to see a big Ling Bane run by, get set up on the other side of the map. Obviously, Time's been in his face, and I actually think it's done really well just to kind of push Serral back to his side of the map, where he's kind of been a bit more defensive, dealing with all this crazy multi-prong, and now Time's just looking to set up Widowmines in enough areas where he can catch Serral not looking and hopefully get a few gigantic Widowmine hits, but Serral spreads through the middle, clears the Widowmines. He's going to shut that army down.
He does force them up into the medevacs, and they do pull back. Now, the muta count is starting to get scary. It's only 11 at the moment, going up to 16. You know, I've seen some Zergs go up into like 20 plus, like high 20s, even 30 mutas in this matchup, just because of how powerful that unit's been finding itself. But Serral's actually been very much focused on the Ling Bane count, which I think has been better for him. He does really need those mutas to help shut down the medevacs, because that's really been saving Time's bio. You know, he's been lifting up and getting out of dodge whenever the Ling Bane arrives. Ooh,
spawning pool is down right now, and that's actually... Yeah, the spawning pool going down as well means there's a gap in production, so Time's trying to force the issue. He actually gets the hatch in the middle, but I think he's going to lose a lot of units for this. He's going to get punished, man. You cannot snipe one of Serral's bases without him getting revenge.
Yeah, he's basically just punched the bear in the junk, and you know that most wildlife experts will tell you that's a bad idea. Serral is definitely upset. He started up his Ultless Cavern. He's going into his tier 3 scary units. Time still has good Marauder production. He's going into Thor's, but it looks like the Thor's stuck, pig. It's actually not able to pop out of that factory.
Oh no, terrible building placement there from Time. You've always got to leave a 2 hex gap on the left hand side of all of your factories. because tanks and Thors take up 2 spaces, but I don't even know if it would have mattered. Mutas are hitting the mineral line. Link Bane routing the army on the south of the map here. And even on the top side where Time was trying to push, his whole army just gets smashed by Banelings. He only saved 1 medevac on the top. He's losing his main. He's losing tons of workers. Massive hits here for Serral.
Yeah, Serral just did a critical counter blow there to Time. Time's been out on his side of the map this whole game, and slowly Serral keeps pushing him further and further back. He's like, all right, now we're fighting in the middle of the map, and now we're fighting in your main base, which is never where the Terran wants to be holding back against the Zerg. They want to be on the map trading, picking off hatcheries, picking off drones, Widowmines picking off Lings and Banelings, and that is not happening right now. Time still has a bit of a minefield out there, but Serral, he's got a lot of overseers. He's been very smart with his Mutalisks, and he is not going to give Time room to breathe.
Yeah, not at all. The Mutas are going to keep going in. They look for the missile turret, but there's a trap of Widow Mines there, spotted very quickly. Serral pulls back with the Mutas and just continues to find little pieces of damage all over the place.
And he does have also a 31 worker lead here. His income is dwarfing that of Time. He's got almost triple the gas mining and quite a bit more mineral mining as well. That Thor being stuck is actually... I'm too manly to cry, but if I wasn't that manly, there would be tears streaming down my face right now.
Yeah, it's pretty frustrating. You really have to be very methodical with your building placement with Terran. I mean, so many players we've seen this happen to over the years, and a Thor would be a big help against the Mutalisks, but Mutas, Lings, Bane still just splitting forward methodically. Yeah, Time's looking for those nice Widowmine hits, but now Chitinous Plating kicks in. Anabolic Synthesis, which is, of course, your basically juice for the Ultralisks off creep, makes them run a hell of a lot faster. Once again, Neuroparasiting the Siege Tank does Serral and says, hey, shoot your own SCVs.
Oh my god, the tank got as much damage as the Ling does. Oh, in fact, it's getting more damage than the Ling's getting.
You know what's great? It gets promoted for that as well, Maynard. He just got Commander rank, that Siege Tank. Most of his kills are his own SCVs.
Turns out denying is in this game. All right, well, the Muta's coming over into the main base. They already got 1 barracks. Why not 2? They're going to pick off this one here. Time trying to get a trade on the front lines. Serral actually does not find huge connections there. This is a moment where Time's army might actually get a good enough trade to try.
I like the patience though. Few Banelings at a time. That's the way you do it. Just keep setting off the Widow Mines and also taking them out. And the barracks lives.
He's out.
That's like... He's been in the crawl space for like 3 years, and they finally find him there, and they're like, "How are you alive?" And he's like, "I'm out."
Yeah, it's like the doorway of the factory caved in years ago. Who's president? What year is this? Oh my god. Well, I mean, Time's got one last hurrah here, and I feel like that is in this push. He does have a bigger army than Serral. He got a nice couple mine hits there. Does have more hind hits where that came from, but Serral is just continuing to use that bank to make a huge number of Banelings. I'm really worried about this. I mean, this push from Time needs to do everything, and he keeps pulling back with it.
Yeah. And that's it. I mean, Serral just says, hey, look, I've got a big enough economy. As long as I keep wearing you down on the sides, making an attempt to replenish creep. I'm impressed with how active Time is on this map, but look at this big old run by from Serral. He's just going to set off the Widow Mines. Time even micros the Widow Mines to unburrow them, but...
This is actually not very good for Serral.
Does it open up an opening on the left? No. That's actually pretty good defense by Time. Surprised. He's actually maxed out. He's banking money. He's down in upgrades. He doesn't have anything like ghosts or like libs or anything. Yeah. So, yeah.
Time's very much a mid-game player. Like he's kind of like, you know, he had those Zergs that just play tier 2 all game long. He's very much that for Terran. Like he'll get his 3/3 upgrades, but he really likes just having a ton of bio being active on the map, but Serral is forcing that away from Time. Gets into the gauntlet here of Terran units. The Ultra is definitely assisting a lot here, picking off a bunch of that bio on the left side. The Mutas took a bit of a connection there. They're a little low, but they are getting some damage done. Time continuing to stay alive here, and Serral actually a little bit supply blocked, starting up 5 Overlords. But of course, there's so much money, it doesn't matter at all.
2 libs flew in on the bottom again. I mean, you talk about Time being a mid-game guy. He's actually done a fair little bit of damage with these Liberators in the midst of this. And this seems to be one of those regular moves. Like, yeah, Time is like, okay, these units won't beat your units in a frontal, like, normal fight. But if I can just keep attacking and harassing and multi-proing, I can kind of, like, wear you down in little efficient trades, right? Like, he just wants to bait you into bad Widowmine shots, like, get a drop in your mineral line, kill 20 drones, and really just take the pace to a different momentum. The thing is, Serral is the guy who will very calmly shut things down, stabilize, respread creep, redrone, recover.
And Time is actually just trying to make some lemonade here with these lemons. A bunch of his bio got caught in the ramp. He tried to stutter step it back, but it got caught by the splash damage of those Ultras and Banelings. Lost a fair bit of his front line. Army supplies are equal here, and that's not good for Terran. The Planetary with Banelings and Ultras on top of it is not long for this world. Time trying whatever he can here on the front line. If he can pick up everything here with incredible Widow Mines, maybe he can take this fight, but it seems unlikely. Oh, actually does get a nice mine there and forces Serral back. But this is actually helping Serral. I feel like he just needs to be patient because he's got every advantage. He's got more mining, even with all that drone damage. He's just like, you know, it's cool. I can take bad trades here and there because I'm just so much more richer than you.
Yeah, that being said, Time is still permanently maxed. You know, Serral, I guess, is permanently maxed. Time is permanently just below max, right? And because of that, he is recovering, and he's still up on those 5 bases. If he can get this 6th up,
wow.
It's going to be huge for Time. I don't know if he'll be able to, but I mean, Serral is out of bases as well. You know, he's going to start losing some mining hatcheries up the top. Does have some Ultras and Banes, but I'm really missing the Infestors right now, or the Vipers. I think with the way Time's moving around this map, parasitic bombs or fungal growths on these medevacs would be massive.
I think Serral's still getting it done with what he has, though. You know, he's picked off a couple bases here. He's killing a lot of SCVs. The macro machine of Time has just had a wrench thrown into the gears here. Like, yes, he's got a bank, but that bank is going to start drying up as he gets that army closer and closer to max. I mean, with Serral being active with his mutas as well, it's going to be even harder to see Time actually getting to maxed again here. Liberator's coming in to assist with the mutas. They can also be used against the Ultras. Actually might lose an Ultra here. No, it just escapes. Yeah, this is a very back and forth game, but I think Serral is looking better now than he has been at any point in this game. He's looking extremely good at the moment.
The command centers are gone now. That middle base is gone, and look at this. I think the 3rd might go down in the moment as well. Serral's got a pack of Ultra Baneling on the south. He's got a ton of Ultras still alive on the north with the mutas. They're actually quite bruised, and there's not many Banelings, so he's going to pull back and try to buy time for those Banelings to get up.
Well, Time is literally this Terran's name, but I don't think that's going to be as powerful as just a bunch of Banelings against that Bio. Ultra's even counterattacking on that Planetary here. The Bio has got one last push in it. The Liberator's definitely assisting a lot. Ultra on the right side stopping their retreat. And there's the cuddles that Time did not want. Those Ultras getting their Kaiser hugs in on the Bio, and there it is. Serral wins the game for the War Pigs. He's so... It's actually unfair.
What can I say, mate? You had your best players up first. You got those 2 wins. Now you got almost, you know, the end's in sight. But remember, the tortoise in the hare, mate.
Ragnarok? Are you smiling like you think that Ragnarok's not going to win this game, Pig?
Oh, I think Dream is going to ruffle stomp. I think Ragnarok is going to come out there, can show an amazing game, but... Man, honestly, against Dream's TVZ, come on. Like, honestly, the chances are very low of him even making it past the 8-minute mark without getting embarrassed.
We will see. I think that Ragnarok's feeling a little bit more confident than you are. I think he's got something up his sleeve. You know, Ragnarok's actually wearing a special shirt today that has about 15 sleeves in it, and he's got to build up every single one of them. So watch out, Dream. This is not a free win for you whatsoever. It is, you know, we really did want that 3-0, though. I feel like losing that map does mean that the ace match is likely, but I'm actually a huge believer in my boy Ragnarok. He's come up a couple times as the ace player, hasn't got the clinch yet as the ace player, but he is a believer. He's got the spirit. He's actually one of the more cheerful guys in the Dread Knights Discord, the practice mansion. You know, it's a beautiful place.
He may have a lot of builds, Maynard, but let's be real, they are loose like the sleeves of a wizard. I don't think it doesn't matter how many special plays you come out with. It doesn't matter because your opponent's too solid. Dream is just, he's so good right now. There's a reason that he made it to that top 8 and only lost to the champion of GSL. Yes, Rogue did outplay Dream there in the round of 8, but let's be real, man. Dream has destroyed everybody else. He made DRG look pretty average last time he played him in this team league as well. Dream is on another level in this matchup.
Yeah, well, you know, luckily it's a best of 1, and Ragnarok is one of those best of 1 champs. You know, he is one of the scariest players out there in our best of 1. And you're gonna whisper sweet nothings to everyone out there watching right now and convince people otherwise. But that is, you know, I'm spouting facts now, and you are spouting fake news. So we're gonna get into this game. Death Aura is underway, and Ragnarok, who puts the alpha in Alpha X. Every time I see that logo, I know that he is just he's making that clan proud, that team proud every single time, because he is the strongest player that they have. Let's get into it. Death Aura is his map
right.
pick. He's very happy with this map. He's actually happy with this matchup. He sent smiley face emojis. Maybe that's team spirit. Maybe that's confidence. I'll let you decide when we get into it.
We'll see. The countdown's underway. Death Aura is going to be the map. And this is the one where our lives rely on this man right here. And he has been one of our best performing players throughout this season, really backing up Sarah when he needed it most of all and getting a lot of important wins for us. Up here in the pink, representing the War Pigs, it is Dream.
And in the bottom right here, looking to play a game of StarCraft, but also take the head off of his opponent and literally drink his blood. This is Ragnarok playing the Zerg. And as we just saw in a couple times today, Zerg's pretty scary.
You know, it would be nice, I think, for a Zerg player to get one of those Space Marine helmets and then, drink the blood out of it, that sort of thing. You know what else is awesome? When you literally make a xylophone out of drones' rib cages. I tell you, man, when you are a Terran player, you're hanging out there in the bar and your mate is playing the xylophone on those ribs. Like it sounds like victory.
Yeah, there's definitely a few bars out there where they have like the Hydralisk skull hanging out, like Joey Ray's and that kind of thing. They got a couple Zerg skulls out there, but I can guarantee you that there's been more Terran eaten by Zerg than the other way around. I can guarantee you that. I'm not a lore buff, but I do know that the Zergling is a melee unit, and I imagine they probably get a little bit of the Terran inside of them every single time they pick off Marines, which they do time and time again. So Death Aura here, we got the the acceleration zones in the middle of the map, the Dubulars, as Tastosis have called them, which I think they kind of call them different things like the acceleration zones or the speed bubulars or whatever. I think Dubulars is actually the greatest thing that they've come up with so far.
Yeah, that's the catchiest. Bubula used to annoy me, but Doubler I can actually really get behind. There's something, it has a ring to it. Doubles your move speed, and it's
exactly
good.
It's one of those jokes that when someone tells you a joke and they just it gets stale and it's just not funny for a really long time, but then it gets funny again, strangely enough, because you've heard it so often. It comes back. That's what Doubler is for me.
Yeah, that's kind of a lot of, get your boats, right?
Get the boats ready, Port Alexander, yep.
Yep, I do miss that map, actually. Well, here we go. Reaper's going to come in, and unlike our previous games, I'm actually hoping for a very hefty Reaper tax this time around. It's interesting, Ragnarok always builds sixlings against Terran. Like, he just hates letting them get momentum. And I think that's Ragnarok as a player, one of these really good, solid macro Zergs. But I think he does a lot to try and make sure he's never in jeopardy of having to actually, really play well from behind. Look, he's very good at getting leads. He's good at trying to hang on to those leads. But I think the moment the game gets a bit scrappier, you see a player like Dream, he can kind of step up and play to that level. Whereas that's where I think I see Ragnarok faltering a little bit.
I mean, his mind is Pandora's box. It's an enigma wrapped in an enigma. So he doesn't really, want to have to waste brain power on things like defending against Reapers. You have extra lings, you don't have to worry about it as much. He's going for Overlord speed here, strangely enough, is Ragnarok. We saw Reyna whip that out against Maru in the ace match between the No Brain, No Pain boys and the Tank Toppers. And we are seeing it again here for Ragnarok. Now, Overlord speed can mean a bunch of things. It doesn't necessarily just mean scouting. It could mean something a little bit more sinister, and Ragnarok can be a little bit cheeky.
Yeah, I actually really like this, though, for Dream. Like, whenever I see a Zerg go Overlord speed and the Terran going for that third command center, I'm like, awesome. I'm like, this is great. Yeah. The most greedy build versus the safest, least economic build, but please don't see the Fusion Core. Please don't see the Fusion Core. Go to the right, go to the right, go to the right. Turns out Ragnarok is not incompetent. I'll give you that one, Maynard. Does manage to scout the tech with the Overlord speed. All right.
Yeah, Overlord speed is one of those things where it makes scouting very easy. Just like having those extra few lings. Yes, it costs a bit of money, but you get to not die to the Reaper or not lose anything to the Reaper. And with that speedy Overlord, you're going to see the Fusion Core. Roach Warren goes down here for Ragnarok. Sub 40 drone Roach Warren as he gets a few more of those out. We'll see what he does with that. Obviously, there are some ways to shut down the Battlecruiser player. I think if he wants to go for like a big flood, the Roach Warren's a little bit too late.
Yeah, definitely. Droning up hard, though. Now, interestingly, no lair started, which tells us that Queens are going to be the answer early on. Now, Dream is the sort of player who can play exceptional single battle cruiser just into bio. But with Yamato, you know, I'm like, all right, we're seeing at least 2, probably 3. And usually that means you're going to go Cyclones afterwards and into some sort of battle mech. You don't absolutely have to. Technically, you can go bio. But I would not be surprised to see battle mech up against Zerg here. And it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out because Dream's such a good bio player. I really haven't seen too much of his mech.
And he does drop those 2 factories. I mean, this could be one of those things where he's playing against his image a little bit to put a, you know, to just basically catch Ragnarok with his pants down. But I feel like when you're a Zerg, you're going into Roach Tech. You know, a lot of Zergs want to play Ling Bane at the moment and go into Spire. I feel like Roach Tech is what you want kind of against this, against at least a 3 factory part of the game. Against BCs, you do need something more convincing than just Queens, though. BC number 1, Tactical jumps in. Ragnarok knows about the BC. He's scouted it. He's got multiple spores already up in the main.
Too many Queens already here. That Battlecruiser's got to play a little bit more conservatively, in my opinion. Hasn't really focused down any drones yet, so I'm not sure why it's hanging out so aggressively. Grabbing a Queen is not bad, but Dream here taking way too much damage on this first Battlecruiser. Not a fan of him staying in there that deep. I think he really should have just let the Hellions do their work. Getting a Queen and a drone, not the greatest start, but 2nd and 3rd BCs can still join up with this, and that's usually where you're really looking for big damage.
Some drones getting caught there. The Queen's still trying to protect their babies. Spore Crawler is a little damaged as well in the main base, but is forcing back the BC. That's a lot of Hellions from Dream. He's going to dive for that drone line. Ragnarok with a lot of Lings, though, and has Creep Spread helping him out, trying to get us around on the Hellions. Gets us around on quite a few of them there. Good catch from Ragnarok.
I think Dream should have turned back into the Zerglings there. I think trying to continue to run it away was a big mistake. It actually spread the Zerglings out more, so the Hellion Splash was just diminished. It was spread out where it needed to be concentrated. Battlecruiser's looking for some more damage. Hasn't found a lot just yet. Oh, Yamato's going to take out the Queen. Nice. He's going to get 1 or 2 more drones. He's got to get out, though. He's got to teleport out. Those Queens are going to really make quick work of him.
Yeah, Tactical Yump is available now on the BC, so it can just go home whenever it needs. 1-1 upgrades have started here for Dream. Now, that's definitely something that's hurting Ragnarok a little bit. He's only got +1 at the moment for precisely 0 roaches. Actually, no, he has 3 or so, 3 or 4 or 5 down here. Queens obviously benefit from it as well. So his ground army isn't amazing, but he is putting a lot of cash into Corruptors. So he's really feeling like the BCs are the hugest threat to him, which I kind of agree with. You know, at the moment, the BC is definitely the scariest part.
Yeah, turrets go down now. Yeah, he's worried, of course, about a big Corruptor Roach timing or something like that. But Ragnarok at this point is just going to drone up second Evo Bane Nest Infestation. Ragnarok, I think, is actually pretty expert at this sort of game. So I am yet to see how well Dream plays out a very slow mech game, because that's what he's going to be forced into. And I just worry a little bit because Ragnarok seems like the guy who would love to play late game.
No, yeah, it's actually one of the, I've brought this up a few times when Ragnarok's been playing for us, is that he is one of the few Korean Zergs that's actually very, you know, he's okay with playing late game Hive Tech Zerg against Terran. Like, he's actually quite decent with Vipers, quite decent with controlling the map. His creep spreads can sometimes be a fair bit lacking versus some of the other Korean Zergs, but his, you know, his spellcaster usage and his composition is definitely like, he shows expert understanding of late game ZVT for sure.
Well, there's not a lot of anti-air out here for Dream, and I'm actually kind of annoyed that Overlord is just sitting on the right-hand side Pervert Pillar as well. This Overseer does get Yamato'd from 6 screens away, which is always nice.
Yeah, nice. Must be nice to cast a spell from one map and it go into the other map and connect with a unit.
Yeah, man. When can we get Orbital Barrage in multiplayer, by the way? It's like a really expensive command center upgrade. It's like, do you want an orbital, a planetary, or orbital array? It costs you 700 minerals and 700 gas, but every minute you get to call down an orbital strike that literally obliterates everything on a screen.
Or you could have a command centers. You can have a third mode for the command center, which is the Big Bertha, where it just grows a giant cannon out of its head, and you can just launch a cannon across the map every 5 minutes from that one command center.
So sick, so sick, so sick.
Yeah. I mean, we're cheap and easy for StarCraft 3 if you need game designers, Blizzard. I know you're watching right now. We got the Corruptors coming on top of the BC. Dark going to catch any of them. Good tactical jumps there from Dream. I think he Yamato 2 Corruptors there, or 3?
Yeah, it was 2. Nice and conservative. He basically said, let's just make sure the third one doesn't go down.
Neural is coming down here for Ragnarok. Obviously, Hive is done. He's going for Adrenal. I like that he's still making Lings here because there is, you know, the propensity for the Terran after getting a few tanks to go into Battle Mech. And I really feel like Ling and Bane is actually a little bit more solid dealing with Battle Mech than, like, you know, clusters of Roach Ravager.
Yeah, Ling Bane definitely can crash into it a lot quicker. And I definitely worry when Neural comes in because that can be such a big turnaround spell. Like, if you land 3 or 4 Neurals on Thors that are just exposed out front, suddenly you just steal the biggest weapon out of the Terran's army and turn it into your own. Same thing with siege tanks as well. For now, I love that Dream is just playing very conservatively and chilling. He's got 4 battle cruisers, in fact, so he's actually gone quite far up with that. I wouldn't mind seeing him swap to ship weapons in the near future as well if he's going to keep up that air production.
He's getting a little deep here with those mech units. Loses a Cyclone, loses a Hellion or 2. Ragnarok getting a bit of surround as well. Wow, that's actually a really nice pick-off for Ragnarok. Getting rid of the Battle Mech army means that he's actually quite free to spread creep a little bit more and take a bit of the map back from the Terran. Going to be a while before Dream comes back out of his shell.
Ooh, and it's going to be Lib range coming down here. Lots of Libs coming in. So this is them plus the tanks really both good for dealing with the Infestors. The Liberators can be a big problem there, and this gives you this big kind of power overwhelming mech force that can be very hard for the Zerg to deal with. It is a big, powerful push. He's maxed out. He's up in army supply. Banelings, of course, going to make a big difference here. The Widow Mine's already getting biled down. That's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, the Widow Mine's here to get rid of the Ling Bane contention. In fact, he gets the rest of the Widow Mine's tanks to get some shots off. Actually gets 2 tanks there with the Biles. Good pickoffs there from Ragnarok. He's cutting into that Terran army a little bit, but it's still a very, very scary army from Dream. It's a bit of a death push. Dream going to go for a big, aggressive run through the creep to try and cut through all of it and get into the infrastructure of the Zerg. I mean, a bit of that army supply is not here. Obviously, the Thors are in production. They're not here at the moment. Infestors have got Neural and a fair bit of energy, and they're going to be necessary here for Ragnarok to actually take a good fight.
Yeah, Liv's coming forward now. BC's tanks, the Cyclone's trying to cover. Oh, Infestors on the left. These Infestors!
There,
oh no, teleports them in. So that is, of course, a one-way trip. Dream not going to be able to save those. And losing the BC is such a big part of his army. Now it's just the ground units with a single battlecruiser overhead. Uh-oh.
Goodbye, Cattle Bruisers. Biles connecting a little bit with that Terran army. Dream is still a dangerous presence at the moment. His Baneling's also a little exposed. Oh, actually, he does lose the Cyclone for a Baneling there. Good traits, Ragnarok. Oh, he's going into Broodlords, but a bunch of Thors have just arrived for Dream. How many Thors does he have? Just 2 here on the front line? There's a couple more on the way, but they're going to take a while to get over here. Broods are about to finish.
The battlecruiser sees it, though, due to Abduct coming down. And I think it's time to pull back now for Dream. Wait for those Thors. Those Broodlords are a very scary threat. I mean, he's got 3 Thors up front. He's going to have 6 Thors in a moment. So if those Broodlords try to chase, they could get in trouble.
He has the higher ground, so Dream does need to scan here. He's got quite a few Thors. Ragnarok needs to bring the rest of his army in if he wants to try and win this fight. Blinding Clouds coming on top of the Thors, stopping the tanks as well, so the Ravager's going to assist with a Thor count. Lynx on the left side, the Hellbat's thinning them out. Oh no, is Ragnarok biting off more than he can chew? The transfusions from the Queens as well to try and get the Broods up, but he's losing a lot of them here. Dream
Siege
also
tags.
the Thorn count.
Those tanks are just landing massive shots from the back line. And oh man, I thought those tanks were going to go down to the Biles in the middle of that fight. But then the Blinding Cloud run out and those 3 siege tanks were like, hey, we're still here. What the hell? I didn't think we were coming out of this one, Bob. Yeah. But at the end of it, I mean, that's just massive volleys out of those. 1 Remax, he's got to break him right now, does Ragnarok. But this looks really okay for Dream. Uh-oh, Neural from behind.
And Lings as well, a great addition to the composition of Ragnarok, going very roach heavy. A bunch of Broodlords on the right side also did not get caught, and they'll be remade here. Dream, I mean, he is going to lose his hatchery because he's sucking juice out of it. He's assisting the tank with its duties there. But Ragnarok still has the Rich Vespine hatchery on the far left. He still has 81 drones. His bank is not amazing, but he survives, which means the game continues, and Dream's mech count has been reset.
Yeah, it's going to take Dream a while. 11 drones is very nice damage right now, but it can be replenished here. Ragnarok has got Broodlord Viper up still. He's continuing to commit to it. But the Thor count, there's 4 Thors out right now. Adding more Cyclones and Hellions is Dream. I think Dream might not realize just how Broodlord focused Ragnarok is. And with good Viper usage, that's very scary.
I actually really like Ragnarok's army right now here. I'm starting to get a little bit wiggly and jiggly, Pig. I think my heart is in my throat because I'm actually really liking his position. No bullshit, no bias. I actually just love it. I think that he's in a really good spot here. The Hellions are going through that creep spray to try and find some more drain damage, but the big story is over here. Can Dream actually stop the Broods, stop these Ravagers, and stop the Vipers?
I don't know if he can right now. The Thors are trying to pull back, but if Ducks go down, and already one of the Thors does fall. The Vipers are gone at least now, but oh, a couple of good bios land. There's 2 Thors still there, and with the Cyclones, a couple of lock-ons do land. The Battlecruiser can come forward as well. Ooh, does dodge the bios. He's still got this command center on the left alive as well. He survives that wave. That was a very scary moment of the game that he navigates.
God. Terran. The Widowmine just killed a bunch of Banelings there and a Ravager as well. I see Ragnarok is getting a bit more of an Air Force and a few more Infestors out as well. He lost his Infestors, so he's remaking them. Obviously, they are going to pop out with Pathogen Glands, so they will be useful pretty quickly. That top right hatchery is being focused again by Dream. Cyclone's going for the
Liberator's going to come in as well.
They can pick it off. Yes, they will.
Oh, they get the hatch and the Liv starts burning drones. I think Dream is in his element now after weathering that last wave. If he can take this rich base on the right-hand side and just expand down towards Ragnarok, I think Dream's actually looking very happy right now, very comfortable with this situation. And don't get me wrong, the Infestor count is scary, but with the Vipers disappearing, it's just a matter of making sure you've got a bit of anti-Infestor in the army for Dream. And right now, 1 tank and 2 Liberators are very important. If those Thors all get stolen by Neural, he's going to be in big trouble. But the Infestors, they're all about to get energy.
Yeah, I think Ragnarok might actually, it's painful, but he has to give up this rich base, I guess. Got to pull back.
Yeah.
Hellions coming into that drone line. They're going to get a lot more drone kills. The worker count of Ragnarok not anywhere near as healthy as it was. He's got 17 more on the way, so he's just spent all of his lava and his money to remake the drones that he just lost. A few more might die here on that high ground as remnants of that base just collapse there. Dream has got that late game, almost maxed out mech situation for Terran where you're just spamming command centers so you can scan all day long and take the rest of the map. He hasn't still gotten that rich base yet, but it feels like he's moments away from grabbing it. There's a burrowed unit there as well from Ragnarok just to slow it down even further. But the bank situation is the opposite of what you want here as a Zerg. You want the Terran to be broke, and you want to be maxed out, not the other way around.
Yeah, Dream's got to be careful with this army on the left. He's got to get those guys out of there. He's going to lose all of those if he goes any deeper, but good pullbacks. At least he'll kite down a bunch of the Zerg units.
Do you even make air units here as Ragnarok at this point? That's so many Thors.
Yeah, I mean, committing so hard to the Broodlords, I feel like if you can use really good Blinding Cloud and Neural and Fungal, like that's what it's all about, surely, right? This is all Ragnarok saying, you know what, I'm going to use the Broodlords range, and in the fraction of a second where all the Broodlords will disappear if I don't micro, I'm going to use Blinding Clouds, I'm going to use Neurals, and I'm going to turn your army against yourself. But until he actually pulls off that perfect engage, it's all just theory, and he's losing another hatchery. Dream's got a massive bank. Dream's expanding to the rich base on the right-hand side. He actually hasn't floated the command center down, which I'm a bit worried about, but he is looking to be in an awesome position.
He is indeed. More and more Infestors coming out here for Ragnarok. He's got 6 so far, going up to 10, 11. Cyclones on the left side looking to go for a run by lock on that hatchery. Dream's being so patient here. It's annoying because he's playing it so well, but Ragnarok is getting a scary amount of Infestors, and he can still, like 80% or 90% of those Thors and make them his own. He can delete Dream's army.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. I mean, at this point, I'm kind of thinking of that Hero Marine clip where he was playing Bly while streaming, and he was like, oh, just get out of the game. Why won't you leave? I hate when these players stay in the game. And then, like, a Zergling Infestor army surrounded his mech army and, like, stole the entire thing, and it was, like, the most efficient Zerg fight you've ever seen. This giant mech army, which is usually so good.
That's why they stay in.
Yeah, it's like, it's hoping for those big spells and that good surrounds. And I don't know, man, like, I feel like Dream has navigated everything really well, but as it slows down here, Ragnarok's like, I've still got one gigantic army. I'm still getting all my upgrades. And it worries me a little bit because I'm like, okay, well, what's our next step, Dream? You know, 2 more starports are on the way. Okay, that's nice, cool. But, like, there's no extra ship weapons. So I don't really see the army getting any better for Dream. And I feel like he's been taking good fights through momentum and through pushing and dictating where the fights happen. I feel like right now he's kind of just saying, let's just kind of draw this out. I've been more efficient than you. I'm going to take the side of the map. You have to do something to me. I just feel like this gives a lot of time for a player like Ragnarok to slowly build up a bank and recover.
I have never, Pig, like, I feel kind of dirty right now. I might need a shower before bed, but I have never cheered so hard for Infestor Broodlord in my life. Like, I've never wanted this Infestor Broodlord army to be more powerful than right now. Because if Ragnarok can get rid of all these Thors, a counter push is possible. A slow push forward with those Broodlords to capitalize on momentum is possible. Right now, the Terran is certainly in a dominant position. Dream coming forward with those Thors. Ragnarok does have the higher ground. He does have the Infestors. Where is that engagement from Ragnarok?
He doesn't see the Infestor count. Okay, now he sees the Infestor count. Oh, but I think now that he knows about the army, that's the most important thing, honestly. So now Dream is like, oh, whoa. Mass Broodlord Infestor? Okay, buddy. I just need to make sure you can't get in neural range. My Thors are defending from the air units, and I think I should be okay here. I'd love to see that other tank siege. Thors getting abducted and just obliterated one shot by the Broodlords.
And the Vikings are annoying as well. Obviously, the Krups come forward to grab those Vikings. That's when the Thors start to pick them out. He gets a couple more Vikings there. Actually does get all the Vikings. Nice pickoffs there from Ragnarok. He is still in danger of losing this hatchery, though, which is very, very important. It's where a lot of his gas bank is coming from. His Infestors getting a little bit too close. Loses one for free there. Unfortunate for Ragnarok. That's a lot of Broodlords, Pig. There's 16 of them here for Ragnarok.
Yeah. But as long as the Thors are in a bit of a concave, dude, they can obliterate them very quickly. The Thors landing massive hits, but the Biles, oh my god, those Biles landed massively. Neural Parasite, get out of here. That's disgusting. Get out of here.
Oh, the sneaky alien probes are taking those Thors away from the Terran, and a few of these reinforcement units are actually not effective against Broods. So while a lot of the Broods did die, there are enough alive to keep the Hellbats and tanks away from this hatchery, and Ragnarok holds on. Is he in a good spot? No. Is he still alive? Technically.
I think that was, yeah, he lost a lot of money, a lot of units, and his economy is not amazing. Dream is going to rebuild faster here, and thankfully, Dream actually didn't have many units after that, man. That was close.
And here we are, once again against the War Pigs in the Jared. All I need is someone who isn't Serral to win a map, and then Serral takes the ace match. Krensel. That's your new nickname. It's a little bit lengthy, but that's your new nickname.
What can I say, mate? I mean, to be fair, the number of times that person has been Dream is very, very high. So I do think, honestly, mad props to Dream for once again bringing it out and showing that he's got what it takes to smash with the big boys. Ragnarok put up a very good fight, so, you know, hat off to him there, but I guess we saw that the Broodlord Viper kind of stuff, it can kind of work when it's a surprise wave of Broodlords, but once the Terran has the right army to deal with that, a little bit awkward.
And we are in that rough spot there where we do have to head towards NA Central and find our ace match. So Pig and I will deliberate. Pig's going to pick Serral, and I'm going to have to find someone to beat him. So guys, we're going to take a short break, and we will return. War Pigs and Dread Knights final match. We'll see you then. G'day, StarCraft fans. Welcome back to the War Chest Team League. This is terrible. The Dread Knights are about to go in the ace match here against the War Pigs. We needed that 3-0 or that 3-1. This is obviously the worst case scenario here for my team. While we do have our ace pick and our ace is feeling confident, I'm guessing just gonna split some hairs here and take a stab at it. I got like all these equations floating in front of my face right now, just like that meme from The Hangover. Is your ace pick Cyril?
Damn it. Maybe I shouldn't have made our team name the War Cyrils. Ah, I gave it away.
The Cyril pigs. Right, well, we kind of picked as well as we could here. We're going to go for parting. He is wanting this one.
As expected. All right.
Oh, that's not what I want to hear.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of like, you know, Time doesn't want it. Cure doesn't like Central against Zerg, and Ragnarok's kind of he's had his shot in the ace matches, and he hasn't been able to deliver just yet. And Parting, he is our he wasn't my first draft pick, but he's absolutely been the poster child for the for the Dread Knights. He's been very, very, very excited to be part of this War Chest Team League. He's been very vocal about it on his team and his stream and that sort of thing. He's the most active guy in the Discord, and he is Mr. Strats. He's part of the reason why we've been doing so well in the round robins part is because a lot of the choices that Parting has made, along with myself, of course, to find the good matchups and getting the maps that we need. But yeah, your team has been stronger than expected, unfortunately, for us.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some close run-ins, but definitely one where I am hoping for that now. You guys, I believe, had the server advantage before, right? So I think
so you get
should
Central.
have the server, so we should have Central.
No? Ah, okay. So
so that was an even ping match, I believe. Then the one we had
so
before.
we do get the server. Ah, okay. Well, you know what? There's a small candle of hope that sits inside of my chest pig. And the flame just got fanned a little brighter just now. Just having anything that little, like even though it's 30 milliseconds, 50 milliseconds, anything. Cyril is nice to have.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to need it as well. I think, you know, Parting's so funny in this matchup because I love the way he plays where he'll like just cannon rush so much for a period, then he won't, but he'll bring it out when he needs to in a best of 5. He's obviously going to get super aggro, but it's like watching Parting, and I mean, we cast a lot of him in weekly cups. It's like Stalker's attacking sometimes to his advantage, sometimes to his detriment. There's often moments where I'm like, oh, this is just a suicidal maneuver, and then he punches through and wins. But I think, yeah, he's definitely a wild man, so I don't take this as a foregone conclusion or anything like that, right? I actually think Parting, when he's on point, is one of the scariest PvZ players in the world. But I do think that Cyril's style matches up very well against him.
Yeah, certainly. And it feels like this is actually as good as Cyril's looked in, you know, ZVT and that sort of thing. I actually feel like he is particularly good against Protosses. His ZVP has always been insane. It was his best matchup back in 2018. He's the world champion, and I feel like it's probably his best matchup right now in 2020, especially where it feels like, you know, Protoss in general as a race is on the back foot a little bit in this matchup. They're feeling like they're in a metamorphosis state of trying to figure things out in this matchup. You know, how do we actually get to the late game where our units are strong? Can we get there? How do we do it? And finding time and time again, Banelings hitting their probe lines and just going, well, shit, maybe not this game, maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, it's brutal, fast engagements from Zerg that don't give Protoss the time to kind of eke out the advantages. And this man down here, he's someone where if he gets in control, he will make 100 Banelings and roll his way to victory. Down here, captain of the War Cyrils, it is the man the team is named again after, Cyril. We're actually going to get t-shirts and change the name officially as well.
Just have it like the War Pigs with the pig part scratched out in a red texture and then just Cyril written instead. And the top right here, if this guy wins, we're going to call ourselves the Twist Knights. From Dragon Phoenix Gaming, this is Parting! For potentially the last time in this tournament, but we hope not.
I mean, this is the final day. For anyone who's just tuned in, by the way, That's it. This is the first semi-final. I mean, I'm just excited that we've had so many close matches throughout. There haven't really been any massive walkovers, or very few of those throughout. And yeah, it's just been so damned close. So we're excited to see this one finish. Whichever way it goes, Maynard, you know, I'm always graceful in victory, never in defeat. But I'm going to be graceful today because I know it's going to be a victory.
Eat and die. That's kind of my direct response to that. I can't as a commentator, like obviously I have a large library of words to go with, but I went with just went with because that you know I don't have anything else coming to mind to respond more accurately. But anyway,
fair enough. You know, that is often it when faced with something that is just so powerful that you can't even barely comprehend it. Often fear and anger, that is the natural response. So I understand where you're coming from. I
can't remember which stage of grief it is. I think it's 2, second or third stage of grief.
Yeah, it just might be. Is this the immortal all in with one prism? Because there's only one gas, or is it not even the immortal, but just a 6-gate gateway attack? Because that's one gas from parting. This is a dirty boy build.
This is going to be a This is a dirty boy build here from Parting. It's going to be, I mean, obviously when the robo goes down, you've only got one gas. This is an absolutely super aggressive build from Parting. Zerg have this little unit called the Overlord, though. It's very, very good at doing things like flying in and seeing stuff.
Just sacrifice it. There's no point turning around now. It's on a one-way trip. Just go north. Go north. Don't go right. Go north. Ah, shizzle.
No, go right. No. Look, treasure in the east. X-Master spot, Cyril. X-Master spot. You know, don't worry about that man behind the curtain. Oh, God, he's going to see it.
Click it. He clicks it. He clicks it. He clicks it. Yes. He knows. He knows. Oh, what's that? Your gas is super late in your main. Oh, there's a robo down. And his lings come in and see the third gas that goes down. See, Parting was like, damn, it's being scouted. Quick, take extra gases so we can still do a normal build. But Cyril's seen that. So he actually should know to not be too afraid right now.
And he drones. Cyril's actually, unfortunately, a really, really smart guy. We needed him to lose 50 to 100 IQ before this game. It didn't happen. So the hired party boy frat guy that I wanted to go over to Cyril's house and just fill him with schnapps before this game obviously didn't find his address. He does live in the woods somewhere in Porninen, right?
Yeah, and he's actually doing a very interesting build, by the way, because he's going 2-base here with 4 queens and drops a Roach Warren. And he's playing... Please drone that 3rd base before it's even finished. I have a special place in my heart for, well, what's the opposite of being in your heart? A special place in my hate for 2-base Roach builds against Protoss. I think they're terrible. I think it's a good way of putting yourself behind. And I really don't want to see him just damage his own economy for no reason here. So I want to see a quick Spire or something like that here for Cyril. Just Roach speed and +1 would make me very sad.
Well, we are seeing the more gateways here from Parting with a very fast robotics bay. It is going to be a disruptor opening here from Parting as well. It's going to try and get the balls into Cyril's army and to take out those units as quickly as possible. Cyril is just making a ton of units right now on 38 workers. I feel like Parting has the right units soon to deal with something like this. The Lings are a scary part, though.
Yeah, this is a weird one. The Lings are definitely looking to ambush any sort of move out, whether it's to a 3rd base or to try and pressure him. And Cyril, I mean, he wants to find this. Oh, there's so many Lings. They're going to get spotted by the hallucination, though. That's not great. Cyril's got to drone up from here. And I think he's trying to kind of counter Parting out. But Parting is a very flexible boy. And ooh, Parting's still moving down, though. That's a lot of Lings. If those sentries go down, he's in big trouble.
He does have force fields to protect them. He does have a little bit of a choke point as well. And a sentry in the natural, very nice. Parting, not going to take damage from these Lings. Will Cyril take damage from the disruptor drop here? Queen's in position to fight back the Prism. Drones could get pulled back from the Nova as well. Cyril reacts immediately. Loses some lava, or rather doesn't lose the lava. He turns them into drones and saves them. And the disruptor actually doesn't do anything. Takes hit points.
Yeah, these Lings of Cyril not really finding anything, though, and this was a bit of an odd opening for him. He hasn't really found anything. The Spire finally does go down. He does have Roach speed up. He's droning super duper hard as Cyril, and I think that's good. He's got control with the Zerglings. He realizes, okay, this is just a macro setup for now from Parting. But I think he's going to have to go into Roach production soon because Serral, I mean, he's pushed his work account very hard after what was a very ultra safe opening. And I'm like sitting here just looking at this going, okay, please don't make any more drones, Serral. I think that might be a bit greedy.
The hallucinated phoenixes are flying on in. They do see the spire, clicks on it, sees it. So Parting knows about that. He's got Blink on the way. So you know that the spirit animal of Parting is the Blink Stalker. They can make magic happen. Since 2010, Blink and a Dream has been Parting's motto. I think he's got it tattooed as a tramp stamp in the lower back area. I've heard fans close to Parting feed me that information. I haven't seen it myself personally yet. Don't go to Korea enough myself.
Oh, we are going to see the Overseer come through. Throw that Contaminate down, baby girl. Goodbye, Blink. Blink does get slowed down up in the Protoss main base, and big push is now coming out, though. Going up to 6 gates, that's a gigantic army, and Serral's army is tiny right now, and this is what I was talking about. He even loses an Overlord. Yeah, he doesn't have any extra Overlords, so he's a little bit low on army. Thankfully, he makes a few Ravages here. But I just feel like he does not have a lot to work with. So one good round of force fields, a few Ravages getting, caught out, and Serral's in huge trouble.
Yeah, Serral can't afford to make too many mutas right now. He actually needs to make a ground army to deal with Parting's push. It looks a little bit weird because you look at it and you're like, oh, that's not a great anti-air army, but it's not meant to be. It's a good Roach, anti-Roach army, specifically with Blink, though, which has been delayed, and Parting feels not super confident about sending out the ground army. Goes for the Disruptor Nova. Oh! Big connection on the Ravages, gets a few of them there, and also a retreating Roach. Nice flank from Parting. And he is losing probes back at home, but does have a cannon in the middle line, picks off a Mutalisk. Good defense from Parting.
They got to get out. He's going to lose 2 mutas here. So 6 probes, not really that great. And that's a bit annoying there as Serral. That being said, he's on 66 drones. He's on 3 bases, or 4 bases, in fact. Plus 2 melee started Bane speeds there. Serral's getting back closer to what would be, a bit more of a normal game. Parting's economy, only 55 probes. So as long as Serral just keeps making tons of Zerglings here, he should be good.
Nova coming forward from Parting at whiffs, though. Lings, of course, very easy to just run away from the Novas anytime they fire out, especially when you're on creep. Baneling speed's nearly done for Serral, so that's going to be a complication for Parting as he heads towards +2 attack. His army sort of patrolling between the edge of the creep and the 3rd base. 4th of Parting is being delayed a little bit here by Serral's units. He can see if the Protoss expands and takes that 4th, he'll know about it. Parting's all about the aggression right now. He's all about this push with +1, with Blink, with these Disruptors, with this War Prism. He's got a lot of force fields as well, and he's got the best force fields in the West.
Oh, a lot of Lings looking to run around and do a bit of a run by, potentially into the 3rd, but Parting's army is coming back, so those Lings really not going to find much. Oh, he wants to trap him.
Yeah, Serral, I think, tried to wrap around those Stalkers so that the Ravages and Banes can maybe do the rest, but I feel like the Prism with the Disruptors is still a huge threat to Serral. He's making so many Lings and Banes right now. I mean, I think it's actually not a terrible call. Serral having a ton of Ling Bane is decent against a very Stalker-heavy army, but there's a lot of force fields here from Parting. A lot of force fields.
Yeah, this is that point where I'm like, dude, how amazing would a Hive be? An Infestation Pit goes down a 2nd Evo. Yeah, at this point, you want to start getting Carapace so you can make some Ultralisks. It's just Stalkers, Disruptors into Colossus. None of this is any decent at all versus Ultras or Vipers. Both of those units, Blinding Clouds of Darks, Ultras in general. And these things would be amazing at this point. Serral, he's still looking to find something. He's got a good work account, 77 versus 63. It's just that thing where there's going to be one maxed out army for Protoss that packs such a big punch, and I think Serral's in the lead, but it's just this odd situation, and if there's one guy who's going to try to make magic happen with 6 force fields and 4,000 Stalkers, it's definitely Parting.
I mean, Parting is, he's been making his bread and butter off of fighting against Ravager Ling Bane for quite a while now. He is very, very good against it. But you're right, when it gets towards Hive, that's something that's very scary. You go up to Ultra, you go up to anything here to start countering the Robotech specifically, and Parting will be in a bit of a spot of bother. Spire is still here for Sparrow as well, so you can go for a big muta switch if you can thin out the Stalker count as well. That's also nice against Prism and Colossus and that sort of thing. Templar Archives goes down for Parting. His Colossus is about to pop out. He's got extended Thermal Lance as well. Just about to finish here. Serral with a big attack on the 3rd base. Cannon's going to slow him down. Some Stalkers being warped in. Banelings as well. And the Colossus shows up just in time for Parting. I mean, the Lings are going to get some damage done. They're going to pick off some of that static defense. I think Parting's fine with that.
Yeah, it looks like this is going to have to go up to the next stage. And I actually do think Ultras, like I said, might be the better answer than Broods when there's this many Blink Stalkers on the map. I mean, Broodlords are never bad, and going the Great Aspire, I would definitely be behind that, but I think a couple Spellcasters and so on would be amazing. And it's just the fact that Protoss is going to be allowed to max out. That's the scary thing that we keep mentioning here. And fourth base finally up for Parting. Parting's economy has been rather weak all game, so don't get me wrong. Like, one run-by lands, Parting's economy is just absolute trash.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. He's very much putting all of his eggs into getting up a big army and just trying to hit a timing. The run-bys from Serral are getting deflected. He actually caught a bunch of run-by units there on the left side.
The drop scares me. That scares me.
Biles coming down from Serral on the static defense, going to burn down a couple of his cannons. Colossi and Force Fields on the left side. Baneling's crashing in very inefficiently there against the Stalkers. Parting actually took a pretty good trade there, and his fourth is still alive.
Yeah, one Viper in the mix is going to help out. Just a single Viper. But, I mean, Adrenal +3 melee. Carapace is now coming in as well. I don't know, man. This is just such a weird thing because it's like Serral's taken bad fights, like really bad fights, but
yeah, really bad
he's so far ahead economically. So it's like, it's bad, but it's kind of still okay, right? Because like Stalkers aren't the best army for late game.
No, yeah, certainly not. I mean, Parting is, we've seen some miracle engagements from him when he gets the Stalkers, Force Fields, and Colossi all together, like that old Wings of Liberty death ball. But, I mean, Zergs are so good at dealing with them, especially Serral. He really dismantled Parting when they faced each other in the ace match last time in the round robin stage when Parting tried to get there. But he does have the Prism with the Disruptors, which is a bit of a wrinkle in the works. Serral trying to go for the Baneling run by the third base. Still a bit of a SimCity here. +2 on his
Is he finally going to get some? No. Still just clears out some pylons, forces a bit of mining time, and that's about it. Serral's getting antsy as well, man. He doesn't have a lot of gas in the bank.
Impatient.
Yeah, he's getting super impatient. And this is getting really, really sloppy as he does this. These Stalkers are just trading so well versus Serral's Banelings.
Oh, here come the Ravagers with the Banes. The Viper comes forward, picks one of those Colossi up, and he is going to get it, but the Disruptor Nova comes forward. Big Nova in the middle of the pack. Parting getting a great Nova there, but he's losing a lot of his army. It's a trade on both sides for sure. Serral, once again, with that bank, though, is able to skyrocket supply. Starts 96 Zerglings. You know what? 96 Zerglings is going to get his army supply up there, but it's Lings, man. That army is not good against what Parting has here. Does he go across the map with another Warp in? Maybe another round of Archons, a few charge lots if he can afford it? Yeah, he's going to make a bunch of High Templar here. I think a bunch of Archons makes a ton of sense.
That gas count's still very low for Serral. He desperately needs to take an extra gas or two here. If he doesn't, his main base gas will be mining out shortly. And yeah, he's starting to take an extra gas, guys. It is Serral. He's still got a good mineral bank. His upgrades are continuing to grow. If any Lings find that fourth mineral line, I mean, that's going to fall apart. And I think Serral here might be time to just split up even more and go for the economy rather than the army.
These Lings are finding these Stalkers over here at the fourth base, which just blink into the mineral line. Parting focusing on the left side, trying to get into that Baneling count, which is trying to get into the pack of the Protoss. Those Banelings are finding an opening. They're getting in. There's no more force fields. The Banelings are just crashing into absolutely everything on the right side. Serral takes the fight that he was looking for. The Archon's still left over, and the Charge Lot's still left over. Are pushing back the Ravagers. Another Nova going in the middle of the pack. Decent splits from Serral. Only loses one Ravager, but Parting is going to catch a few more of these units on the retreat.
Yeah, he loses quite a lot of his Ravagers, only 4 left alive. And I mean, Serral's supply looks okay. This is still a scary moment. This is a low-tier supply army. Serral's got to pull back and make more Banelings. He can't fight out there. Serral, what are we doing out in the middle of the map right now? He's getting a bit cocky, I think.
Banes.
Yeah,
you got 49 Banelings being morphed.
In the middle of the map, it's so ambitious.
Oh, Parting might catch it, he might not. Those Banelings are going to finish. He's going for a giant Baneling sandwich. Oh, the Nova connects there on the Ravagers, but the Banelings are just rolling in.
There's nothing with them, though. Without support, you need Ravagers and Lings to actually do the damage. This is what I'm talking about. Serral got so wasteful in these last few engagements. He's gotten exceptionally wasteful, and I think he still has a chance of winning here, but every Ravager he loses is such a huge problem.
Colossus does get picked off there by the Banelings, the Ravagers, and the Viper getting that yoink off. Parting's counterattack is looking for the hatchery. Another yoink there on that Colossus. It is going to go down. There's Stalkers and Archons from Parting, but now it's just Stalkers and a couple of Mortals. Does this army beat Serral's? I feel like it's unlikely to.
Yeah, just too much economic advantage for too long in this game. You simply can't be that far behind economically, especially not with Stalkers, right? They're not a unit that can make that big of a comeback. They're so flexible, they're so well-rounded. There's a reason they don't do crazy amounts of splash damage or anything like that. And Parting's going to pull on back, but it looks like Serral here, some of the honestly dirtiest engagements I've ever seen Serral engage in on this map. I think I was really expecting him to clean this up a little bit more cleanly and simply. But at the same time, you've got to remember that Parting was so defensively focused. Yeah, it might not have been the cleanest finish for Serral, but Parting needed to do more. You can't just sit on your side of the map like that.
And unfortunately, he can't even do that anymore. The Zergers come to meet him. He breaks open the front door. The fourth base is completely exposed. Parting's army is dead. And the old strategy of just getting the map win that isn't Serral ends up with that ace match and getting that victory. And twice we go down to it. Feels bad, man. Dread Knights had such a good season. We got ourselves all the way to the top of the ladder there in the round robin, but have been picked off by the War Pigs. Oh, it hurts, Pig. It hurts. Say something to make me feel better. Throw me a lifeline here. Say I am so devastated. Oh, you guys
just, I mean, I'm a big fan of the Dread Knights. You guys had a rough start to the season, and then you went to first spot on the tables. I mean, you guys finished the regular season first. We've barely made it past you here. We heave a sigh of relief, but thankfully we do manage to survive. So, yeah, big oof, big exhale for the War Pigs, and it's been good doing battle with you, mate.
And you as well, my friend. I mean, love to not only Blizzard and Wardy for running the tournament. Obviously, that's it for me. That's it for the Dread Knights. But also, supreme shout out to the boys, Parting, and to Time for being an incredible dark horse. He actually performed way better than expected. Cure and also Ragnarok for just being solid picks and just doing exactly as intended, playing incredibly close games, incredibly high-level games. I was very, very happy with the team and how well-rounded it was. Wasn't just quite good enough to get the grand finale. The grand finale is going to be you versus either Demumu.
Rotterdam or Demumu, yeah.
Yeah, Demumu or Rotterdam. We actually have the matchups at the moment ready to look at. And I got to say, Pig, when I looked at this, I feel like it looks pretty good for Benny and the boys. And Benny and the boys, now, look, the Dread Knights are a very close-knit team, but Benny and the boys are essentially brothers. Like, they aren't connected by blood, obviously, but it's deeper than that. It's like when you make a friend that you actually like appreciate and see more of yourself in. Like I mean, maybe he doesn't win this tournament, but it feels like if Muslim ever needed something like a liver transplant or a new heart or a new lung, one of these players would absolutely just jump straight in there and they'd be fighting each other over trying to give him that transplant, or just even a cheeky blood transfusion, taking a bullet. Maybe if Ben becomes a huge celebrity, which is definitely on the cards. He's a very handsome guy, very good at video games. He could definitely take that bullet from the crazy fan. You know, I could see TY or Zest jumping in front of that bullet easily for Muslim, while also giving him that organ transplant. Like, it's actually just, I'm so jealous of how close-knit that team has been for the entire season of the War Chest Team League.
A missed opportunity for us normies who weren't able to just, you know, cross over and transcend all cultural and language barriers the way Muslim and his team has. So, you know, hats off to Benny and the boys there. I think most of us will, of course, be cheering for them. And the winner of that faces off against
No. Whoever defeats me has to be the champion. So War Pigs all the way. Get her done. Get that ace match. Get that ace match, you filthy devil. Get that Serral ace match and just rip that head off and win that tournament. You got to do it for me. Do it for me. Do it for everyone on this side of the bracket.
You know, we're waiting to the grand finals to just win every map. It's just going to be a flat 3-0. It's going to be like, oh, and I'll be like, shut up, haters. That's it, you know. Serral, though, I mean, he's been doing so damned good, and I hope he can go grab a snack now, chill out. Everybody else shouldn't go too far, though, because I think we're going to wrap up and head over to that other semi-final. So any last words, Maynard?
It's been wonderful. Thank you very much for cheering for my team. Sorry we didn't get all the way there, but I really did believe, and I really would believe if we got to do it all over again. So much love, and good luck to the War Pigs.
Much love. Good night, everybody. We'll be back with the semi-finals in just a sec.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the playoffs of the War Chest Team League, where I'm about to take on Benjamin and his legion of people who still don't really know who the guy the Muslim is. How are you doing, Benjamin?
I'm doing good, Kevin, because, like, you know, we were looking at how to place our players, you know, and as we're all sat there on Discord together with webcams on, with our cigars, having a good time, it was like, holy crap, No Brain No Pain made it? Well, that's good. Dom Ragu looks at us all and he's like, guys, are you thinking what I'm thinking? And Hurricane, he's a bit slow, you know, slow on the uptake, like always has been, that lad. But it was like, oh, what? And we're all like nodding. It's like, Rotterdam's so freaking predictable, and we knew exactly where every player was going to go. Do you know where Drogo was last Clan War? Death Aura. Do you know where Bunny was this Clan War? Golden Wall. Then it's 2 extra new maps, and Dom Ragu was just, he was nodding the whole time. He was like, man, that Rotterdam's so bloody predictable. He is so stubborn. And so, it was very easy to counterpick. So I think our lineup this time is pretty damn solid. Tight-knit, mate. Tight-knit.
If with counterpick you mean you hope that you even get to see a fourth map in this matchup, then I agree with you. But I have no idea what Maynard was up to. Not only with the part where he said that, you know, if you would ever need a liver transportation, your boys would be there for you. I personally think that if you are short $1 at the supermarket, Zest will look at you and turn his back to you. He'll walk away. He'll be like, Benjamin, there's another day to get groceries. Not on my watch. But also, how are these matchups good for you? This is everything that we wanted and more. We couldn't have been happier.
I'm feeling a bit of projecting over here, Kevin. A little bit of projecting over here, you know? When you're, like, in your team, you're twice as old as some of your players, whereas in my team, you know, we're all pretty close. Anyhow, spawning in the bottom right-hand side of Golden Wall, it is Zest.
And the reason why we would like this matchup is because the last time this Zest nerd went up against this beautiful man in the bottom left side, he got 3-0'd, and we want more of that, because why stop things when it's going great? Representing No Brain, No Pain, it's Bunny. A 3-0 ban just a couple weeks ago. I mean, please explain to me how this is good for you again.
Just you watch, Kevin. Zest was like, mate, I've got something proper planned for Golden Wall for Bunny, because I know it's obviously going to be Bunny. This was, you know, we were talking about all the possibilities that could happen. Nathanius was a bit trickier to figure out, but you, Kevin, the boys knew. They know you. It's like, this guy, he's been opening up 3 Stalker pushes for 6 years in a row. The only unit he ever makes after that is a bloody Phoenix. Of course we know what this fella's up to. And so Zest, look at him, that cheeky monkey, mining out his back minerals. And you know what? Bunny, I don't think he's the brightest fella. In fact, his team name is No Brain. He's going to scout, and he's going to be like, oh, I'm getting one base here.
We'll see who's right or not when Zest thinks once again that you can only win a game with 1,700 minerals in the bank. But I digress, Ben. I don't really want to let this get too personal. You want to make fun of me, you want to take personal shots at me, that's fine. Let me know when you ever build a 3rd command center so your stream is worth watching again, because I'm a little bored of these 2 bays all in. But let's talk about TVP. Okay, Bunny is going to scout. And you know, it's really cool if you want to do a funky, weird, unusual build, maybe scare your opponent, but then maybe Zest shouldn't have made it this easy to scout in the first place.
Well, you know, Kevin, Protoss is unfortunate enough that they don't have depots that can just kind of like go down and stuff. Okay, so what's Zest making in his first unit? Okay, so there's a bunker going down behind his natural, and he's like, you know what? Brains, mate, I'm going to make a freaking sentry to deal with this lock, which I don't think is the best unit to be making, honestly, Zest. So, not sure about this one, mate.
I actually think Zest is going to end up losing a couple of probes here already. I mean, that first probe should go down. What are you going to do? Drop a force field? No. Oh, he is going to drop a force field. And now he's going to pull 17 probes to trap a Reaper? Come on, Zest. Go full NA on us. Yes, he is! Well, that doesn't work. Reapers are fast, mate. Go back to the top again. This Reaper ain't going to... Oh, my goodness.
Is he going to get it? Is he get... Oh, Zest.
Who cares if he's going... No, he's not going to get it. He's going to get into the bunker. Oh, my goodness. Can we just hop into our second match already, Ben? I mean, good news is Sentry DPS is pretty good. Unfortunately, it's going to take a little while before this bunker actually goes down.
Yeah, not the best start for my boy, you know? Like, he was distracted by that mirror again. It was like, man, am I good looking? And just kind of shat the bed a little bit. Like, this is not what we wanted for Benny and the boys. And You know, luckily the other lads are sat behind him, probably cheering him on, you know. But it looks like Bunny's going to be doing some weird... Is this going to be like Widowmine drop shenanigans? I know he's done some crazy Thor pushes.
Yeah, that was actually awesome. The Thor push was really cool. It's a shame it didn't work, but this is definitely going to be a Widowmine follow-up, and this is awesome because at this point, Zest has absolutely no detection. That shield battery has even gone down. The Reaper will finally go down mid-air even. That looks pretty cool. But it's going to be Widowmines with Drilling Claws against what? I hope Zest makes a Phoenix, by the way. That'd be awesome.
I think Bunny forgot the patch notes there, where it's like, you only need an armory to get these boys invis, you know? Anyhow, Phoenix Star against a Widowmine drop. I love it. I love it. Taking a
you love this
very greedily as well.
Yeah, you love this, mate. We'll see how much you love it when there are invisible Widowmines in 2 mineral lines. We'll see if you actually love it at that point.
Is my boy going to scout as well? Oh, he's heading straight for it, is Zest. And by the way, did you see that surround on that Reaper that popped out that bunker? Beautiful with the Stalker, a 1 unit surround at that. Ah, I think he saw that Tech Lab blinking and... Well,
he's like, is this going to be a Macfield accelerator push? That's probably what he's wondering about at this point. Alright, we've got a single Marine as well, spotting the fact that Zest is already going up to 3 bases. Where are those Phoenixes? Because these mines, they only need to get into the mineral line 1 time. Zest still has no detection with Drilling Claws. I cannot imagine a world where these mines will not burrow. And I don't think Zest is going to be mining up that bottom base for a little while. Come on, Bunny. Get in there, mate, 1 time.
Oh my god, he's actually moving away at the absolute wrong time as well. But let's see what happens here, because the next few moments are absolutely critical. So, where are the units? Where are the units?
They're still in the main. They're still in the main. Drilling Claws, mate. Phoenixes are going to be way too late. No detection. Oh, 5 probes clumped up on the top mineral patch. Yeah, I mean, it's going to take a while before that observer is out, isn't it, man?
It is certainly going to take a while. And, you know, I don't mind, Kevin. I don't mind. Like, what am I seeing here? Bunny, despite dealing so much damage, he's like, I'm going to slow down the game tremendously by going 3 CC and then double engineering bay. That's exactly what Zest wants.
We'll see about that. Well, Zest is going to end up losing a few more probes.
Oh, nice Widowmine, mate.
Yeah, but the natural. Can he get into the natural? Can he get into the main? Zest should be able to see it anytime now. Okay, this one is probably not going to really get anything done.
Beautifully predicted and shut down by Zest. Only losing 5 probes to 2 Widowmine drops. Are you kidding me? Classic.
And not bad. I mean, I gotta give Zest credit, guy. That was not all that bad, but he still lost quite a bit of mining time. And the thing is, like, I know a thing or two about Phoenixes, man. Phoenixes are great, but if they're just sitting at home really not doing anything, as we have another mine drop coming in, can we get 1 more juicy shot? No, it's just going to be 2 more probes, but Bunny doesn't stop. He is relentless.
I was really impressed by that pull away, by the way, like serious for a moment. That was very nice by Zest. But yeah, this is truly relentless by Bunny, and it's not going to stop for a while. Like, he's still making lots of Widowmines back at home. He's taking his 3rd base behind all this too. Upgrades are on the way before Zest. Like, he's definitely got himself into a neat position with all of this.
I mean, I'm just looking forward to the next 2.5 minutes of this game. Because if Zest can keep his money low when he's got 12 gateways, I want to see how he can keep his money low when he's actually going to build Colossus and Phoenix's. That mine shot could have been 1,000,000 times better. I'm happy that you have some luck on your side right now, Ben. Otherwise, this would be truly a one-sided affair, and we want some excitement and tension in the semifinals. So I'm okay with it.
I just want to point out, by the way, if we look at this resources loss tab a little bit, just for a moment here, Zest trading phenomenally well against Bunny, despite being under so much pressure from the no-brain player.
Well, that's nice. I'll give it to that. It all could have been a lot worse, but then we can take a look at the income advantage as well over the last few minutes. And jeez Louise, Bunny's stock is peaking higher than Tesla at this point, so I'm okay with him losing a few more units out there, man.
Wait, has it been more? Like, right now, all I'm saying is Zest is still mining a little bit more than Bunny, you know, due to better saturation and just being on the ball a little bit better, you know what I'm saying? Oh, these Phoenix flying around, you know, you don't see this on Rotterdam stream, Phoenix actually getting away, full health and stuff.
What's wrong with my Phoenix play all of a sudden, Ben? Like, just because you want your boys to win doesn't mean you have to take it all out on me, but I see. I see how it is.
Okay, so that Zest bank is accumulating a little bit, and it makes me a little bit worried, but he has got his upgrade starting. That observer is shot out of the sky. Nice eyes by Bunny.
I can't wait for Zest to sit on 1700, 1900 mate. Only one robo at this point while playing this style. He's got 7 gateways. Okay, that's going to help a little bit, but I think there is plenty to go for if you're Bunny. On top of that, this is kind of scary for these Phoenixes because he knows there are still mines out there. There could be some potential booby traps set up around the map, so it's kind of hard to really go too adventurous with the Phoenixes here.
Like one thing that's always made Bunny scarier than other Terrans in some ways is the fact that he doesn't necessarily always scan before he runs in with a drop, which makes him terrifying because the scan, it does like kind of notify you of where your opponent's going to be.
Oh, Bunny has been so patient setting up that double drop into the natural for quite some time. Now the Phoenixes are actually going to be brought over here to the bottom, which is obviously what Bunny wants because this army of Bunny is really not that intimidating. I gotta say, Zest does have a pretty good setup at this point, but I don't hate it. The double drop does make it into the main base. Can we get a couple of probes? The answer is yes. 6 probes going down so far. A couple of Phoenixes getting gunned out of the sky as well. I don't really mind a drop like this, Ben.
Oh, he might be getting a little bit carried away here. Does drop into a cannon, a shield battery here, and a big warp in by Zest. And the thing is, does he really need to be doing this right now? I mean, he is on 4 bases. I actually think Bunny's in really good shape right now, but he can't get overzealous.
Gets a stalker there. I would have loved to see that Withermine shot actually go down on the Phoenixes. As those Phoenixes are annoying and they've got a lot of energy. They could actually start lifting Marauders. Obviously, I'd hate to see it. Zest is going out really far at this point. And I gotta say, Zest's army does look intimidating because Bunny doesn't really have a proper answer to the Colossus yet. But he is building 4 Vikings at a time. And my boy's got a monstrous economy, Ben.
Now, those are Rotterdam Phoenixes, all full energy, but Zest blinking forward there. The Colossus getting off some nifty shots. So Bunny's answer is getting a lot of Vikings and a lot of Ghosts, and honestly, that's going to be a really hard army to deal with for Zest.
I'd love to say that that's a Benjamin Fort base if I've ever seen one, but you only float over your main, so I can't really say that.
You know, when you start it, you have to be willing to receive it. All right, you have to be willing.
In the wise words of Johan Melle, if you can take it, then don't dish it out. Coming from the guy who really can't take anything, but
yeah, he lives in the most glass house of all time. You know.
Just kidding, Todd. We love you. True though. Anyways. Double Disruptor on the way. Now, honestly, this is shaping up to be a very fun, interesting first game here, Ben, because it's hard to call. Bunny's economy is awesome, but Zest is building up a very complex, very powerful army. And as much as I love my boy Bunny, I don't often think of him as like the sickest Ghost Liberator player of all time, right? It's a lot of brute force in general. So I have no idea how this is going to go.
So there's a few things I'm like, okay, dealing with mass DTs as you're expanding far and far away from your base, it gets a bit tricky, but one thing that Bunny's very good at is just making the game chaotic. And when he's got more economy and more time to just throw units here, there, and everywhere, it's going to be hard to keep up with him, especially with units like Disruptors, where you have to be looking at them to make them do something.
Well, Zest is sitting on a little bit of money right now, probably wondering what he should spend it on, but we all know that he is capable of warping in a lot of DTs at once. Instead, he's gonna go for Zealots. I'm okay with seeing that, because Zealots are not the most powerful unit if the armies are maxed out. Bunny is kind of outmaneuvering Zest. Zest really doesn't have that much vision, I want to say, at the bottom side of the map. But he does have one very well-placed observer that's going to see this entire army coming. The double drop heading towards the main base. Phoenixes are going to try to gun down a full medevac, but they don't really get in range before most of the units are out. And this is about to get very hectic. Can we get a Colossus for free?
You might be able to, Kevin. The Vikings are going down for their trouble, though. The Disruptor also sends the Bio Army away, but I feel the damage was done to Zest here, because he lost 13 probes, his 4th base.
Mate, we're not even done in the main base yet. Look at that. A couple of Marines and Marauders want to get a Disruptor, and they do get on top of that Disruptor as well. Of course, Bunny is going to see the fact that there is a Dark Shrine, but I'm sure that he was expecting that before even seeing it. Like, these attacks are not cheap. But Bunny's economy went completely untouched in this game, so he can absolutely rebuild a lot easier than Zest can.
He certainly can. 3-3 is on the way for Bunny, very soon completing. And Bunny's done a good job of just taking out observers here, there, and everywhere. Gold base on the wrong side of the gold. That's kind of cool by Zest.
Yeah.
Disruptor shot. Did he get it? Oh, got a big hit off there on quite a few of the bio units. That was nice. Actually took out a Ghost as well.
Yep, no, that's a pretty good one. And a couple of cannons and batteries are going to keep this base safe. At the same time, Zealots are trying to take down the planetary on the top left side, and they will succeed in doing so. So that untouched economy that I mentioned before is suddenly not all that untouched anymore. You know what, Bunny? Now we can max out on a more proper army. I mean, Zest should run out of money anytime soon. Pick up some Marauders. Oh no, another big disruptor shot landed in the natural there.
Oh, trying to keep up with Zest is a tricky one, especially when, you know, even when he's been ahead the whole game as Bunny, he's finding it tough. He's feeling the pressure against Benny and his boys.
Oh, now he's been behind. Or now he's been out. No, move the ghost. Oh my goodness.
Oh, does it feel good to be Protoss or what, lads? It feels darn good. And Zest, there is lots of blue coming from the north, coming from the south, coming from the east as well. One Phoenix left. That is the last of the Rotterdam fleet.
Oh. I mean, I still think this... Oh my... Man, every shot.
Gosh.
What is happening? Every shot is money at this point.
And Zest's army, it's not even all there. Look at how many Zealots and Ghosts are in the back. Oh my gosh. DT's looking to the top side as well. I mean, the DTs are actually like butchering that army alone. Zest with a 30 supply advantage. Zealots everywhere. No PF at this base either. I think this is it, Kev.
Can we talk about the Disruptor? That's just kind of what I want to throw out there. You know, I've seen a lot of great video games and then it just ends with a couple of Purification Novas. Is this right? I don't think so. But it does seem that Zest is indeed going to take the 1-0 lead here for Benny and the boys. As they are friends on Discord for literally 3 more hours. So Ben, make the best of it. Take some screenshots, you know.
You know, you cannot disrupt this bond, the bond of blood, Kevin, the bond of time, and we've been together for a damn long time. And you know, you thought it was going to be 3-0 for your team, Kevin. You thought it was. That is how little value your words have right now as Benny and the boys take a exceedingly convincing and very decisive game 1.
It was a pretty fun game, to be honest. A very exciting game where I felt that Barney definitely got some momentum going, especially after taking down the 4th base, and then he had the drop in the main, took down a bunch of probes, took down the disruptors. But at one point, it just felt that Zest became Steph Curry, and every Purification Nova he shot landed in the center of an army. We saw 4 or 5 ghosts going down, 5 Marauders twice, and then all of a sudden Zest ran to the other side of the map with the Muslim amount of workers, I may add, 50, in a 15-minute game, and then managed to get the job done. Well done, Ben. Well done.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I appreciate it. And yeah, beautiful way to start off the series, I must say, because last time in our clan war, Zest didn't do particularly well against your team. It was a 3-minute failed cannon rush against Solar, which got to say was sad. And now the next match, I think this is a really cool one, actually, because I haven't seen these guys duke it out in quite some time. They are former teammates, which makes it even cooler. It's TY against Solar.
And historically, it's been quite close between these two. And obviously, I mean, TY is an absolutely amazing player. Has been able to win a GSL this year already as well. He's got a very minor winning record over Solar, but Solar did win their most recent encounter 2-0. So I don't know. This is a big one, of course. I can't really spin it any way around. I generally thought that Bunny was going to win. I had a really good feeling about it. Unfortunately, it did not work out that way. Solar needs to step up here and show everyone that Benny and the boys are not as tight as they have to make them seem out to be. Maybe I can just go for a failed proxy, you know, to really show what that friendship of yours is truly made of.
Me and TY, we are such bros, Kevin. I keep him on my shelf and do me proud, TY, do me proud. There he goes, back with the boys.
I can't wait until you're eliminated so you can take down those pictures and we'll never have to see them again. Even though I do like all 4
when the tournament's over and we've won the finals, you mean?
No, I think at 5:45 Central European summertime.
I like your confidence, Kevin. It's going to be fun crushing it. Anyhow, speaking of crushing, spawning in the bottom left, currently 1-0 up, it is TY.
In the top right side, we're looking at the main base of our orange Zergy, representing Team No Brain, No Pain. It's Solar. Ah, this is actually a kind of a tense moment. Damn it, Ben. It would have been so much better to just take the 1-0 lead. What are you doing to me?
I know the feeling. I was actually like, I don't know about you, but I looked at the lineups and I was a little bit nervous because Zest versus Bunny could honestly go either way. But I was like, I was feeling it for Zest because his PVT, like the late game when the DTs come in, he seemingly just... He gets damage done. Like, he's very reckless with his DTs and gets PFs killed left, right, and center.
No, I'm with you. I thought it was 50-50, but I had a very good feeling about Bonnie, and I kind of liked his strategy as well. Even if the mind drops didn't like get the sickest shots off, I honestly think it did get him ahead. And I liked how the majority of the game was going until we had literally 4 perfect Purification Novas in a row. And this is when I want to go to Reddit and just like make a thread. Can we talk about the Disruptor? Because I just don't know if that's the kind of unit we really want in our game. But
this weird hero type unit that takes out an army by itself. But yeah, it was that one Disruptor shot in the middle. That Disruptor from downtown really sealed the deal, it felt like. But yeah, Solar, he did, oh, rather, Bunny did really good with the opening, especially with like the Reaper bunker rush that killed a few pros. It killed the shield battery as well, of all things. I feel that slowing down the game after dealing that much damage on Golden Wall is maybe a bit of an error. Or maybe you should have taken like the gold base and just gone like balls to the wall, you know, when dealing a bit of damage.
Yeah, that's possible, but I think this was just always going to be his plan, so it's a bit risky, right? When you feel like, oh, my Reaper start actually went quite a bit better than it was supposed to go, and then all of a sudden, like, do you really want to switch things up if you believed in this build all along? But I mean, it is what it is. We gotta move on. We gotta get ready to talk about this TVZ, and this is just one hell of a match. You said it. These guys were on the same team for years back then. Splice. They looked so good in those black and yellow jerseys. I always loved them. And obviously a very big match for us because, of course, the final match in this clan war, if we do get there, I mean, there's a good chance, I think, after that first match, is going to be Dongregu versus Drogo. And I mean, that's like one of your topics against Drogo, who always takes the worst server for the team, a real team player. We know that that's going to be a difficult one for us. I still believe that Drogo is going to step up on one of these biggest moments and somehow surprise all of us. But I'd love to see a Solar victory here. Otherwise, things get very, very difficult for us.
Oh, look at this. Double factory starport opening by TY. Like, he is hoping to do some crazy stuff. What he's actually super hoping for is to get scouted in his main. So, like, Solar kind of thinks it's all normal. I think, at least. But we'll see how this game develops. And TY, he's been bringing out some really cool builds in TVZ, especially in this league. Took down Serral with the 2-1-1 into double starport Battlecruiser. Or 2 Hellions in the main base, getting 2 drones to start off with. Nice Evo chamber block there.
Oh, the double Evo chamber block, and traps one of the Hellions there as well. Love drones very low on HP, but all of them pretty much survive. Well done. That was very beautiful defense by Solar.
Yeah, it really was. There was a lot of smartness from both of them. So the Evo Bay blocks were just quick and intelligent. The Reaper kind of baited units down to the 3rd, while these Hellions snuck into the like the main and natural. Blue Flame starts up for TY. He gets a Viking as well to kind of like eliminate Overlords and stuff.
We've got Overlord speed. Come on, Solar. Please spot that second factory. Oh, the problem is this is not the one that's researching Blue Flame, of course. And now that Viking is gonna gun down this Overlord. Oh no, I feel like this is going to be pretty hard to figure out for Solar.
It certainly is. I mean, Blue Flame Hellions are really good, and TY, he faked Stim as well there. So Solar, and there's no other Overlord on the other side of the map yet that can continue to scout.
A Zergling! A Zergling! Is that close enough? Is that... I don't think it's close enough. Oh, no!
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
That's so many... I mean, that's 5 more Hellions after he already made 2. Come on, Solar, please build a Roach Warren! Or at least a Bailing Nest.
He's making Spore... Okay, he's making Spinecrawler. Where is that? Is that his natural? I mean, that means he's kind of sniffed something a little bit, but 2 Evos?
Oh,
okay.
No. Inferno pre-igniter is almost done. Solar didn't even really see all the Hellions leave at this point. There is one happy little Zergling that's gonna run into the main base, but this doesn't even tell him that much. Solar needs all his units. No, he cancelled the spine! He cancelled the spine when it was like 99% done. Does get a decent engagement on the Blue Flame Hellions, but there are so many of them I can't watch.
Oh, only 2 drones falling so far, and there's just queens absolutely everywhere. 6 drones falling now. Make that 7. Hellions are still alive. Third CC is on the way, though.
No,
he needs more damage than this. He needs more damage. Oh,
Yep.
misclick with the Hellions as well.
Wow. How did you only lose 9 drones there, Solar? You're so good. There is a landed Viking in the main base, but that one is going to go down to Zerglings as well. Solar, I have no idea how you only lost 9 drones there, but I love it.
You know, this clan war so far has featured 2 very Imber things. 1 is disruptors, 2 is queens. And, you know, how do queens hold off that many Hellions? Totally unscouted, totally missed. But he did it, he did it. And TY is going to be transitioning to full-on mech behind all this. So it's going to be a spicy one. He's still faking stim, by the way.
No, I hate these moments where you think it's done, but it's never really done. So 5 more Blue Flame Hellions show up, and that was a money shot as well. 6 drones went down immediately. Good movement there on the Hellions. I mean, TY definitely playing pretty well, but Solar
Oh my gosh, all those Lings died there as well. TY, oh, and he's getting more done. He's getting more done. Oh, 3 more. Oh, wow. Oh my God. Just keep on going. This is the barbecue of the century, boys. 14 drones fall in that second wave. Brilliant stuff by TY.
Yeah, I believe there was a Liberator being annoying in the main base as well, and the Queens did take care of that. I mean, Solar knows what he's going up against. Scan goes down. More Hellions is being rallied to the other side of the map. Come on, Queens. Why did he have always Queens to deal with 1 Liberator?
I don't know, Kevin. I don't know. You know, I don't know at all, actually. But that scan landing on the Spore Crawler, or rather on the Spire being made, was really, really pivotal. He's going to be making quite a few more Liberators as well. I guess he hasn't really needed gas for anything else, because he's only been pumping out Hellions. So, we'll see how this game continues to go.
I gotta say, I find it amazing that your players come up with all these creative openings and creative builds while you couldn't even design a team logo, Ben. Like, they definitely didn't get it from their captain.
You know, there is a reason behind that, Kevin.
Oh, yes, that you're lazy.
No, I actually made my own team logo, but it wasn't allowed. It was the Queen with TY's face on it, but apparently, yeah, not allowed. So that definitely was unfortunate. Thors, 3 Thors at a time being started before the mutas are even out on the field. That is very well planned by TY, and he's starting his upgrades for mech now as well. These Hellions, they're being very well defended. Like, the Zerglings aren't being thrown in there into the blue flame. But it's definitely going to get rough for Solar very soon. Where is it? There's Liberators in the main base?
Liberators in the main, and at the same time, these Hellions are still being annoying, finding a few additional drone kills. At this point, TY has managed to kill 32 drones already in this game. That's obviously quite a few. Solar has not really been able to be aggressive at all. Does have a decent economy at this point, finally, but I'm definitely worried. When it's this easy for Terran players to get their first Thors out, and the mutas, I mean, it's just unlikely they really get anything done. I gotta say, weird placement on the turret. I would like to see them.
It is very weird placement on the turret. The Thors are already kind of spread around the bases and such. What are Solar's upgrades on his ground units? Okay, 1-1 for melee. More Hellions on the other side of the map as well. So despite being harassed, he's going for more drones, boys, more drones. Although they're focusing the Queens. Get the drones, mate, get the drones. There we go, there we go. And what happened to this Mutaflock? Oh my gosh.
Thors happened, I think. I mean, he really wanted to get that command center. Lost a couple of them while 6 mutas already went down. But Solar is rich at this point, and if you can just keep TY at home for a little while, I will start believing. But how much longer can he really stay on just Muta Ling Bane against this comp of TY? Can you? I mean, you can stay on it forever, right?
So, I mean, one of the scariest things is if this Liberator count gets up to something like 6, and then, like, he's already got the Thors out, which is super good against the mutas, and the only thing TY needs to make sure of right now is that he doesn't take too much damage from the mutas.
I mean, TY is playing one hell of a game. I just can't really say anything else besides it. But it's still sometimes difficult to close out a game with Mech. I am very impressed by his performance so far, Ben. I won't say a bad word about it. but we all know that it's not always that easy to truly close out a game with mech. A couple of Banelings crashing into Hellions. What are the Mutas going to look for? I mean, TY's got a second turret, but it's also kind of in a very funny spot.
It's like, hey, let's not protect these tech labs or factories at all. And oh, that is a Liberator fleet.
Ooh.
I mean, the Vikings as well with them. I think the Vikings was kind of a cool addition for the ranged attack, but TY just plays a very different brand of Terran to any other Terran I've seen. Oh, that is scary. That's a lot of red health mutas.
Yep.
And yeah, these engagements, oof.
He did pick off 2 Liberators there, so maybe that's going to slow TY down a little bit more. I mean, Solar is at 91 drones at this point. He's getting a few more. But it is important that you start trading and start trading somewhat efficiently. Because if he would just sit at home, then TY will march to the other side of the map with an army that's unstoppable. Another turret did get placed in the main base. I mean, Solar getting a little damage done with his Mutas. I think he managed to pick off 1 entire factory, right?
I think so, or TY maybe moved it?
No. Yeah, I guess not. No, it's just a tech lab that went down.
This is a spicy game, man. Like, to say how this all started off, like, we're getting to a very kind of normal mech versus Zerg. Solar is incredibly rich, though. Even though he hasn't got the bank, the amount of income that he has is incredible.
Yeah, but the army of TY just feels so powerful to me, and I feel that Solar's army can disappear literally after 3 Liberator shots, 2 Thor shots, and then, I don't know, a good tank volley or something.
I really want... Oh my gosh, what's he doing? That was quite a few mutas falling in yet again. I really want TY to be able to keep some of his libs alive and get that count up, because I don't really understand the Corruptor choice, but I know it's to bait the shots and stuff.
This is it. This is a very big moment in the semifinals of the War Chest Team League, as Benny and the boys are up 1-0. The Thors are moving out, but Solar once again doesn't even want to fight the army. He's just going for the counterattack the same way as he countered against Special. Will blow up a planetary fortress, will get a handful of SCVs as well, but most importantly, that entire slow mech army turns around. I definitely like this move by Solar.
It's really good, but the Thors are now at +2, so they actually 2-shot mutas at this point, and these mutas, you see them, they're all getting absolutely blitzed, and that ground army of Solar as well.
Take out the tank as well. A couple of these mech units are low on HP. That one Liberator has like no life yet, no life left. I mean, Solar 186 supply. He's morphing 24 Banelings. He's producing 40 plus Zerglings. But the Liberators are going to get set up. I would have loved to see the Corruptors and the Mutas go for it before the Thors show up. Solar's going to go for it here, sort of on creep. Can the Banelings get connections that they are looking for? There are Widowmites in the mix as well.
Oh my god, those mutas, the Thors, they're standing and reigning supreme. The Banelings getting nice hits off on these Thors, but the Thors, man, the Thors. How are you going to clean these up?
I gotta say, the last few Lings and Banes did quite alright if you ask me, and it's just 2 Thors left. There are 30 more Zerglings on the way. I mean, Solar obviously needs to buy a little bit of extra time. Those Widow Mines are very scary because they will fire one more time as well. We do have Mech-Field Accelerator, of course, on the field too. So the lock-ons on hatcheries are dangerous. Solar is down in supply, but he's up economically. Just needs to stall some... I mean, you can even sacrifice a base eventually, because Solar's macro has been very good. He did secure the bottom right side. He, of course, has the base at 12 o'clock as well. Or make it 1, whatever you want to say. So, I mean, he survived. I'm already very happy that he survived. We're getting a donation from Benny and the boys here. A free Thor. How nice, man.
We thought we'd make it a bit closer, you know, a bit closer, because you talk about how rich Solar is, but TY, behind all this, he retook his base. Oh! Is that counter donation? Why, thank you very much, Solar. We do appreciate that over here at Benny of the Boys, the tightest knit group since the Beatles. And yeah, TY's been taking his 5th base behind this, his 4th base again, and now he's kind of got this crazy Widowmine Cyclone army. Okay, there are like orbital commands everywhere at this point, so if Solar can just survive a little bit longer, he spots the fact that this is an orbital, the third or the 4th base is an orbital now as well. I mean, TY truly is going full Benny and the Boys here, floating over his main base as well. Just the way that his captain would have done it. I mean, I think Solar, if you can just go for that little ring around the rosy, kind of just avoid the army for a while. Don't be afraid to sacrifice a base. Just don't take a bad fight and then go for the counterattacks, because these Zerglings, they can deal quite a bit of damage. Or can they, Kevin? These Hellions are over here, so nice fights. There's fights absolutely everywhere. The Hellions are dealing with their own bite really damn well, but that is so much Lingbane. But Widowmine's getting very juicy shots off. Solar, he's 20 supply behind now. He's still losing some drones here to that Liberator, but he does survive.
I gotta say, this was a very sweet transition into BattleMech, right? All of a sudden, there's a lot of Cyclones. There are Widowmines scattered around the map. The Hellion count is still very high. TY is playing a beautiful game, but Solar is not going down without a fight. He almost has Adrenal Glands now as well. The first Ultras are on the way. I mean, I think he might actually be able to keep this alive a little bit longer. It is important to keep Overseers with your army at all costs. There are Liberators heading towards bases on the top side of the map, so that's very scary to deal with as well. But most importantly is, can we get a good fight here at the bottom, or can we deal a lot of counter or damage to the other side of the map? Economical damage it is.
I'm getting a little bit scared for TY. Like, obviously, Solar has totally transitioned out of air units. Okay, TY sees this army, sets up some counter. Oh, these Hellions getting big shots off on all these Zerglings. The Widowmine, didn't get the shot off. That could have been amazing.
Yep, that Widowmine definitely scared me. I mean, TY's control with the Cyclones and the Hellions here is just excellent. Can't really say anything else. Can Banelings maybe roll into a middle line? Can they keep going? Solar's been bleeding out so many units. On top of that, the Liberators prevented him from mining from some of his top bases for a while. The supply is plummeting at this point, and I'm starting to get incredibly worried.
Yeah, TY's microing two armies very well here, and the Banelings, they just can't get connections at all, Kev. And Widowmine's going off, Liberator's going off. TY's army is very technical and very fast as well for a mech army. It's very hard for Solar to be everywhere at once.
7 more drones go down, and all of a sudden it really does feel that Solar's gonna have a harder and harder time to max out. Losing that base in the bottom right was a very painful one. TY is playing amazing. I really can't say anything else. I truly love the way that he's been playing non-stop aggression. A lot of emphasis on harassment early on. First, the big, scary, high HP units, the tanks and the Thors, and then the smooth transition into BattleMech. But Solar still got an army. He is not going down without a fight. And
he certainly isn't. Solar's a real scrappy player, even at the best of times, and these aren't the best of times at all for him, but he's still very much alive. Like 76 workers versus 70. Oh my gosh, these Magfield accelerators, though, taking out those Ultras real damn bad.
It seems like Solar is thinking of going back into Mutas. The problem is he's just not that rich. Like, if you can make 20 Mutas at one, it could be a real oh my goodness moment. 7 or 8 Mutas, I don't really know. Zerglings trying to surround the Cyclones there. Only one more Hellion remains. So this wasn't all that bad, but I gotta say, it's truly remarkable that TY is playing so well that despite the fact that he's got like orbital commands basically everywhere, it's still so hard for Solar to find a way through and get into those mineral lines.
Yeah, certainly is. Certainly is. More drones falling here at the bottom. Solar keeps trying to retake that base, and the drone count is finally equal with that of the SCVs. Now, the Muta switch. Did TY see that he was switching back into Mutas? I mean, it's not that bad for him, given that he does have a pretty large Cyclone count, but he needs to know about it.
Scan goes down into the center. TY is maxed out, and I'm kind of happy that he's chilling. Solar's going to try to buy some time with these Zerglings. These Zerglings do have good upgrades. They have Adrenal Glands. They can actually probably win that fight against the Cyclones as well. No, that's close. We got one of them. 9 SCVs as well, but I'm just worried about the real main army of TY.
Yeah, it's real tough when Zerg, like, the creep is getting cleared up, like his veil of safety is just being...
Careful, Widowmines. Oh no, Widowmines and Liberator shots. And Cyclones.
That's your surprise gone if you're Solar, and you know, that's a tough one for him. And I mean, he's not even out of 200 supply anymore, so he's going to need to remake Overlords as well behind all this. TY's expanding just as fast, if not faster than him. It's crazy.
Mutas are going to try to find a couple SCVs here, but there are still some Cyclones, and there are so many Widowmines around the map. And we've got 12 maps, or 12 Widowmines scattered around the map. Solar is going to try to establish this base center top. And if you can get this one up and running again, then we definitely do still have a game in our hands. Because Solar is an absolute master in avoiding like those fights that are supposed to end the game. And then just counterattack over and over again. Be careful with the Mutalisk, please, as the Liberator Cyclone combo is so powerful. And once again, 5-6 Mutas go down. Can the Zerglings and Banelings save the day?
Oh, like, if he gets a wraparound on these Cyclones, it could be quite good for him. But this that one Hellbat standing strong against all those Zerglings, and TUI eking out more and more of a supply advantage here. He's adding 4s as well. These Mutas are trading against the Liberators, but all the Mutas fall at TUI. Sorry, TUI, what's that? What's that? You knew you'd do it for the boys? Oh, cheers, TUI. Cheers, mate.
I hate you so much. All right. Well, that means that we are definitely in a bit of trouble. But then again, we were down 0-2 in the previous team battle as well in the round of 6. We managed to turn that one around, so let's just do it one more time. We've got our ace players still to come. And I believe, Ben, I will not go down without a fight ever. I mean, this is just a moment. Reina is going to win, then Drogo is going to stand up when it matters the most. Take out Dongregoo, send us into the ace match, send us into the grand final. I still believe it's going to happen.
I've got a question to you, Kev, because
Yes.
I found because you won the flip, so you got to pick which server was like Eastern, or rather Central and West.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you'd pick for sure, because I think, so our next match is Hurricane Reina, right?
Yep.
I thought you already thought Reina would be enough of a favorite in that match that he didn't necessarily need the server advantage, whereas I don't necessarily class Drogo as a favorite against Dongregoo.
I do, actually.
You do?
Yeah, of course.
Oh,
I mean,
it's like that 3-0 that you predicted today for your team.
I mean, I like to make it a little more exciting for the fans at home, Ben. For me, it's not all about me and the boys, you know.
I mean, when you're not a tight-knit bunch like me and Hurricane and such, yeah, I get that. I get that.
Hurricane would still not recognize you the next time you guys go to the same event. So don't get any illusions, man, that you walk away from these watches with a whole bunch of friends, because that's just not how this is going to go. No, so your question is valid. I did think about it for a split second, but I don't really make that decision. I throw it in the group. Because unlike you, I can actually communicate with my team. So people were communicating with me. And in the end, Drogo said, I'll take West all day. And let's just make damn sure that Reina wins this map. And I did feel that Reina on West would have probably still been okay. But the Italian internet, you know, that's not totally the same as maybe Dutch internet or I don't know. So when it comes to going to US West, I decided to play it safe. Make sure that Reina gets that point on the board. And Drogo's going to be okay, mate. Don't you worry about it.
I like the optimism, Kevin. I like the hope. I like to smash. And, you know, this, for us, we looked at it like, we're a really well-rounded team, you know. Our weakest player is Hurricane. Your best player, in fact, pretty much the only player on your team, because, like, you know, you've had the Serral syndrome where you've been relying on getting to the ace match and stuff, and Reina's been hoping that somebody else wins a map. Getting our maybe not the strongest player in our lineup against Reina, we class this as a super victory for us, lineup-wise.
It's funny you say that, because I believe that we were one of the only two teams to get an actual 4-0. So for you and your boys,
Kevin, you got 4-0'd.
You don't need to add that. We were one of the two teams that managed to get a 4-0 victory in this league. So maybe we are the more well-rounded one.
Well,
anyway,
my team got a 4-0 as well, Kevin. Just saying, just saying.
Oh yeah, the last one.
Yes.
Yeah, so we had 3 of them, damn it. Yeah, the final one. With Hurricane and miraculous victory over Trap. Yeah, I objected over that one. That was rigged, actually. All right, let's get it on. It's now or never. Top right side of Everdream. We're looking at the main base of the captain, our ace player, the man with the best record in this entire War Chest Team League. He needs to step up, as he always does. Representing no brain, no pain. It's Reynor.
And spawning over in the bottom left, the only team to get a 4-0 without getting 4-0'd themselves. Playing for Benny and the boys, it is Hurricane.
Well, I mean, it's nice that you get a 4-0 when the regular season is almost over. I believe we call that stat padding in traditional sports. I mean, we did it in the middle of the season when everybody was still doing their best, when everybody was giving it their all. You did it at the end when players are tired, they're kind of over it, they're resting up for the playoffs. So, you know, congrats on being able to stat pad, Ben. I mean, you're the guy to score 22 points in the fourth quarter when your team was already up 30 points. It's all good. I see how it is.
Actually, Kevin, it was the difference between us finishing top 2 and not. So everything was on the line, actually. Anyhow, we're on Everdream, and it's Reynor versus Hurricane. This is an unusual wall, isn't it? Or I guess you have like the big block on the left for something, but...
Yeah, he does build another big building next to that cybernetics core. It looks a little bit funky, but I think it's okay. It's not that bad. It's just a bit further forward than you normally see it. Wouldn't be great, I think, against link flots, because there's an insane amount of surface area on that gateway. But Reynor wouldn't really go for a link flot here.
I think there's too much on the line, right? Like, say if you had 2 match points, maybe. But let's be real. I think Reynor is turning into one of the absolute best players right now, like 100%, and his stats in this team league absolutely prove it. The fact that he's been doing it as well as he has done, like this guy, I feel he's just waiting for LAN competition to come back just so he can prove it all over again. Yep.
I mean, pretty much the only 2 tournaments, the big ones where I feel Reynor truly dropped the ball ever since he became very good, were Katowice 2019 and Katowice 2020. The 2019 one was like, okay, like he's still on the up and up, even though he should have done better than what he actually did. But the 2021 was shocking, of course, after he got 2nd place at the WCS Global Finals over at Anaheim at the end of 2019. That was the best result of his career. There's Zergling just casually finding a probe that's chilling on the top side of the map. It's like, oh, what are you up to, little Probius? And I see that Hurricane is up to no good with the quickest Dark Shrine possible. I can see he's very confident over here, Ben.
Well, luckily for us, Hurricane forgot about that probe, and what that did was Reynor allowed Hurricane to figure out they had an idle probe. So thank you very much, Reynor. Back in the game.
Reynor's Overlord has a hard time getting into the main, of course, because that first Stalker was chrono boosted out. I am a tiny bit worried. We've got 1 Spore Crawler in the main base, but that's pretty much the only detection we have out on the map at this point. Hurricane is going up to 3 bases at the 4-minute mark. I gotta say, this is actually kind of a cool build by Hurricane. I think it's incredibly bad in a lot of scenarios, but in this one, I kind of like it, because the Dark Templars could be used defensively here as well.
Reynor's doing the right thing, though, here. He is getting up those Spore Crawlers because he hasn't scouted anything, right? It's like, what is actually coming here? The Zerg is constantly trying to figure out what's what. Now, these DTs, I hope they don't super commit unless every unit literally moves out of Reynor's base, but I like the fact that Hurricane's doing something a little unorthodox against Reynor.
For a split second, I actually thought that Adept was out of position and a bit too far forward, and we know that Reynor is an absolute master in getting Zerglings into naturals. Now, well, let's see what these Dark Templars are up to. Reynor obviously feels there needs to be something. One DT is going to try to walk into the third. The other one is already in the main base and will get a couple of drones, but that's about it. And what are you going to do now? Recall? Keep him there?
Even though this didn't get a lot done, I still...
It's going to get blocked. Oh, it's trapped.
Well, this is one of those situations where it's like, oh, yeah, Hurricane's actually playing this really nicely, Kev. Yep. It must be sad.
No, absolutely. And recalls the Dark Templar out of the main base as well. I like his build, and I like the execution so far. But this one is not over yet. I mean, it's far from over. It's still hard to make it to the other side of the map. I'm actually very happy to see that there is a forge going down, which means the Hurricane is going to take a sweet time. And that's kind of what I'd like to see, because this is not the best opening I've ever seen for Reynor. But the longer this game goes on, the more confident I am in Reynor's ability to, I wouldn't even say turn this around, because that sounds a bit dramatic, but just make the right actions, make the correct moves, and, end up with another W.
Yeah, it's definitely not over by any means. In fact, it looks fairly even. Reynor getting a nice scout here with this Overseer all the way through the bases of Hurricane. Doesn't see, there isn't any super tech out for Hurricane. There's no Templar Archives or Robobay or anything. He's just getting out a few more DTs for those Archons and just getting a pretty solid Gateway army together.
Well, first Archon is down, second Archon is close to finishing morphing, so Hurricane can pick up those Archons and start being annoying on the other side of the map. What I like about Hurricane's build... Oh, Hurricane makes the boo-boo! But he does have a couple of force fields. Actually, you can't really force field around an Archon. Somehow saves it. Oh my goodness, man. You are so lucky that even the mistakes turn into profit at this point.
I tell you, baited, mate. Baited. Hurricane was like, I know the kind of play that you know, your guys make these no-brain players that just like to receive pain, it seems. And Hurricane is now sharking around, and these Lings, they haven't been able to do anything so far.
Nope. The Archons are getting an Overlord kill right now. At this point, by the way, Hurricane has killed 33 units, and he didn't lose a single unit right up to the moment I want to bring it out, because then the first Observer actually went down. We do have a Warping in the main base. It does get cancelled, but at the same time, Hurricane, even before his +1 is done, is marching to the other side of the map. This is a weird moment to move out. It could have been good, but I think since the Warping in the main base didn't complete, this is not truly working out for your boy.
No, like 2 Archons and what would that have been? Like 8 Zealots? That could have been really damn gnarly for Reynor, actually, especially with that push out. Reynor's economy is definitely good, and he has secured his 4th base now, but it's not as if he's definitely won this game at any point, because, I mean, pressure can happen very quickly in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Hurricane is trying to hang in there economically. He's only down 4 workers. He's going to get a Templar Archives as well. I'm not sure what he's doing with his War Prism. Ben, what is Hurricane doing with the Prism? He's not doing anything.
Well, Kevin, he's distracting this army, you know, while Reynor's on the other side of the map dealing quite a bit of pressure himself here with Roaches, Ravagers, some Ravagers on the low ground. The fact that there's fewer Mortals still standing strong. Cannons are finishing now as well. I think this was all pretty decent for Reynor, honestly. Like, he's not really losing any valuable units. Loses an Archon at the front there, does Hurricane as well. Oh, but these Ravagers, they're all that's left now, and they don't want to be fighting alone at all.
Couple of good Corrosive Balls. Should be able to at least save 1 or 2 of these Ravagers. Good job there by Hurricane, picking up one of those Archons and getting a final kill. But this is where Reynor's main army is. Reynor doesn't have a lot of tech behind this, though, guys. It's a spawning pool and a Roach War, and that's it. So Reynor really needs to get some bigger victories than he's been getting so far. And the fact that we've got cannons here as well does scare me a little bit. Does Reynor know that there is a 4th base? No, he doesn't. That Nexus is about to finish up. Reynor, you don't have to attack into this choke point. Hopefully these Roaches will spot it. Yeah, they should.
Reynor seemingly has a bit of a one-track mind, though, with what he wants to go for. He wants to go for Tunneling Claws here, despite there being lots of cannons up and such. Like, he really wants to kill Hurricane with this very low-tech tier army. Oh, no, the DT's warp in, and there's an Overseer right there.
Love it. So good that Reynor brought an Overseer there. Otherwise, this attack really wouldn't have worked out. At the same time, he's still pressuring forwards with all these Ravagers, spamming Corrosive Balls over and over again that are now connecting with the sentries, landing on top of the Stalkers a little bit as well. And during all of this, my boy still has 1,200 minerals in the bank. There is an overcharge being used, so that Archon is going to stay alive for a little while. But the last 30 seconds make me feel a lot better. Oh my goodness, that Archon just soaked up 7,000 damage.
He didn't die at all. Like, he literally just stood there and tanked a whole Zerg army.
As long as he gets the Nexus here, I think it's completely fine. I wouldn't really want to see Hurricane get up to 4 bases against pure Roaches, but 3 bases is okay. No! Oh my goodness, the Zealots somehow take care of all the Roaches.
But there's some Reynorlings coming, isn't there? Oh, it's more Roaches, actually, so he is going to be able to take it out here. Does reveal that he's got Burrow, of all things. But Hurricane's definitely in a bad spot.
Yep, Hurricane a bit out of position now as well, so maybe the Zerglings can get into the mineral line. We have a lot of Ravagers. Corrosive Ball is once again connecting with a couple of these Immortals, which is super nice because it activates the barriers too. There's just a couple of Archons left. I'm a little bit worried about fighting in a choke point like this, but we do finally have Roaches in the natural as well. So this is not the only thing that's going well for Reynor at this point. Corrosive Ball's destroying one of the Immortals. What is up with Penny and the boys?
Well, Kevin, we're 2-0 up, I'll have you know, and giving away a map to my fellow friend here. This was all in the cards. It was like, guys, let's not own them too hard, you know what I'm saying? Let's make it interesting. We've had so many ace matches, we don't want to stop now, right?
Corrosive Balls are going to take out the last few Immortals. What a perfect shot there. Landed not just on an Immortal, but right at the center. And it's just so oddly satisfying. 27 probes have gone down. Reynor is like, I could tack up. I could make that Baneling unit everybody always complains about. We could be annoying with Mura since there was no Stargate. But what about the good old Roach? What is wrong with some good old Roach aggression and getting our first point on the board? It ain't over till the fat lady says so, man. And we are not going down. I'll guarantee you. You thought it was already over, but don't you? Just wait. Just wait.
To be fair, like, I think Hurricane played a solid game because Reynor's an incredible opponent to go up against. It was on Central Server, so it was advantageous for Reynor, but still, Hurricane put up a very good fight. And now, oh, what could potentially be the last match of this clan war. It is going to be Dongragu against Petit Drogo on the West server. So Drogo, you know, there's going to be a lot of pressure on this man's shoulders.
But this is it, though. This is what you live for. If you are a player like Drogo made some jokes earlier in the tournament saying, like, I'm starting to feel like Stefano over here, getting carried in a team league. Now I know what AOES felt like when we won Nation Wars. This is a big moment. This is it. This is when we need him the most. I was incredibly happy to get Drogo on the team. Drogo started off well. Of course, he did get a big victory over Neep, but that was kind of it for the longest time. So this is that important moment for Drogo to really turn things around. Yeah, he lost a couple maps that were maybe winnable, but who cares, man? As long as he wins this one, I forgive him for everything.
I mean, this is a huge match, because like one thing that we really haven't spoke about too much as well is the fact that there is so much prize money on the line. Like, I think the first place team gets like $12,000-$13,000 or something. Like overall, this tournament is like it's being invested in with like $107,000 or something ridiculous. So a lot of money is going into this team league. And Drogo, not only is it the pressure for himself, but it's the pressure of his whole team and his Popper Rotterdam.
I mean, you know it as well, man. You do know it. You're already shaking a little, because if you guys don't close it out right here, right now, you already know where we're going to go, and you don't want to go there. Because then Benny and the boys, well, that group will be disbanded before the ace matches even started. It will be the Muslim coming out himself with another 2-base all-in to stop the Raynor train. So you know that you need to get it done here, otherwise you're going down.
Well, I mean, it could happen, Kevin. It could happen. I'll be the bigger man here, and yeah, I can lose this, but Benny and the boys will always be together. That is the point.
Please show me a screenshot of you guys still being in the group 12 hours after this team leak, and I will believe it. Okay, at that point, I'll believe it, man.
Sure thing, Kevin. Sure thing. Anyhow, spawning in the top left-hand side, playing for Benny and the boys, the tightest knit group ever made. It is Dongragu.
And on the bottom right side of Death Aura, we're looking at the main base of the man who normally represents Team Raise Your Edge right now. He needs to get it done for us. A tournament life is on the line. No brain, no pain. It's Petit Drogo.
You know, it's got to be said, War Chest Team League has absolutely delivered when it's come to games. Like, there are so many good games that it's actually hard at this point to be like, oh yeah, that's definitely the best game of the tournament kind of thing, like we normally do. Because there's been so freaking many good games per clan war. And it's been such a great experience so far.
It really has been. And I gotta say, like, normally when you cast a couple of best of 3s or a best of 5 and you just don't really have any good games, then you forget about them somewhat quickly. And it was just like, yeah, today was kind of an uneventful day. I feel like I don't know if you can relate to this, Ben, but I feel like if you're a little more invested in the outcome of the games and you start cheering, then it's kind of like watching sport, where your favorite team or your favorite, individual, if it's a solo sport, wins. You don't really care how it got done. You're just happy about the fact that they won. And that's really the one feeling that I'll take away from this War Chest Team League. I'm sure that some of our victories were not that exciting, but all of them were exciting to me, because, you just want your team to do well. And then all of a sudden, who cares if it was a bunch of roaches running to the other side of the map and they won? Like, we won! Well, if you're completely neutral, you're like, that wasn't that exciting.
Honestly, I've had a lot of fun. Like, when it comes to picking your team, I like how some people did it, like Zombie Grub, like she just picked her favorite players, so that always makes it exciting. But I've been genuinely super impressed by some of my guys. Like, I really didn't know how Hurricane was going to perform. I haven't seen him in a while, but he's really came out clutch in a lot of big games, such as beating Traps and SOSs of the world and such. So, I've just been so happy watching some of these players really shine when it matters. And from other teams as well, people like Euthermal doing so well on the West server, taking out big freaking names all the time, like the Rogues, the TYs. Yeah, it's just been a phenomenal tournament.
It really has been. Oh, sorry. I thought you were going to go on. There is a massive thunderstorm going outside, by the way. And I was like, what am I hearing? I felt that somebody was moving something around in my house. And I'm like, that's so weird because I live alone. Like, what is happening? And then it's just like raining cats and dogs, apparently. So I'm like, that's making these weird sounds. Because I'm wearing earbuds, I couldn't really hear it properly. Anyways, to speak about this PvZ, I kind of know what Drogo is going to do. He's been talking about it in the Discord. He's been speculating about it. We all felt like, yeah, this was a good idea. Now, all of a sudden, I'm a little more worried. Because it was one of those builds where I'm like, okay, he's going to make an Oracle, and he will most likely, Ben, make it seem like things are normal. But then once he's got that 3-base setup going, keep an eye on that probe count. Because it may not be all that normal, but I'm so worried right now. Oh my goodness. I can't even cast. Come on, Drogo, one time. I don't know how you say one time in French, but I'm using my one time, okay?
Kevin, you didn't even reveal what was going to happen with his probe count. You were like, it's not going to be normal. Well, thank you very much, Kevin. You've really revealed the secret here.
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to reveal the secret. I want you to be a little surprised.
Teasing.
Yeah, I'm just giving you a small hint of what could come. That's why I said keep a close eye on the probe count. But oh no, what is this Oracle movement?
Oh,
no!
Beautiful by Domregu. Oh, 1 health? Are you kidding me?
Calculated, big brain plays. I love it. Oh my goodness.
1 health, and it didn't get a kill at all. That is my boy Domregu. That is his power that he has over Drogo right now. He has been in this situation, high stakes games, because he is a true champion. Drogo, he won against Bly in some finals a long time ago when Adepts did way too much damage. When it comes to going up against a true champ like Domregu, it's a tough one to go up against, honestly.
Domregu's at 49 drones and he's making 5 more. That Roach Warren is going down at this point. Now, Drogo did go up to 3 bases very quickly and he's actually still building probes. I had the feeling that he could have maybe stopped at 44. We'll keep a close eye on that. Careful with the oracles. He did send out back the oracle that has 1 HP as he lands a revelation on one of these queens. So I actually thought that Drogo was going to be hyper aggressive of a relatively low probe count, and I think that's still kind of the plan, Ben. He maybe made 1 or 2 more. Uh-oh. Can the oracle save the shield battery?
Nope. Doesn't look like it can, and you know, that was a real... I'm wondering why Drogo... Okay, now he's making probes, but Domregu got to see that there's only 2 probes on that base, and he saw that the Nexus wasn't blinking at all. So I was a little bit surprised if his game plan was to kind of show, like, okay, I'm just going to go super all in, which it kind of looks like he keeps making probes, though.
Yeah, he keeps making probes, but obviously the explosion, the gateway already happened. 5 additional gates have gone down in the main base. Domregu scouts the main, sees the Templar Archives finishing up. I think that Storm is fake. I think that Chrono Boost could even be fake, believe it or not. We'll see what happens when it... Yep. Oh, I love it, Drogo. Let's hope that he falls for it. Aspire on the way. Come on, Domregu. You know what's nice, Domregu? Building mutas of like 80 drones. You should try it, man. Like, you can make so many mutas. It would be a really cool play. No! Okay.
I'm definitely a bit nervous for Domregu. Like, definitely a bit nervous, because even if he scouts this 3rd base, the saturation at first glance could still seem kind of okay.
He's starting +1 melee. I mean, he's got a Roach Worm, but Domregu has not made a single Roach yet, while we're about to get Archons and Zealots on the other side of the map. I mean, at this point, Domregu, you gotta build Roaches. Actually, no, don't build Roaches, build Zerglings! Oh, yes! No. Come on, 12 on the minerals in the bank. As long as you don't lose your Prism to some mutas. I really think that Drogo's got a real chance here. Just don't lose those Archons to something silly. Here we go. 11 Roaches are now on the way, but they are not out yet. Obviously, it's important for Drogo to just get on top of production ASAP. This is a pretty committed attack by Drogo. A lot of... Yes, but they're going to come in from different angles.
All right, so these Archons, they get some nice hits on the drones, but most of them do escape. So that's 4 drones going down so far.
We need to get all the Zealots here.
Yeah, he certainly does. These Oracles are getting on top of the Queens as well, but kind of being deflected a little bit. Where are the Lings? Where are the Lings?
I mean, the Lings are pretty much dead already. A couple of drones have gone down. We have another big warp in right now. That Roach count is obviously going up. But as long as Roaches are getting sniped on the right side and the left side, there is potential. The Spire is down. And at this point, Domregu is only up 4 workers. So this doesn't even really have to end the game, I think. +2 is on the way, Immortals on the way, but Drogo wants to trade out a little bit better. The roaches are clumped up. These Archon shots are big. Come on, Drogo, one time, and one time only. The supplies are awfully close at this point. 2 Archons are super low in HP, though.
They sure are, and it does
pick him up.
trying to hunt them down a little bit here. Nice pickups by Drogo. And the big thing here is Domregu didn't actually lose a base, and he does survive here. And Drogo did not commit to any tech behind this, which is a really big deal.
I mean, Drogo's up 2 workers. He's making Immortals. +2 is on the way, and he's getting Blink now as well. Careful, please, with that War Prism, Drogo. Don't do this to me. Okay.
Well, I mean, I just went and looked at it again, Kev. It's full health still, mate. It's full health. Domregu, 9 drones. I like this. He's getting the Baneling Nest. He's increasing his creep spread. Oh, and he does have a ton of gas to spend, actually.
Yeah, because he was trying to go Midas, right? I mean, he did end up losing that Spire. There's definitely potential in this game for Drogo, but the micro is going to have to be top-notch. And don't forget that we are playing this game on the US West server, which is an advantage for Dongregul. Can we get a queen in the main base? Can we get a queen in the main base? Yes, we can. Can we get 2? 2 queens is better than 1 as he takes the second one down as well. Was even thinking of getting the third, but that is not going to happen. Don't fly over a spore crawler, please. My goodness, my heart can't take this, Benjamin.
It's like watching your kids, right? You're like, don't do it, don't do it, don't make the same mistakes that I do. Okay, that is a ballsy position to start warping in your gateways. Yep, okay. Taking a 4th base behind all this is Drogo, so, you know, not trying to finish this on just like the 3-base situation. Actually recalling back home as well. Huh.
Yeah, with that prism, just to get... Oh, these units are a bit stuck, actually, for Dongregul. Does he go out through the rocks? Yes, he does. But now the Zealots will charge on top of a couple of these Ravagers. There is a lot of Roaches coming in from the left side that will just get obliterated by these Immortals. Drogo's chasing it down. Drogo, please don't go full zest on us. You've got 1,200 minerals in the bank. There's no need to rush things, mate. You're going up against Roach Ravager.
He's really getting deep on this creep now. I mean, there's lots more Roaches in production, but, like... Domregu really has the speed advantage here, the micro advantage on the creep as well, and Domregu's actually eking out a real big advantage here supply-wise. 14 Roaches, 13 Ravagers on the way.
Drogo, you really don't have to be this crazy. It's still just Roaches and Ravagers, as they're going to try to go forward. A couple of Corrosive Balls will try to connect with the Immortals. I don't like this fight at all for Drogo. There are no Zealots to buffer, and Dongregul all of a sudden has an insane amount of Roaches and Ravagers, and Immortal is misread on Creep. Oh no, I believed.
Oh, Benny and the boys, you know, through faith, through thick and thin, we've been feeling good about this one, team. We've been feeling good, and we knew together, the Hive Mind knew how you were going to seed, and guys, Domregu is marching forward here. There is so much freaking Zerg. There isn't even a shield battery here for Drogo to defend. Those Roaches and Ravagers are falling, though, pretty fast, but as is the Protoss. All the Protoss is melting away. Is this it? QQ. Oh, Benny and the boys go straight to the final where they belong. Oh, it has been done. It has been done.
Good game, Benjamin. Good game. Oh, there was some potential there for Drogo in this final game, for real. I mean, that first attack, I think maybe a couple of Zealots split off towards the 4th base where there were barely any Roaches. Would have allowed him to deal even more economic damage than he did. Then one follow-up was a bit unnecessary. And on top of that, there was just a little too much money in the bank there as well in the end. I mean, a very valiant effort. I definitely had my hopes up. Drogo gave it his best. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. GG.
GG's, mate, GG's. And guys, it will be Benny and the boys going up against War Pigs in the final. But before we go to a break, I just want to mention this break will be slightly longer because I have to figure out, you know, with my lads, we have to have that real deep conversation together because, you know, we've been together for a long time. Long enough to not necessarily read each other's minds, but, you know, we're tight. So we're going to figure out what we're doing, what lineups we're sending against the War Pigs. Do stay tuned.
Welcome back. The War Pigs are back. We are hanging out, joining in. And looks like you guys narrowly escaped the ace match in that last one, dude. I thought Drogo had you your boy pinned down, but DRG, 75 drones straight to mutas off the back of a handful of Zerglings. Apparently totally fine.
Zerg's been pretty good this tournament, Piggy. I was checking out the win ratios and stuff. They're like 60% against Protoss and like 60% against Terran. Like, they've been doing pretty darn well in the War Chest League. But yeah, I gotta admit, like, even though, like, all banter aside, I was like, smack talking Roddy quite a lot, but I was really worried for Dom Ragu because Drogo, he knows how to kill people, man. He knows how to warp in Zealots, warp in Archons, and it was a pretty cool build by him. I felt a few things maybe he didn't sell it as good as he could have, but honestly, some of these things that he did, like this canceling the Storm, showing that he was upgrading Storm in the first place, it was very much like Terran trying to trick a Zerg, right? But yeah, I'm very happy to avoid an ace match because Raynor, I was just looking at the stats as well of the whole thing, and Raynor, I think maybe MVP of the tournament kind of thing. He went like 11-1 or something in maps, which is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, he's been absolutely monstrous, and I actually originally wanted to fight your team rather than that team, specifically because Raynor is kind of a tough ace. At the same time, part of me wanted to see the Serral Raynor clash, but we've now got our lineups that have just come out, so let's take a little look-see at them. And we were just saying off stream just before we came back, oof, you were saying you like that lineup.
I do really like that lineup because I think my team's pretty well rounded. Like, Hurricane's actually picked out some pretty big wins, and he's by no means a slouch. But of the other three, I think the other three are favorites in their matchups if they don't get Serral. I think Serral's probably a favorite against them, or at least 50-50 against like TY, for example, depending on server. But yeah, when it comes to Zest versus Armani, DRG versus Special, and then TY versus Stream, I think Benny and the boys have an edge in those matchups, Piggy.
I wouldn't disagree there. I think there is an edge.
Where's the fight?
But the thing is, I've been saying that the whole time we've been relying too much on Serral, and that it was the whole hoax was just being like, okay, we get into the ace match, Serral's doing it, we get to the finals, and this is where Armani is going to destroy Zest, and we're going to be like, oh, did that just happen? Special is going to trounce DRG, and Dream won't even have to play TY. It's going to be a 3-0, mate.
That's what I wanted, Piggy. That's what I wanted. I didn't want this to be like, where you're picking on the little kid in the playground and he's not fighting back, and then it makes it no fun at all. I want some fight in the beast.
I mean, I say it kind of like it's a joke, but I actually do think, Armani has actually got very good ZVP, man, and I think he's got a good chance there. I think Special Golden Wall, is the matchup against DRG the best for him? No, but Golden Wall, man, I believe. I really, really do. And, Dream, maybe not the favorite against TY either, but these matches are all doable. Obviously, if we go back to the meme, I just need one of them. Just one of those matches, and then we get through to that ace match. But we want two, and I really want to show that the War Pigs have got that whole range of skill. We've got that Gummit. So I think we're going to actually surprise, and I'm just, told my boys, we've made it to the finals. We've already won at this point. Just go out there, have some fun. Don't be afraid to do some wild plays.
That's good. That's good that you've let them know that they've got to the finals, and that's where the road is going to end, unfortunately, because Benny and the boys, we have true depth, Piggy. True depth. One of each race. One of the top, 5 players of each race as well, it feels like at this moment in time. GSL finals here, there, and everywhere. And we've got a damn good looking team because we've got Zest, which brings up our average massively single-handedly. So we're just a perfect all-round team. But anyway, we're getting into the first match of the finals here of the War Chest Team League. It's been an absolute blast being part of it.
It absolutely has, and I can't wait until Zest gets blasted back to the Stone Age, because he is nowhere near as good against her as the other races. And, well, we'll get to that match when we get there, because right now we're going to start with a very obvious trouncing. This man, down here in the bottom left, in the pink, the bane of all Protoss, it is Serral.
And spawning over in the top right-hand side, playing on Central, it is Hurricane. Hurricane's been a right little trooper, though. Like, no matter who he's gone up against, he's always put up a damn good fight. And here, he went up against Reina before, and he definitely put up a fight. But Serral, I feel that Serral and Reina, while they are obviously similarly skilled, they're different in different matchups, right? So, like, when I see Serral in ZVP, I actually think Serral's got the edge on Reina a little bit in that matchup. So, yeah. Hurricane's got his work cut out for him. He really does.
Well, Serral actually makes this matchup look simple, like with what he does in it, where you ask him questions about it, and he's like, "Oh yeah, you just do this, and then I just make some banelings and ravages, and yeah, like it's." And I'm like, what? Nobody else is as consistent in this matchup as Serral, except, well, I guess there's one guy who's actually, I would say, best CVP in the world. His name's Rogue. And he literally makes it not fun to watch. It's at least still fun. There's a bit of suspense when you're watching Serral defend. Rogue just kills people, and that's not the greatest. But Serral, the defensive kind of scouting mastermind, not the Nidus Swarm host cheeser.
No, yeah, you're right. Like, the last few finals I've seen Rogue in against Protoss, actually, like those Katowice, right, where it was just kind of a slaying. And then it was this one against Stats where it was also a slaying. Very different approaches to the game. Like, Rogue, the way that he does it, it's very much prep, and then his opponent, all the prep goes out the window for them, right? Because he's the one being aggressive. Whereas Serral, it's like, okay, let's see what you have. Because I've done all the prep in the world within regards to defending stuff, seeing stuff, knowing what to do. It's going to be whether you can catch me off guard. And most often, it can't be done, it seems, with this guy.
Indeed. His scouting has been very, very good so far. And I think when he sees that Adept pop out, Overlord, of course, going to have good vision out front. Serral already pushing back the probe, looking for that nice quick third base. Very standard opening. And, Stargate openings are kind of nice. I definitely like that we're seeing more of it. No Adept printer. But at the same time, I think it doesn't quite have the same bite to it. Especially against Serral. He's an expert at just shooing those oracles out of there. So Hurricane's going to need to have a lot of finesse navigating this opening stage.
He certainly will. He certainly will. It's one of those times, right? I know Hurricane isn't this crazy guy. Like, I don't see some obnoxious cheese out of him every so often. He's very much a standard, good practice partner, and like Rogue called him out for his practice here. In fact, Hurricane is one of Rogue's practice partners that he was so demolishing in that matchup. So Hurricane's definitely practiced with some of the best, but again, just a very, very different stylistic clash between these two. And it will be Oracle, the first unit of choice. Sometimes you see Phoenix first, then into Oracle and stuff. So we'll see what Hurricane can get done initially, but it will get scouted out pretty darn quickly. Oh, did that Overlord even spot it? I don't think so.
No, but it seems like he's well prepared. I mean, when you're playing Hurricane, he does this almost every game. Like, Hurricane is very predictable in how he opens. Zerglings do get the confirmation now. Actually, there's a really quick Roachhorn down as well. So yeah, definitely Serral not droning as hard as he could have if he had the info a bit earlier. And that's a quick third base behind it as well. Come on, Serral. Hit that drone key. Hit that drone key harder than you've ever hit it before.
He does immediately start droning up a little bit behind all this. Robo does start for Hurricane, and he sends the Oracle back home. So, just keeping his opponent honest, just making sure that this third isn't denied with lots of Zerglings being on the map or anything like that. 3 gateways being produced after this. So Hurricane's build is just very standard and very safe. He's not really cutting any corners. Confident against Serral, I must admit.
Yeah, this is Hurricane in a nutshell. There's a reason why he's such a good practice partner. It's because he's willing to lose 14 games in a row playing standard against you. So, he's going to go in here and just try and go toe-to-toe with the standard style.
You say standard, you say predictable, but one of the best players in the world didn't even have a spore in his natural, and Hurricane finds a way in. This ain't good, though.
Yeah, the Oracle goes down as well. The other Oracle stuck in the back. And there are a lot of gateways going down, which is good. Serral here is going for that big Ravager Queen push. Those Queens coming out very slowly. They're going to take a while to get across the map, but with only 1 Oracle out, it's basically just lots of Ravagers and Lings, and this is going to be a huge commitment from Serral.
What did Hurricane lose on the other side of the map? Was it Because this Oracle's the one that stayed alive, but did he lose a second Oracle or something?
Yeah, the second Oracle actually rallied through the Queens while that Oracle was taking refuge in the back. He was distracted by the Zerglings.
Disastrous opening for Hurricane, and that was the one Oracle with lots more energy as well. So Hurricane, he's trying to do a kind of last stand here over at the third base. Biles on the shield battery there does cancel it, which was nice. The Ravagers kind of get slowly focused down, but the Zerglings do eke in here.
Yeah, with the shield batteries both going down. I mean, what's that? There's just no damage output for Protoss. A couple of Stalkers and Immortal. Serral here has such a strong attack. He loves to mix this one in on Everdream. And he's not going to give Hurricane any room to breathe.
You know what? I think best CVP in the world. I don't think it's necessarily Rogue, you know. I've not seen Serral lose this matchup in quite some time. Serral just marching out. And with that killer instinct as well, we said that he scouts, he counters and stuff, but here he knew exactly what he needed to do to get this game over and done with, and that's lots of Queens, lots of Ravagers. What can you do? You can't make ground units, can't make air units against it.
Yeah, I think there's the best thing is just learning to double tap that G key. It really is the only way you can deal with Serral. He's a nightmare, mate. He's a nightmare. And I think honestly, he was like, look, dude, I took way too long to kill Parting before. That was kind of tiring. No more of this. Just slaps Hurricane out of there. And a good start to the series. An expected start, though.
You know, the way that we see it, Benny and the boys, we're like, okay, Team Serral, sorry, the War Pigs. Serral's out the way now. Like, now it's to the hard shell. That resilient shell, it's gone. Now we're into the squishy innards of the War Pigs, the true thing that really makes this team. Like, the backbone's gone. Now we're ready to get some digging in.
Dude, I think you're going to have to dig deep. Honestly, I mean, Zest is one of the best PvP players in the world. This man cannot lose. When he is playing PvT, you give him 3 Blink Dark Templar, cannot lose. Protoss versus Zerg, though. Oof. Some of the worst cannon rushes we've ever seen. 2,000 minerals in the bank, almost regularly and reliably. I mean, this is the one time you look at it on paper, you go, surely he's the favorite. But no. Armani, man. I'm telling you, Armani's going to do it. He's going to destroy Zest. You're already just going to be fighting for your life just to get to that ace match.
You know, Armani has always wanted Armani clothing, but given that he has never won a GSL title in his life, Zest is just covered in it, mate. Given that he just wins GSL's left, right, and center. Do you know who he knocked out at this most recent Katowice? Yeah, your boy Serral. And guess what? He is damn good in ZVP too when he's out to get it. And Zest is one of the guys that made Sue, you know, really miss winning a GSL title because Zest is darn good at ZVP, Piggy. And you know, I'm not even going to diss your player. My player has so many positives to talk about that I'll just outweigh them with kindness, you know?
You know, I think this gloating, this attitude, honestly, this is Zest. If you've ever looked at a player and said, too handsome, too naturally talented, doesn't practice hard enough, he's lazy, he's complacent. All the fangirls go to him, everyone talks about how handsome he is. Yeah, he comes up with a good new meta build. He teaches everyone this is how you print to depths. Every now and then Protoss players copy him. But whenever he doesn't have that cutting edge new meta build, what else has he got? Not a lot. This man up here, though, he's got nothing to lose. He might not have won a GSL. He might be forced to roommate with Juanito, man. He might have to live in that place. He's got a little fold-out desk. He's got his laptop on it. He's playing, and he wants to win more than ever. And he wants to win that money, and he wants to prove what he's made of. In the pink, it is goddamn Armani.
And spawning over in the bottom left-hand side, this man is truly gorgeous. He is stunning and playing for the best team in the War Chest Team League. It is Zest.
You know, my theory around the Zest bank, sometimes he sees his own reflection in the monitor if the settings aren't bright enough, and that's when you see him float 2,000 minerals, because he's just kind of checking himself out a little bit. And that, like I said, it's the big problem. Zest here is basically just, you know, everything's been handed to him on a platter. He's been good since day one. naturally gifted at the game, plays Protoss, chose the correct race. You know, Armani.
Oh, don't you can't go there on the race thing, Piggy. No way, no way. But Icing
This guy's
Chrome.
been playing. Look at this weak little bugs, man. They're cockroaches. They're literally inferior, or warping in units across dimensions from different planets. Gigantic cloak field, teleportation, all sorts of ridiculousness. Come on, mate. Clearly better technology for Protoss.
You know, I'm happy with Protoss wine and Zerg wine. You know, me as a human, like I've seen movies. You know, in those alien movies, yeah, the humans always die, man, to high-tech aliens or low-tech aliens. You know, it always happens. Anyhow, Ice and Chrome. Now, Zest did go for a bit of a natural hatch block, which was cool. So it does force Armani to take his natural on the third. Now, very often when I do see this kind of thing from Protoss players, it does kind of lead into those adept kind of scenarios, given that the creep spread isn't quite where they want it to be. Moving around drones is a little bit more difficult, and you're more spread out right from the get-go.
It's almost a giveaway, though, and I think this is why I often see people do this and then go Archon drop and just go old school off it. But either way, you are expecting that Twilight Council does go down. And Armani, I mean, he's shown he's actually rather expert in these early phases. If there's a point where he does drop off, it's mid-game onwards. There might be a certain point where the opponent really stresses him out with some like multi-prong, some back and forth. And at some point in the late mid-game, he does lose track of this matchup a little bit sometimes and just gets barely overwhelmed by the Protoss push when it comes. But the early game, I'm feeling really good about Armani, and think since Zest is a guy who he relies on his build doing a lot of damage, almost always in this matchup. Like, he can't just sit back and do very light pressure and macro up defensively because Zest does not have great late game. And in general, I mean, that's not what a lot of Protoss are aiming for in this matchup. So I actually think as long as Armani can get a handle on this opening, he's in a good spot.
Sure, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, here we do actually have a Dark Shrine going up for Zest. And Zest has definitely been a guy that has showcased a lot of different DT builds, be it like the 3-gate one where it hits ridiculously fast. Now, this might just be a normal 4-gate one, but the fact that he's showing something like this, I like it. Being a little bit tricky, a little bit sneaky. And it is going to be the 3-gate one, right?
Yeah, the very quick version of it. I think the standard response can be okay for Zerg, but sometimes the DTs can kind of find their way into other bases because you're not going to have 3 Spore Crawlers. Often you'll just have like 1 at the third base, maybe 1 at the natural, and the lair is super delayed with the standard way people play these days. So Armani drops that Roach Warren 4 minutes and 5 seconds, just droning up 3 bases, and we're going to see a lot of Zerglings and 5 Queens defending the initial wave of quote-unquote adepts. But I think at this point, surely he knows, 3 Spore Crawlers go down all at once. Armani, he's read the play really well. He's preparing perfectly.
He certainly is. That Overlord went right on top of the Dark Shrine there, and even spots where this Warp Prism is, warping in the face of those Queens right there. That is a ballsy play by Zest, and they're just marching down to the natural here. I mean, they turn into a... Well, we'll see what they get done. No direct damage yet, but Armani hasn't been producing drones whilst all this went off because he was supply blocked. And now turning them into Archons right in the face of Armani, and yet again. Zest is ballsy, man.
Yeah, Zest is very brave. Like I said, he takes things for granted. He expects his opponent to just keel over and die. Armani's not going to do that, dude. I have strong belief in this young Zerg. And he's got the Roaches coming out now for the follow-up. Oh, that's a lot of DTs. What the? Is this a triple Archon?
I have... So what's he trying to do here? He's trying to, like, bait into the main and then send the... Is he going to go for, like...
snipe the Spore Crawler?
He's going for some Spore Crawler.
Though.
Okay, so he's kind of dancing between the third base here and the natural. But Armani's doing a really good job of keeping his units just at bay, right? And Zest used a lot of gas on this.
Absolutely. He's being forced to just go to that next stage now. I mean, Armani is not ahead in workers, but I think now that he's got so much defense, it's got to be the moment to just drone hard. Evo Chamber going down. Armani's got plenty of units up. Very safe. Plenty of Queens as well. And with the Overseer coming around, I mean, Zest really just can't find any direct damage. It's all been indirect. It's pressure, forced responses. But now that Armani starts melee, starts a 4th hatch, he's got his eyes set on the prize. And you know what that prize is, Benny? 400 Banelings with +2 killing everything Protoss has.
I like the smile in your eyes. I can hear it almost. But Zest, like that indirect damage we were talking about, it's definitely there, right? Like he's done nothing but pump out probes behind all this.
Oh no.
And
get out of here.
Yeah, cancels that 4th base as well. And very clean control, very clean micro. 0 units lost for Zest thus far. And he's been macroing pretty well. Just need to make a few pylons though.
Yeah, so it's going to be what looks like a big Blink +1 play, but not that many sentries and no Robo Bay yet. Templar Archive, so he's going to play Blink into Psystorm, which is a style. But it's a very fragile style. It exists. I wouldn't say it's the strongest. It can be used very well, but it's very hard to pull off.
This Warp Prism flying real darn deep, by the way, for that one Roach, which did survive and gets turned into a Ravager. Zest army back at home. Yeah, the Templar Archive's going down. More gateways dropping onto the field too. He has enough probes to actually make a 4th if he does so please. And this Warp Prism is getting low, but still doing very well with the micro on that Warp Prism.
Yeah, I feel like Armani's just giving Zest a bit too much space here and room to pressure him. And now the Roach Ravager, it's looking for a little poke out, but I mean, this would be absolutely crazy to push in here. With this Blink Stalkers coming in now at this moment, yeah, it's got to be all about going to that next step. And I'm kind of wondering where that Baneling speed is right now, because it hasn't started. And Armani desperately needs to make Baneling speed if he wants to have any chance here. Just Ravagers and Zerglings, I mean, I guess they're good versus Stalkers, but this is so weird. I think that's got to be a mistake, surely.
I'm not sure. Like, he is getting +2 melee upgrade, so he's obviously super committed to that. Storm is nearly done as well, and Zest's army is getting real darn high tech here. Starts Plasma Shields instead of +2 attack, so that's Zest being a bit of a hipster with his choice of upgrades here, I do feel.
Armani's still taking damage to these Archons, man. It's really annoying. And this is that point in the game where I feel like Armani sometimes loses track of what his goals are. He's stuck on Ravager Ling right now. He's going full NA ladder. I mean, I like the Muta swap, but Stargate's already on the way for Zest, so he might already know that this is coming. And with no Bane speed, I mean, this is freaking me out for Armani right now. Oh god, I think he's making some Banelings for what I think is like going to be a drop on the top left. But yeah, Bane speed finally starts. Thank god he remembered that upgrade.
Yeah, that would have been sad to lose this game. And Zest is accumulating what we all know to be a Zest bank. Okay, just warp in 8 Stalkers all at once, which is really, really good. And he will have 2 Stargates up, so the ability to kind of like make a lot of Phoenix very quickly will be there. It's interesting, the fact that he hasn't chosen to take a 4th base behind all this.
This looks a lot like the last time they played. Zest just chills on 3 base, lets Armani get ahead, and then just counters his army, because Armani is very slow to go to Hive in this matchup. He wants to win on Lairtech. And the thing is, I feel like he's had time to get up to Hive by now. But look at this, like Zest has such a poor economy. I do think if Armani's patient enough, he can beat this with Ravager Baneling, but that's it, patient enough. Is there going to be enough creep? Is he going to flank well enough? You know, when that engagement comes, he's got to be very careful with how it goes down.
Certainly does. I mean, there's going to be a lot of Storm available, right? There's 4 High Templars, and that energy has been accumulating for a long time. Zest has a lot of money to spend, though, and that Fleet Beacon is close to finishing, so transitioning to how many Stargates? This is just 2 Stargates, and Fleet Beacon tech available. Finally taking his 4th base.
There's still very few Banelings in this army. 30 Banelings is not that many. He wants to poke in, does Armani. He's going to snipe the 4th base at the same time. Oh!
Clean force fields by Zest, but he does sacrifice his 4th base, which I don't know if that was cancelled or not, actually.
Yeah, I think it just went down. The carriers are starting up, interestingly enough. I mean, there's not much that shoots up for Armani, but I was not expecting carriers to be coming out this early, and oh, this is so weird. 3-base carrier transition, like, this is what I'm talking about, man. Zest has the weirdest late-game PvZ that I've ever seen, where he's like, yeah, I got Stalker Storm, now I'm going carriers on 3-base. The problem is, Armani has gone for such a big army, expecting to be attacked all game long, and I feel like, I think he's really got to just recognize that this carrier swap's coming, or he's got to crush through right now. And I don't think he's going to be able to. There's so much Storm.
Yeah, the Banelings in the top did no damage whatsoever. We'll pick off what looks like maybe an Immortal there to start things off, but Armani just lost like 2 to 3k resources for nothing. Not even picking off these little straddlers here.
Oh,
it's going to be 4 carriers soon too. And okay, he actually scouts it.
Yeah. Okay, that's very important. That's so important, man. Okay, all right. That gives me some hope now. Get a whole big wave of Corruptors out in there and see what you can do with them. But because there's not that giant bank, you know, Armani never got up that huge work account, right? I think, honestly, with the way Zest has been playing here, this is the sort of game where you needed to go 95 workers and just make hundreds of Banelings, right? That way Serral does, right? Where it feels like Zest knew Armani wasn't capable of going for that and wanted to instead like overwhelm his attacks. And Zest has just done this bizarre, unique style of PvZ. Banelings though, oh yeah.
Those are some pretty nifty connections for those Banelings getting 19 probes. And is this kind of that moment though that you woke up the sleeping dragon here? Because Zest has a pretty large army still and still has that Zest bank available too. In fact, just warps in a good 8 Stalkers or so to defend against the Mutas in the main. Where are these Mutas heading?
I'd like to see Armani get another maybe 7 or 8 Corruptors out to make sure he can start just like destroying the carriers when the fight happens, because that mothership is also going to be a big problem. And there's 4 Overseers out right now, but only 1 with the main army. Vipers are coming out as well, which is actually awesome. But here we go. Push is going to come to shove. There's not many Banelings on the map. Armani needs to go make every Zergling into Baneling.
It really feels like Armani kind of forgot about the carriers being on the map, right? Okay, now he starts making the Corruptors, because 5 carriers, you really have to respect that pretty hard. The Mutas are trying to deal what damage they can. They're not really good in the fight, but the fight is sort of happening here. Nice yoink on one of the carriers, but does stay alive. Yoinks the mothership here, but doesn't really have the firepower at all, and there is so much Zest here. 200 supply against 180 of Armani. Armani's broke as a joke. The High Templars, the Spore flank from the left side. What on earth is going on here?
Those Spores, he was expecting to push down the left-hand side of the map. They were not in the right position. Oh, he takes out a carrier with Corrosive Pile, but not going to be enough there. And yeah, surprisingly reminiscent of their last match, actually, where Zest plays the most bizarre style of PvZ I've ever seen, but it clearly seems that these two have played a lot of games together, and both of them playing very different.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Look at that resources lost tab. 24k against 7.8k. So Zest 3 times as efficient as his opponent almost. And you know, Benny and the boys were back into it. You talked the talk for Armani, Piggy. You talked the talk, but I saw right through it. I was like, man, this is a guy trying to assert confidence where there is none. Oh, it feels good to be back on the board here.
You know, he looked okay, man. I do think Armani looked okay, but there's that point in the late mid-game, like I said, I wanted something really big to have happened by then. I was hoping Zest would attack into him. Unfortunately, that did not happen. And yeah, we ended up in that weird position. So GG, you managed to get a map, but we've got more chances where that came from. Next one's going to be Special's chance against DRG on Golden Wall.
You know what I'm feeling right now, Pig? Squishy innards, mate. Squishy innards. Like, oh, this is, oh, we're burrowing in. You know, we've split open that avocado now, and we're just taking chunks out of the war pigs. And oh, feels good, man. Feels good.
Oh man, I gotta tell you, dude. You know, don't eat too much. You're gonna make yourself sick. You know. Sometimes you bite into something, it's a bit too rich. You eat too much of it. You end up just, you know, making yourself sick to the stomach. And that's what's going to happen here, man. Honestly, you know, you got a lucky draw with how your players matched up against Roddy. Couple of easy wins there. You know, DRG barely surviving against Drogo. He's used up his extra life for today, okay? There's no way DRG is going to get away with resurrecting himself like he did in that map.
You know, this is something they keep saying about the better players and the team captains and the better, the better players and the better team captains, that somehow they just keep getting lucky and it keeps on happening. But you know what that is, Pig? that is a lack of understanding of the true captains around the world. And me and my boys, we just have this bond that's unbreakable, and we knew how things were going to go down. Roddy thought he was going to 3-0 us. Hope, we destroyed him. You're kind of hopeful for special here. Dom Ragu, oh, we're bringing out the big boys right now, Piggy.
So with how tight you are with your boys, Ben, so what build is DRG going to play here on Golden Wall?
Hatch first.
Oh, okay. I knew you guys were in touch with it. All right.
So I can tell you it's going to be a lot of Mutiling Bane. He was like, boys, Benny, let's do this. I'm going to Mutiling Bane this guy.
Wow. So basically, yep, Hatch first, Mutiling Bane, literally every one of the last 6,000 games that he's played. Okay, cool. Just checking.
So, spawning over in the bottom right-hand side, playing as the Blue Zerg, it is Dom Ragu.
Well, he's going to need to do a lot, because this man over here is not one to be trifled with. In the pink, the Mexican Terran, he is especial.
I thought you were going to ask me a way harder question, honestly. You know, people always make fun of these, like, what's his favorite color jokes and stuff, but, like, I legit don't know. I have no clue. But I've been thoroughly enjoying his games this season. While we don't have, like, a super clear ace player, that also makes it a little bit tricky to seed against, I guess, when it comes to the ace match, or, like, seeding in general against our team. But we do have, like, a very solid Zerg, a very solid Protoss, a couple of Protosses, actually, and a good Terran. So, and ZVT-wise, Dom Ragu's been very good. I know we fell to your Dream, lad, so we didn't want to meet Dream again. So I was kind of curious, you didn't plant Dream on this map?
Yeah, well, you know, the chat is really impressive when you've got Special speaking half English, half Korean in Discord, and Dream and him both kind of speaking Korean in English letters to each other. So, not really sure I can impersonate what they said without sounding very ignorant, but essentially there was a lot of you Dream, you know, you Golden Wall, no, me Golden Wall, you Submarine, me Submarine, you Golden Wall, you Submarine, for like 20 minutes, and I was like, so which one, guys? And this is apparently what they settled on. And then they saw the matchup and they were like, damn, we wanted it the other way. So yeah, I think the players were a little bit more prepared for Special to fight TY and Dream to fight DRG. Dream did beat him on this map last time with that cool triple Tech Lab Marauder Biomine Thor play, which was very cool. But Special's a very different beast to Dream. He's been playing a ton of mech lately. The reason why I kind of don't want that to happen is DRG killed Innovation's mech with mutas and Zerglings and made it look really easy.
Yes, he did. But he did the same with his bio as well, right?
Well, that was a bit more of a close game. It's just DRG held on at the crucial moment. Hey, gotta pay the tax man.
That is not the best start. So it's either losing a couple of lings or a drone, and honestly, I'd prefer losing a couple of lings. But yeah, Special starts off with a bit of a drone kill, so that's definitely a bit of a confidence boost for him. But yeah, that's about all it's going to give him, you know, in this match.
You know, it's interesting because I've seen a lot of players just keel over and die to kind of the 8 barracks push on this map if the Zerg kind of doesn't have a good enough start. So that kind of gives me a bit of hope. At the same time, DRG is one of these wily Zergs who's like, oh yeah, I'll get 80 drones. And you're like, wait, what? Aren't you normally meant to make Mauling Bane off like 65 or 70 drones? Defend and attack, then make more? And DRG's like, no, it's cool. Like, I got a 5th base earlier than normal. Like he pushes his greed further than other Zergs. He did it the same against Drogo earlier, where I was like, oh, are you kidding me? Like, he's like, yeah, I don't build any roaches until unless I see an attack moving at me, I won't build a single roach. Like, DRG will push his greed to a whole new level. And that is what makes him a little bit tricky, but it also makes him a bit volatile. So if Special finds just the right moments, he could kill a lot of drones.
He certainly can. He's going for a bit of a cheeky opening here with the Liberator, hoping to deal harass. And, you know, we've seen very good Zergs like Serral super shut down Liberators, but Terrans are getting a lot better at dealing with like Spore Crawlers being in positions and stuff, like Liberators can stay alive for a real long time now and just be an absolute nuisance. Make it a second Liberator behind all this too. I hope for Special's sake that he doesn't get too wrapped up in just multitasking and harassing, because if Domragoo shuts down the first phase of it, I feel that Special then kind of loses traction of the game quite hard.
Well, it definitely is the case where that can be problematic, right? It's all about the libs coming in and staying alive. And especially if you keep that first lib alive for a long time. Like, if you don't find the damage, just keep it alive. And then once you've got the Hellions and 2 Liberators threatening 3 different locations, that's where things get awkward. And first lib unspotted. Ooh, yeah.
Spore Crawler is quickly moved and no drones are lost yet, but this is lost mining time, so this was definitely decent for Special. There is an armory going down. He's also producing tanks and marines without stim and stuff. In fact, that's quite a large marine count to say he's got the armory now.
Yeah, looks like we're going to see a Hellbat push, perhaps. I wouldn't mind, actually, like one of these weird in-between pushes, like Hellbats, Marines, and 2 tanks, right? That could be a cool way to mix it up, and I think he'll go mech behind it, right? It's got to be mech from here.
I would say so. This is the bit that confuses me about his build. It's not like, well, there's no engineering bays. He's still producing Marines with all this, so is that to have some Marines out for the Mutas that are kind of inevitable, right, when you play against Domragoo? Still producing Hellions as well. This is proper weird by Special.
Well, I think those Marines are just generic combat units to beef this out. When you've got siege tanks behind them, Hellbats in front of them, they're not too bad, right? The double lib comes in. Oh, this one on the third, just sieging on top of the Queen. The one in the main also getting on top of the Queen. DRG. Oh my god, he's going to lose the Queen in the main.
Certainly does. The Spore Crawlers are moved into position now, so, you know, could have been worse, but Special, you know, he's not a one-trick pony here. He's moving in with quite a few Hellbats, kept those Hellions alive. Now he's got some tanks and some non-stimmed Marines, but this Zergling flank, this could be kind of huge behind it. One tank kind of going down to it.
Spread the Hellbats. Oh. Chisel Fizz.
That was a shutdown if I've ever seen one, but this Liberator in the main base, it stayed alive for a long time, and these drones couldn't mine for some time. That being said, that is pretty much the only thing that went super darn well for Special in the past minute.
Yeah, you know, Thors don't really kill mutas very well anymore, and there's going to be like 2 Thors. There will be some medevacs with them, but I don't know, man. Just economically, DRG is going to be able to take a 4th, a 5th, harass with mutas. And meanwhile, Special is going to be like stuck on 3 factory production, just trying to not take damage for the next few minutes. This is not the way you wanted things to start out as Special. That was a massive, massive commitment to the harassment. And I mean, he's got 3 bases up. He's got a good work account. There is still obviously chances to get back in this, but he's in a fragile situation with very low army units after that. He delayed his production a long time, and please do not boost those Thors across the map into 8 Mutalisks.
No, that would be super darn bad. I mean, luckily, it isn't a super high Mutaflock yet. It's going to be like 10 on the field pretty soon. But the thing is, that thing can spiral out of control.
Oh, they're already going to hit the main. Nothing's there. Oh, these Thors. Oh, he's trying to do another push before the mutas get to his side, but... oh, that's nasty. That's nasty. The timing's just not quite working out here for Specialist. First push didn't do enough. And these mutas are causing a lot of damage in the main base. Widowmines and Cyclone's going to try to defend, but they're not going to be able to do much.
He is getting out Liberators as well, which will help with the anti-air, right? In fact, this 4-drop with the Hellions getting on the drone line here. Lots of Banelings kind of trying to hunt down those Hellions, which they're going to do. Oh, he morphed into Hellbats there, so they all stayed still. And there's still enough Zerglings to take on the Thors and such. But back on the other side of things, the Mutalisks are kind of running away bruised.
These medevacs are trapped, though. Yeah, these Thors are trapped. That's the problem. Is I kind of wish he just stayed there and kept fighting, or he boosted out a little bit earlier. Because as it is right now, he's running around, and it looks a little bit like he wants to find damage, but there's just nothing to be done here.
No, Domragoo handled this really well, actually. Like, it was a bit of a spicy situation. And you're right, you called it. You're like, I hope he doesn't just boost across the map. But that's exactly what Special did here. And even though he got quite a few drones with that, it never feels like a super good trade to just trade out, like, 4 drones, right? Because this Mutaflock, this is the thing that you really have to kind of keep low, keep down, or until you get like kind of close to maxing out, which Special is very far away from.
You know, it's cool to see people using Liberators more and more as your mobile anti-muta defense, since those are just so costly and so kind of inefficient at dealing with mutas these days. You can't really have a massive Thors covering every single angle. So going to see that lib count grow on the reactor. We'll be able to deal with the mutas. Now, I think one of the things which I've seen lately is a lot of Zerg players enjoy making just Zerglings, Banelings, and mutas against mech and rolling it in. And this can either look really silly, like when Solo was playing earlier, or it can look really godlike when you've just got a big economy advantage and a ton of momentum like DRG does now.
Special's done a good job of not moving out with the Liberators before they're ready, right? Because very often people will be like, oh, I've got 2 Liberators, these counter air, right? And it's like, well, no, they're going to get absolutely massacred here. But he's done a good job of just being like, okay, I'm going to save up the count. And I'm kind of scared for these mutas. Oh, that is a lot of Lings and a lot of Banes. And oh, the Cyclone's getting caught out here. This was masterful by Domragoo.
Nice 3-pronged Ling Bane attack. He's got so much money. He can afford to throw these Ling Bane away in droves. And, you know, good protection from the SCVs, especially. Pulled them all away. But now the mutas get to rotate into the main. And the libs are way out of position.
They are, and the Cyclone count's been kind of reset here. In fact, he's got 2 Hellions, 3 Cyclones, and 5 Libs. That's his army. And this Muta count, look at this, split by Domragoo. This is kind of old school, and he's diving on top of the Liberators, but they are stacking up really darn hard, but it's of... Wow, he actually traded, and GG, Domragoo. Benny and the boys, we're 2-1 up now. Oh. Feels good, Pig. It feels good.
Your smile is just that's just reminiscent of you know, Christmas morning. That's the look on your face right there.
I mean,
you know. Oh,
yeah, what can I say? What can I say? We as lads, we thought about the lineups that were going to go forth, and we really knuckled down. We put together all our brain power, as we have done through the years, through the decades together, right from growing up together, just down the street from me. And yeah, I'm thoroughly looking forward to this last match now, because I do know that your 2-star players are Serral, and Dream is absolutely the other one, I feel, that's been kind of like a dark horse in this whole competition. He's been mainly the guy that's been able to get the other map when it comes to War Pigs forcing the ace. So it's definitely not a foregone conclusion, but TY is an absolute beast when it comes to TVT, I feel.
Yeah, TY definitely one of those masters of TVT. But, you know, we said it from the start. You're favored in these last 3 matches, but there's a chance for the War Pigs in all of them. And I think Dream here, Submarine, it's a short map. It's a map where those drops can get in hard and fast. He's a player who's just going to knuckle down. He's going to fight his heart out. And I still believe, you know, I'm a man where, damn, there could be 3 drops of whiskey left and that glass is still half full in my eyes. And you know what? I think Dream's going to prove it right. I think he's going to give us that ace match. We're praying for it. We're sending him our energy. Come on, Dream. You got this, boy.
Yeah, like this isn't a foregone conclusion. Dream is really good. And I remember when I was doing my picks, I was like, it got to my 3rd, right? And I was like, I want Dream and I want Domragoo. And I could only have one of them. And then you made the choice very easy for me because you got to pick before and you picked Dream. And then I was with Domragoo. So I know how good he is. Like, just the fact that he went like top 8 in GSL or something ridiculous. But he's absolutely on the up and up. And he was one of the guys that back in the day, when he went up against Life, he really gave Life a true run for his money when he was the best player in the world.
Yeah, it tells you the history, right? And bringing it back now, I mean, we've been talking about it a lot in the last season because it's so cool to see these players return to their former glory. And I think he's going to reach all new heights. Down here in the bottom right, fighting for the War Pigs life in the pink, it is Dream.
And spawning over in the top left-hand side, playing for Benny and the boys. True spirit, true grit. It is TY. Okay, so right off the bat, we have TY opting for what seems like gas. Well, wait, this was gas first into barracks, just one gas. And we
looks
have
like the expand.
Yeah, it does look like an expand, which is a little bit unusual on Submarine, just because of how many ways there are for Reapers to get up into your base. Like, normally this is very much a 2-gas opening, given that it's safe against proxy Raxes, but TY, with his, massive brain, he was like, I'm gonna do a build that's pretty good if I can get it going against the 2-gas defensive play. And so build order wise, this is a decent start for TY. He's not even scouting, by the way. He's going to put the CC on the high ground instead.
I like that. Wardy there with the big brain calls, pointing that out. Yeah, CC on the high ground. I think that makes sense for Submarine, right? If you're going to go for that blind expo, and it looks like he is going to just, kind of go straight into factory. Meanwhile, Dream here, mining lots of gas. Going to have a much later command center, but there will be the potential to go do a bit of aggression.
There will. I guess one of the nice things for TY is, depending on how far this Reaper comes, does he scout the CC? Will he run into the Reaper of TY and just kind of be, on the wrong track, if you will? But he will be getting up his own CC on location, that is. So that is the one little edge that Dream has when it comes to builds. Ooh, running right up that ramp.
Yeah, could have a little look-see, sees the command center, knows exactly what he's up against. And we'll see if there's any changes to his own build order as a result of that. Of course, getting the Hellion out, second Reaper already on the way across the map. Reactor goes down on the barracks, and a nice quick starport to follow it up, just the way I like it.
It's funny, right? The double gas, even though he had it much earlier and for longer, his starport starts around the same time as TY's. The big difference is TY only has one unit out right now, but he doesn't need more when it comes to defending. The 2 Hellions are going to pop out at a real good time here. He does run down the ramp and take a few shots from these Reapers, though. Oh, got close. Oh, he was baiting. He was baiting him, Pig. Oh.
Stayed too long, man.
Oh, he's baiting him more. Oh, this is big. This is big. So 2 Reapers down. That stops all scouting in the main base. Okay, TY with the big brain play. He's going Marauders with a Medivac. And look what Dream's doing. He's going tank.
This is Clem's favorite build order, man. This this Marauder build is so good. I think it's really powerful. There's a Viking on the way, though, for Dream. I do like that. That's going to be very useful for defending this. It's just got so little else. No bunker or anything like that. And, man, it all comes down to where that tank is and can the Marauders kill it very quickly. If that tank gets 1 or 2 good shots off, it can change everything. But if the units just kind of get on top of it, Marauders will make quick work of that siege tank. So I am very worried right now. Dream, you have to take an incredible defensive fight. Get that Viking up front and center, please. Please get that Viking out front the base.
And look how vulnerable that tank is on that high ground, Piggy. I am liking this situation. I mean, it's going to get a shot off, which will reveal it. It's a really nice shot, actually, on the Hellions. And, the tank kind of suffering big losses here.
Does get a couple of shots off with the tank, though. And you know what? With another tank out as well, this could have been worse. Still got to keep those SCVs alive, but I think he's going to be okay. The Viking lands. Tank's there as well. Please lift the Viking. Keep the Viking up. That's a shame. Now the Medivac gets to survive.
Yeah, that actually wasn't too bad for Dream at all, though. Like, this was, I don't want to say all in by TY, but he definitely, to get this going, you have to stunt your production quite a bit. And you see here, there's lots of moving around of the add-ons by TY. He's kind of like, oh, well, you held on to that a lot better than I thought you would. And this build is very good against Raven opening specifically, because you get 1 turret out and that Raven's then useless. But Dream obviously did not go for that at all. Oh, that is a ballsy landing, though, by him. Medivac's
thinking about doing the siege up to take out the add-on. One of the reactors might. But yeah, if he sieged that tank, that would have been a disaster. Oh, no, the Viking. Go home, Viking. This Liberator's going to fly in here. And Dream is got a couple of Marines are going to be popping out, but he's got to react quickly.
He certainly does. This is one of the funniest little scenarios I've seen. Oh, 2 SCVs falling. Made that 3, 4. I'm liking what I'm seeing here. Okay, so the Liberator does fly out of the main base now, is heading for the natural. And Dream, he's trying to get something done against this. Like, he's sensing weakness on TY's side, but the Raven is out now. A tank of his own. Will it get a good shot off? Looks like it will. Right on the tank as well. Nicely micro by TY.
Oh, Dream, we gotta get out of here, man.
9
SCVs. He's trying to multitask this just a bit too hard. Trying to get too much is Dream. Oh, actually, maybe he can still do something more and get the add-ons, but that auto turret will be a nightmare.
It certainly will, and it lands on the tank, takes out one tank, and the other tank, in fact, is he going to lose high ground vision? He did. Didn't matter anyway. TY's playing like an absolute god.
Oh, the reactor does burn down. At least that's something. Does injure the production there. Third CC is quicker for Dream. He's still roughly equal in SCVs. In terms of army, it's kind of close here. So, you know, I think a lot of these trades went TY's way for sure. But Dream's macro has not missed a beat. He's still keeping up. The Liberator was, you know, it came in at the perfect moment. Things could have gone a lot worse there. I am very proud of Dream for stabilizing.
Dream's playing really well too, you know, like losing those SCVs and stuff to the Liberator is really annoying. But the fact that he held on that Marauder push as well as he did, and the fact that he went for the build he did, like he must have sniffed something out because it was a little bit unusual by him. But the game, it doesn't necessarily get easier for him from here on, right? Because he's against a Raven, he doesn't have one. We all know what Ravens can do in this matchup. And playing TVT against somebody like TY, especially when he's going to be, well, he's got his engineering base already on the way with the upgrades and stuff. It's going to be rough. Oh, it's a drop at the top by Dream here. That is unusual. But
like the Vikings. He's just trying to create space with these Vikings and distraction, and that drop is going to slide into the main base. So really well done there. Just making a lot out of a little. Unfortunately, a siege tank is nearby. We'll be able to get back up there and defend. So Dream is just going to have to focus down a couple of SCVs, and in the end, doesn't achieve a lot.
No, I guess 3 SCVs. It could have got a lot more. I felt it was kind of unfortunate with when the production popped out, honestly. I guess one thing that I am very scared for you, and this is me being a bit sympathetic here. Dream is just getting stim, whereas TY, he's got this big timing here where you see a lot of very vital upgrades coming. Stim plus combat shields plus the 1-1. I feel a very big timing coming by TY, and it's going to be incredibly hard to stop.
Yeah, I'm actually a little sad that Dream is going into medevac production already. I mean, that can definitely work if you win the Marine fight, but basically he's down in Vikings, which is really scary because there's a lib out for TY. And then if you're slightly behind on those upgrades as well, I mean, you might lose the Marine fight. So positioning is everything. I kind of like that Dream's out on the map. It's both dangerous, but it also gives him the potential to just scare TY back and really put him on the defense.
This is where it's scary, though, because this is the absolute anti-timing for Dream. He takes a nice position though, at the top of this ramp, realizing that, you know, TY's got, well, kind of had a little bit of an advantage this game with how much harass he's done. So he's not taking this lightly. Ooh, nice shot by Dream.
Yeah, he's going to come on in there. A couple of Marines do get out with Stim. He's got to focus fire those SCVs. Does get a handful of them, but a Liberator ready to counter-strike here for TY on the third of Dream. Does come on in. And, it's annoying.
Yeah, a little bit late to the pull there. Does lose 4 SCVs of his own, but that Marine on the high ground, he's a happy little Marine, he is. And another drop being utilized will not get the Liberator even.
Dream doesn't see the army coming. Dream does not see this army coming for TY. Oh, his Marines weren't in the right spot. He has no idea. TY is catching him way out of position.
But he is moving back, Pig. He is moving back. His 4th base is cancelled. It was on location. If he charges into this army, though, his 1-1 isn't... Oh, it just finished. It just finished. But he does not have combat shields, which that means the tanks of TY will one-shot the tanks of Dream. TY abusing that air control that he has also done well. And or rather, Dream, he's going for... Is this a counterattack by him?
Yeah, it looks like he wants to go create some threat elsewhere on the map. Oh, those Marines of TY with the combat shields just a bit too good for Dream. Dream losing depots, losing so many units here. And TY finding some bits of damage. Dream just goes for the YOLO counterattack. Those shields still not done.
They certainly aren't. That makes them so much worse against tanks. TY kind of marching past the army there. Does have a couple of tanks getting into position here. It's definitely a big Marine squad by Dream, but TY looks like he's solidifying his defense. And he's got so much supply to use, whereas Dream, he's having to rebuild all his depots, mate.
Yeah, I do like, though, that Dream here with this Marine squad has done a lot, but he's got to get out of there now, I think.
What are those tanks are just kind of abandoned there on the right side. TY just kind of left them standing. TY is closing in on 2-2.
Oh my god, this is a crazy engage. Marine sandwich comes in from the top. Dream. Oh, what a sick fight.
That was really good by Dream, you know? Like, if he fought that maybe 20 seconds later and that 2-2 kicks in, he's fighting from behind here, and TY does come back to this little kind of establishment that he has. Oh, is Dream going for a big drop in the main base, or is this going to be just on the third base? Look at TY getting position, trying to block those tanks from actually landing here. Just start picking off the tanks. The Marines, the tanks, they do land and siege up. This is a great trade for Dream, which makes me very sad.
Yeah, so many depots go down, 24 SCVs as well. Yes, Dream has lost mining on his natural for now, but he can push back those Marines in the near future. He can still threaten up here, and oh my god, he's even going to get in the main. He gets up into TY's main. I think that's an overextend, though.
I think so, too. He's now fighting at an upgrade deficit. Oh, he loses quite a few of his tanks. TY! Oh! You know, he told me 17 years ago that he was going to win the War Chest Team League for us boys. And guess what? He is doing that right here, right now.
Oh, I don't know, man. There's a fourth base out for Dream right now. And if his Vikings do lose the Viking air control war. But Dream, I think he's just got to ignore that little bastion of douchebag that TY has outside his natural. Get back across the map. Keep taking the fight to TY. That's where things have been going well for Dream.
I am scared for TY in the sense that his work account's really low, and Dream does a really good job of cleaning up this little establishment that we talked about. And like, I really like the way that Dream's been expanding as well. Even though his fourth base was shut down, he took a new fourth. He's caught up in upgrades. TY's kind of forgot about his armor upgrade as well here.
Oh, that's the only tank of Dream, and it's going to go down at the start of this fight. And Dream's Marines are just too bruised right now. He's got a good advantage in the Marine count, but I don't think he has the numbers right now.
Oh, TY does kind of keep all his tanks alive there. These tanks, they were looking to shoot there. I saw the turret quickly miss or move. Oh, Liberators while all this was going on. TY, you are a mastermind of this matchup. A multitask legend.
God, he's so annoying, man. Oh, those Liberators, and this is why I didn't want Dream to go back to defend that push on his natural. It's because it gave up map control, and that's what Dream had going for him before that. He's going to go across the map now. Once again, one of these deadly backstab maneuvers looking to threaten TY. TY is going to try and anticipate it, but I actually think this is okay for Dream.
It sort of is, but once he gets in range of these tanks, I mean, they are taking some pretty good juicy shots. TY has to micro them manually because the PF actually takes up priority on attacks there. Dream cleaned it up and cleans up the Liberators as well.
Goodbye, Libs. He gets one of the Libs. This is really good play by Dream. This is such a close TVT right now. And, oh, Dream even catches the other Liberator as well. Flies right on into the Marines. Dream's Marine count, his Marine control is doing great. He's up in tanks. He's got the Medivacs out with this as well. Ooh, 3-3 is going to finish real soon for TY, though, or at least +3 attackers. That's what worries me right now.
I'm scared for TY. I'm really scared. His tank count is really low. Like, it's 2 to 3. In this matchup, normally you see these numbers get up into the double digits, and pretty heavily so as well. TY's going to... Yeah, they're both going to start dropping each other. This is turning into a very gnarly and scrappy TVT.
Yeah, that Marine drop looking really nice there for Dream, picking up a few SCVs and a reactor. But the drop on the south can also be very annoying there from TY. Oh, even a tank goes down. Nicely done there by Dream.
It certainly was. Dream is sending his own dropship down there to deal with this drop that's just denying mining totally on that base, which is great. Or TY pouncing on that army, getting to the tanks before they could siege, but Dream doesn't suffer too many losses. This is real tight.
Oh, drop on the left-hand side for Dream, denying mining. He's hitting multiple mineral lines, but his own fourth is not mining right now, and that is a problem for Dream. He finally is going to retake his fourth base, start mining up there again, but the SCV damage keeps piling in, and I love this tank elevator on the top right as well. Dream is all over this map.
I think Dream right now is playing super damn well. He's not trying to be super fancy with Liberators and stuff. Maybe the Liberator can do something against these tanks. How many tanks does he have of his own?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, his tank count's so low.
Dream is just a master of tactics right now. TY is going for a desperate push across the map, though. He's going to run into Dream's own Marines. Oh, this is going to get really weird as TY enters a sensor tower vision.
It certainly is. For the time being, TY actually has an upgrade lead, be it 3-2 against 2-3. Takes out an orbital by the looks of it as well. Is getting out with nearly all of his Marines as well. That's actually a really big deal.
Indeed it is. He's going to drop the 4th base as well. Dream has position over TY's original 3rd, though. TY's 4th is not even mining right now. TY is broke. So even though Dream just lost an orbital and that's painful, he's floating his main out to a new 4th base. Tanks are now in range of some of TY's production. I mean, TY is building a lot of Liberators, and that's kind of where his big potential comes from now. It's very patient tank Liberator play, but I think the Marine momentum might just be too much.
Dream's doing so good. Like, they're both going about this TVT in very different ways. Like, Liberators, tanks. TY's army is definitely technical, but Dream is just doing so well with very basic units.
Oh, no.
This base is so exposed.
TY's going to find it. Oh, this is so painful. TY's army is just snuck through the middle of the map right now. Oh, Dream's about to take a big hit.
He certainly is. That's a lot of SCVs probably going to fall here, as long with the orbital. TY taking a bit of a 10 supply lead there, but still, it's so close between them at this point. Oh, taking out all these Marines.
Oh, he can't afford that. Dream, I mean, he's now equal on Marines. His Marine momentum has been what has been going for him all game. His medevac count is very low as well, but look at this tank ambush.
I don't like the tank ambush at all, and he picks on up and gets out of there. How far can he get, though? In fact, there's no air units at all, really, besides the medevacs for Dream, so these medevacs do escape to safety.
Okay, so it is right now 3 orbitals, 4 command centers for TY, only 2 command centers, 1 orbital for Dream. So TY now, in this crazy madness, has finally found himself in the economic advantage. This non-stop Liberator usage, I think, has been one of the most important pieces of that. Dream has a good army right now, equal upgrades on both sides, but his income is just trickling down.
I am very scared, though. This is a big army from TY, or rather Dream, and TY not quite in position for this, but I think the siege up is enough. He also has Liberators in position. He's denying mining on the 4th again of Dream. This Liberator. Oh my, this TVT, I think TY's starting to clinch it a little bit, but it's been so freaking close.
Oh, it really has, dude. TY has taken some punches from Dream. He's going to come back in and find one of the only 2 command centers on the right-hand side. Dream, once again, lost track of this drop that was hiding in the top right. Oh, an excellent maneuver from TY.
Oh, TY, you know, as I was saying 17 years ago, he was like, Ben, I'm going to win the War Chest Team League for you, but I'm going to make you sweat for it because I'm going to start losing the game at some point, and then I'm going to come back against Dream. And that's exactly what he's doing here. 23 SCVs. Dream actually has 0 mining at this point, and TY is just eking out more and more of a lead. These Liberators have been worth their weight in gold.
Oh, Dream's going to try for a counter push over here, but those Liberators just add so much to this.
Yeah, I mean, like, the tanks alone, right? He's up to 9 tanks against 3. TY's really assessed the situation well, that he just has to play defensive and just harass with small amounts of units. This could get gnarly for Dream.
Absolutely wild maneuver. Oh, the Liberators barely snatch a medevac with a tank and a handful of Marines inside it. A very cool Doom drop here from Dream, but I don't think it's quite enough. The Libs, the tanks, the Marines come back. TY's just got the numbers.
He certainly does. There's too many Marines, and Dream put up one hell of a fight for the War Pigs. But this looks like the beginning of the end, and yes! Benny and the boys. Pig, it was an absolute pleasure playing you in the finals. But, you know, you went down to friendship, kinship, you know? Like, there are few tales that talk about such a bond as me and Benny and the boys, you know? Lord of the Rings with Frodo and Samwise and, like, Peregrine Took and such. Yeah, got nothing on Benny and the boys. We've been together through thick and thin, and we'll continue to go through thick and thin. Oh.
The Fellowship of the Benjamin. I like it, mate. You guys played bloody well throughout, and I'm glad to see friendship coming through, you know, sharing the load there. As you said, no clear ace player, a bunch of awesome players all performing very well. You guys did super good. Definitely not the matchups we wanted in that last one, but I thought we had a chance there. Definitely did, and Dream so close to bringing it out. I mean, I was a little worried it was going to be a bit of a bopping with that start to that game, but that one, I think, is a perfect way to end this tournament series.
I'm going to be super duper fair. Like Dream, time and time again, like I wanted him on my team. Like I think he's absolutely amazing. I think he's turning into super one of the Terrans to really look out for. I think he's already done his military service as well, right?
Yeah, I believe so. I think that's where he disappeared for a few years there. I don't think he was one of the Heroes of the Storm or League of Legends boys or anything like that. So yeah, he's back in full swing. I mean, Dream is just going to be performing more and more, and suddenly we've got a few of the old dogs returning, and I think DRG and Dream are leading the charge.
But yeah, I just want to say, Benny and the boys, Zest, TY, Dom Ragu, and Hurricane, they do take the War Chest Team League, which is absolutely amazing. You know, I saw people out there being like, oh yeah, this team's good, that team's good, but everybody that said Benny and the boys was going to win, good on you, lads, good on you. And Pig, you know, I'm so satisfied. I was very nervous going into today, like, you know, crap talk aside, because once I saw that it was Rotti's team that I was going up against in the semifinals, he took us down in the group stage, which was very annoying. But yeah, the boys, they just stepped it up today. They really did. They really did.
Dude, couple of epic matches. Obviously, it was a very classic War Pigs day here. Barely getting past Rifkin. Barely getting past Maynard's Dread Knight's crew. It was, you know, down to the wire every time, and I just want to say, your team may technically be the champions, but I think Serral, you know, shout out to Raynor as well, special mention, but he didn't have to play as many games as Serral. Serral has won I think 20 maps, like just the number of games he's played is bigger than anybody else in this entire league, and yeah, he carried us all the way to the finals. All the other guys have been like, holy crap, Serral, we owe you barbecue, we owe you this and that. Like every week we're like, god damn, well done, dude, we got you back in the next week. And then the next week it's, damn, Serral, you did it again, thanks, man. So shout out to Serral for carrying us. Big shout out to Dream Armani Special for playing as hard as they could, and big props to Benny and the boys for becoming the champs.
Oh, sorry, I was admiring it, man. I was admiring it. I'm not, you know, my StarCraft 2 days didn't necessarily result in too many wins, so this is an unfamiliar feeling for me. But yeah, I am joyous. I am happy. I just want to say thank you to Blizzard for putting this on. I want to say thank you for Wardy for being behind the scenes and organizing everything. I hope we definitely do this again, because honestly, this has been some of the best StarCraft I think we've seen in a long time, and it's been super duper fun. So thank you very much, everybody, for watching.
Indeed. Thank you, everybody at home. Thank you. And I guess with that, we'll finish it up. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night. We love StarCraft. DreamHack's back. All the tournament circuits are back. We'll see you hopefully with another season next year.